4-2, Fireside Stories. Sunday, November 21st, 2280, Dagoba Municipal Beach, Muzurafu. It was already midday by the time Izumi managed to get down to Dagoba Beach for the second time that weekend. Her increasing skill with her divine powers and her steadily growing athleticism was letting her blitz through her hero training with ease, allowing her to clear most of her exercises in only a few hours, giving her free time to do as she liked until her tutors arranged the next session. Previously, she'd expected to take the final hero license exam in the late March/early April of the year she graduated junior high, entering high school as a full-fledged hero, but at her current pace, Izumi would likely be ready for the exam before the Christmas of her final year at Origami. By the time she'd arrived at Dagoba Beach, Dabi was up and ready for the day. Izumi beamed at him as she saw him wearing some of the clothes she'd left. Still, she decided not to mention it as she dropped her backpack onto the sand beside the RV, just as she had yesterday. "Hello Dabi," she smiled. Dabi nodded. "Hey kid. Still not giving up, huh?" "Wouldn't dream of it. I'm a little late today 'cause of coursework, but I'm raring to go. Be sure to yell if you want to keep any of the stuff I find today. Oh, and I have some snacks in my backpack if you're hungry. I packed too much, so take as much as you like," Izumi said, looking pleased with herself. Dabi rolled his eyes. "Whatever you say, kid. Say, what kind of school do you go to that hands out coursework? You're definitely not a high school or college kid, and I didn't think elementary or junior high schools used coursework. I'm a second year in junior high. I don't know about other schools, but mine doesn't give coursework, just regular old homework. The coursework was set by some tutors my foster mom hired for me," Izumi said, not lying but also not telling the whole truth. Dabi hummed. "Makes sense, I guess. It's been a while since I was in junior high, and you can probably tell by the fact I live in an RV on this dump of a beach, but I never made it to high school. Anyway, forget all that shit, I want to ask you about something." Izumi tilted her head curiously. "Sure, what did you want to know?" Dabi reached into the RV and pulled out volume 11 of Izumi's hero analysis books. The moment Izumi laid eyes on it, she paled drastically and looked terrified. Dabi frowned, getting the distinct impression that the girl really didn't want people looking at the book. Ishiko, watching from within the hood of Izumi's light green hoodie, gently pulled on Izumi's hair. "You idiot. You were told not to let those notebooks out of the manor. What if a bad guy had found it?" she scolded angrily, just barely loud enough for Izumi to hear. The green-haired girl looked about ready to cry. She never took being scolded very well, and she was prone to tears even when happy, so disappointing her friends was almost guaranteed to have her bawling. Shyly, Izumi stepped towards Dabi and held out her hands. Please give that back," she said, trying to sound both firm and polite, but only coming across as scared. Dabi felt bad for the girl, and had never intended to keep the book anyway, so he immediately handed it over. "Easy kid, I didn't mean to freak you out. I figure it fell out of your backpack yesterday. I read it a little, but it's nothing to be embarrassed about." "I see." Izumi sniffled, taking the book and cradling it against her chest. "Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Dabi, but I'm not supposed to let anyone see these notebooks. I'll get in big trouble if anyone finds out about this. I'd forgotten this was even in my backpack. It's an older book, so I haven't used it in a while." "Well, nobody's gonna hear about it from me," Dabi said. "I was actually kind of hoping to see the others. I saw the page on that sidekick, Burnin, and it had some good tips for using and improving a fire quirk. I was hoping you'd let me read all the notes on the fire users you've written about." That wasn't totally a lie, but both Izumi and Ishiko could tell Dabi had a specific person he wanted info on, but for whatever reason, he wouldn't say who. Either way, the answer would still be the same. "I'm sorry Mr. Dabi, but I'm really not allowed to show anyone these books. If my foster mom or tutors find out about me even taking one out of the house, I'll be in huge trouble. The grounded until high school kind of trouble. But if you just want tips on your own fire quirk, I can observe you and write an analysis on it for you," Izumi offered. Dabi seemed to consider it for a moment, before sighing and shaking his head. "Nah, my quirk isn't the kind I can show off around kids, especially in public. You've got your notes back now, so be careful not to lose them again, and forget all about this discussion," he said, lying down in his RV and facing away from Izumi. He frowned in annoyance. The kid almost certainly had an idea of the bastard's weaknesses, but wasn't allowed to share it. Dabi briefly considered gaining Izumi's trust and eventually convincing her to let him see her notes, but he quickly incinerated that idea. He hated the bastard for being a scumbag that used children for his own ends. Dabi wasn't going to turn around and do the same. Sensing Dabi's disappointment and irritation, Izumi decided to leave him to his business for the rest of the day and got to work cleaning the beach. When it was time to go home, Izumi made sure her notebook was still in her possession, and offered a silent prayer of thanks that it hadn't been one of her gods and demons notebooks Dabi had found, then left any food she'd brought behind and headed home. Izumi didn't return to the beach at all over the next week, making Dabi think that the close call with the notebook had forced her to end her cleaning efforts at Dagoba, but to his surprise, she showed up bright and early on Saturday morning again. She told Dabi that she'd not been able to handle the guilt of her screw-up, and so had confessed losing her notebook to her foster mom. Dabi thought she was nuts and briefly feared she'd been beaten or given some other harsh punishment. The burned man didn't know anything about Izumi's guardian after all, but Izumi explained she'd only been grounded for 5 days and given extra work after school as punishment, as while Sakuya was upset with Izumi's thoughtlessness, she was proud that the girl had confessed to her mistakes. Dabi had just shaken his head at the girl. She'd been afraid of being grounded until high school, but had still confessed. He snorted to himself, it must have been nice to have a parental figure you could trust. Following that, Izumi worked much harder than usual, really pushing herself to clean up as much of the beach as possible in order to make up for her lost time. Ishiko, who was proud of Izumi's integrity and conscience, worked twice as hard too, moving around openly in front of Dabi, who just assumed she was created from Izumi's quirk. The two girls ended up clearing about twice the normal amount they usually managed in a day, with Dabi watching lazily from his RV. Since Izumi's ulterior motive for her cleaning the beach was doing nice things for Dabi, her ultimate goal was to get him to let her heal his burns. Every time she found something potentially cool, useful, or expensive, Izumi would repair it and offer it to Dabi. "This place is your home, right? Then everything here can be considered yours," Izumi reasoned, trying to disguise her acts of charity so Dabi would accept them. Dabi was sharper than that though and refused every time, leaving Izumi to take or trash any of the things she found. By the end of the day, Dabi had rejected everything from appliances, to clothes, to books and games, leaving Izumi with quite a haul to drag off. Of course, if some of those rejected items just happened to get left behind in Dabi's RV while she was leaving, that was nothing to do with Izumi. The same thing happened the next day, though this time, Dabi left the beach in the evening to attend to some business, but when he returned in the early hours of the morning, he found his RV had been tidied up and a few new things added, including some books and a very old tablet computer that he vaguely remembered Izumi pulling out of the sand and repairing. Izumi had also dragged an old fridge over to the RV and hooked it up to the vehicle's battery so Dabi could keep his food fresh. Dabi had snorted and gone to sleep. Izumi's efforts were kind of sweet, but his RV didn't have much power left. Still, Dabi would let Izumi do what she liked. It wasn't like it mattered to him. Over the next week, Izumi came every day after school, sometimes a little late, since she had to go home and power through her training first, and kept up her work, occasionally making small talk with Dabi. During that week, Dabi discovered a charger for the tablet computer had mysteriously appeared in his RV. The week after, Izumi had brought along Masaru, who hooked the RV up to a portable generator, and every weekend after that, Izumi would bring a few tanks of gas with her for Dabi to use on the generator. When Dabi objected, Izumi just said it would make it easier for her to clean things up in the long run, and she'd take anything Dabi didn't want back once she was done. It was a poor excuse, but it didn't leave room for the man to argue. The burned man wasn't sure what to make of any of this. The funny little girl must have used up all the money she made pawning junk just to buy him all this extra food and stuff. It made no sense to Dabi. What did she gain? All Dabi offered in return were sardonic smirks and the occasional bit of small talk, and more often than not he was quite rude to Izumi, mocking her efforts as futile and dismissing her wish to be a hero once he learned of it. Izumi just grinned and said she was happy enough to try her best for others, and she practically beamed at the few smiles Dabi threw her way, no matter how off-putting they were. At one point, Dabi had joked that Izumi was doing all this because she had a crush on him, but Izumi had just laughed and told him she only wanted to date people closer to her own age. Dabi found it both infuriating and oddly comforting. Every day, Izumi would come and work at the beach, occasionally bringing Himiko and Katsuki. Both teens were much more aggressive than Izumi and would often trade barbs with the burned man, with Katsuki going so far as to demand to spar with him, though Dabi usually refused. The one and only time Dabi indulged the explosive boy, they fought without quirks and he wiped the floor with Katsuki, earning him a bit of respect from all three teens, and the unenviable position of rival from Katsuki. Himiko and Katsuki proved to be very protective of Izumi, much to Dabi's amusement, and they also proved to be less subtle than Izumi, outright asking questions about his homelessness and his burns. They had gotten scolded by Izumi for it, but neither looked that apologetic despite acting appropriately contrite while Izumi scolded them. As the winter months crawled along, it got colder and colder in Mizutafu. When Christmas came, Izumi stopped by in the morning to give Dabi a brand new coat and a year-long pass to a nearby bathhouse, since the sea was bitterly cold, far too cold for bathing. Dabi had accepted the gifts but refused the invitation to a Christmas dinner with Izumi's family. When Izumi next went to the beach after Christmas, Dabi handed her a package and then left for the day. The package had contained a somewhat crude glass figurine of a wolf, modeled after the Izumi's true Amaterasu form, something she'd rarely used around Dagoba. Dabi had made it himself with his quirk in the sand of the beach. It made Izumi tear up, and the figurine gained a permanent home in Izumi's trophy room, sharing pride of place with her most limited edition All Might figures and the certificates that came along with graduating elementary school, getting her U.A recommendation, and passing the provisional license exam. She thanked Dabi profusely the next time she saw him, and the man had just smirked and ruffled her hair. And so they continued like that. Izumi worked to clean the beach and Dabi watched her, the two a little closer after exchanging Christmas gifts, but overall nothing changing. Dabi didn't let anything slip like Himiko had, so Izumi didn't know anything new about him aside from his rudimentary glass-blowing talents and that he disliked fish. That all changed as February came. Saturday, February 5, 2281. Dagoba Municipal Beach, Muzurifu. As was routine at this point, Izumi went down to the beach bright and early on Saturday morning, carrying the usual bag of supplies which she would inevitably leave behind at Dabi's place. She was a little tired from her early morning training, but the sun was shining above her and slowly restoring her energy. The days were getting longer now, so Izumi's sun-fueled powers were growing stronger again. "Morning, Dabi," Izumi said cheerfully as she and Ishiko set up their usual spot beside the RV. Dabi lazily waved, "Morning, wolf girl. Early as always." "Yup. I think we're making some real progress," Izumi boasted. It was true too. In the 4 months she'd been working at it, the beach was already much cleaner. There was no trash to the left of the RV at all, and the trash to the right was getting further and further away. Dabi nodded absently. "Huh, guess you are. Bring any burnable crap to me, I might as well stretch my quirk a little." Izumi beamed at him, making him roll his eyes. Every small concession from Dabi made Izumi react like he'd just handed her the Hope Diamond. You'd think a girl with such devoted friends and a clearly loving home would be more used to such things. Dabi had asked a little about Izumi's home life once and had been told that Izumi was in the care of the Hero Commission president after spending a bad year in foster care, thanks to her mother falling victim to the Reaper. Dabi had been irritated by the mentions of both the Reaper, Izumi's abuse, and the Hero Commission, but he'd ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. All he knew was that Izumi seemed happy with this President Kanahana woman. "Oh yeah, I took those old books you threw out to the pawn shop. Turns out a few were kind of rare, so you've got some spending money." Izumi smiled, opening her wallet and handing a few thousand-yen bills to Dabi. "I thought you were going to trash them," Dabi said, bewildered by the small stack of cash he now had. There had to be about 15,000 yen here. No point wasting good books. I fixed M up with my rejuvenation and then took M in, Izumi told him while she worked. Dabi just sighed, then stuffed the notes into his jeans with a small grin. "Well, since I'm momentarily rich, I think I'll go shopping." "Don't touch my stuff while I'm gone," he said, walking off with a backward wave. Yeah. Izumi nodded, not looking up from her work. Izumi got so into her work, she didn't realize how fast time was moving until her stomach grumbled. "Time to eat, great mother," Yamagami helpfully told her. The brush gods didn't speak often, but when they did it was usually to remind her to take care of herself. Izumi found it sweet, but she wished they'd stop calling her Great Mother. The brush gods may have been born from Izumi's prior incarnation, but she herself was still only 14. "I hope you packed some good fruit," Tsutagami piped up. "I'm quite partial to cheese myself," Tashigami added. "The mouse likes cheese, how cliché," Bakugami snorted. "We can't all eat everything like you, pig," the mouse god snapped back. Izumi sighed. Who would have thought these immortal gods would bicker so much? They may be able to taste what she ate, but they didn't get it added to their waistlines like Izumi did. Yamagami eventually shut them up, but Izumi could sense the dragon brush god's desire for meat. In fairness, with the exception of Izumi's love of bone marrow, Izumi and Yamagami shared the same tastes in food. Whenever they had katsudon, Yamagami would radiate joy for hours, making the already happy Izumi even happier. Of course, Bakugami was a little less eager, being a boar after all, but Izumi assured him that pork and boar weren't the same. The green-haired girl wandered back to where she'd left her supplies, only to discover Dabi returning with groceries in his arms. "Did you eat yet?" Dabi asked. "No, I was just about to." The man smirked. "Good. We're having curry." "Grab some wood for a fire," he said, pulling out vegetables and various other ingredients for curry. Izumi blinked in surprise but quickly recovered and complied, slicing up an old wardrobe for some wood and dragging it back to Dabi. The man in question had pulled some cooking utensils, including a large pot, from the cupboards in the RV and was already working quickly to clean everything with some bottled water. "Take these and slice them," he ordered, handing her some freshly washed potatoes, carrots and onions. Izumi complied and used power slash to cut the vegetables, since she didn't have a knife or cutting board, while Dabi used some matches to light the fire. Izumi briefly wondered why Dabi didn't use his quirk, but chose not to question it while they were working. As it turns out, Dabi was quite a skilled cook. He seasoned carefully and regularly tested everything, even going so far as to add single grains of salt or spice to the food as he worked. It was a curry unlike any Izumi had eaten before, as the rice had been cooked inside the curry since they didn't have a rice cooker. The man was completely at peace as he cooked, a small but pleasant smile on his face. Once the food was done, Dabi handed Izumi a disposable plate and utensils he had bought, then loaded her plate with the curry and served himself. Izumi tasted it and her eyes lit up. It was delicious. Even her mom's, or Mrs. Nazo's, hadn't been this good. Within Izumi, the brush gods voiced their own approval while Ishiko whined from her hiding spot in Izumi's hair, not able to taste it, at least until Izumi was able to sneak her a few bites. "This is delicious. You're an amazing cook." Izumi gushed. Dabi gave a lopsided grin. "Yeah. Glad you like it. I told you before, I'm not a charity case and I hate leaving debts unpaid, so I figured this would be a good way of paying you back." "Thanks, Dabi." Izumi smiled warmly. "You didn't have to do this, but I really appreciate it." "Good, now eat up. I don't like wasting food." Izumi didn't have to be told twice and happily devoured the rest of her plate, plus 2 more servings. Dabi seemed happy that she enjoyed his food and the two chatted much more amicably than usual. Once they were done, Dabi took the disposable dishes and the scraps from the vegetables and incinerated it with his quirk, the flash of blue flames clashing beautifully with the red flames of their small cooking fire. Seeing this, Izumi couldn't hold in her curiosity. "Hey Dabi, why did you use matches to start the fire when you have a fire quirk?" Dabi frowned and for a second, Izumi worried she'd said something wrong, but the man just sighed. "My quirk is called cremation. It does exactly what it sounds like, the flames cremate everything they touch, reducing it all to ashes." I guess since blue flames burn hotter than normal red ones, it makes sense for them to burn things up faster. "It must be rough," Izumi said. I make do. It has its benefits, especially for my work." "Work? Is that where you disappear to sometimes?" Dabi narrowed his eyes. "Nosy brat, aren't ya? Trust me, you don't want to know what I do for a living." Izumi shuddered, fear beginning to creep up her spine. Is it illegal?" "If you're asking if I'm a villain or yakuza, then no. It would take someone pretty amazing to convince me to go down that route. I've got enough trouble looking like a burnt corpse without having this ugly mug plastered all over the news. If you must know, I work as a bouncer at some shitty club that runs a quirk fighting ring," Dabi said with a frown. Izumi gasped. Quirk fighting rings were sort of a gray area in the law. They were greatly looked down upon and law enforcement would try to bust them whenever possible, but due to the initial legislation on them being too broadly worded, the proposed ban was postponed and hadn't really been picked up again. These days, the police mostly broke them up using the excuse of the illegal gambling, occasional exploitation of minors and causing a public disturbance. Most civilized people didn't associate with them. "Do you ever fight yourself?" Izumi asked, remembering how easily Dabi had beaten Katsuki during their one-time sparring match. Dabi snorted, "Not a chance. My quirk turns things to ash, remember? They're quirk fights, not death battles," he said, creating some of his blue flame to demonstrate what he meant. Izumi frowned a bit. She was happy Dabi wasn't involved in the fighting itself, but something about the situation was making the hair on the back of her neck stand up. She could smell something odd too, like someone was cooking some kind of foreign food nearby. "That is the smell of cooking human flesh," Yamagami said with distaste. "I could never forget that smell. When demons walked the land of Nippon millennia ago, they commonly roasted and ate humans." Dabi appears to be resistant enough to his quirk to avoid being turned to ash, but not enough to stop him being slowly roasted by his own power. Izumi looked at Dabi sadly. The nature of some people's quirks could be devastating for them, as they offered differing levels of immunity. Some, like Kaken, were mostly immune to their own quirks but could still be harmed as a consequence, such as Kaken being immune to his explosions but still able to suffer damage from the force they released. Others were completely immune, like R-rated hero Midnight being immune to her sleeping gas quirk. But then there were also those with no immunity at all, and could be harmed by their own power as easily as anyone else, usually because their bodies had failed to adapt to the quirk properly. Dabi fell into the partially affected category. "Your quirk, it hurts you when you use it, right?" Izumi asked. Dabi froze for a moment, his turquoise eyes meeting Izumi's emerald ones. Guessed that just from my burns, huh, he said, watching Izumi carefully. Izumi blinked, something about Dabi's response seemed off. He was acting cagey now, his relaxed guard now back up at full force. Burns are common in fire users without immunity or heavy resistance. Your body is able to resist your blue flames a little, but nowhere near enough. Using it for even a few seconds damages you. You're weirdly sharp for a kid. I'm guessing you use that rejuvenation power of yours to heal people a lot, right? At least enough to be able to tell when someone is wounded. Most people can't tell when I'm damaged, thanks to this charcoal layer I call skin. Dabi said, showing Izumi his fingers. The tips were just a little burnt, enough to be reddened but not enough to begin blistering. I want to be a hero, remember? I've trained a lot to help people in different ways. Though in truth, I can smell your flesh slowly cooking as you use your quirk. A wolf's nose is sharp, you know. Izumi replied, gently taking Dabi's hand and summoning some rejuvenating ink. Dabi scowled and roughly pulled his hand back. I don't want your healing or your pity, he grumbled. Izumi frowned, I'm not pitying you. Healing someone who's hurt should be common sense for someone with a healing quirk. Why suffer the pain of your burned fingers when I'm willing to fix it with no strings attached, she asked, putting one hand on her hip while maintaining the ink on the other. Because I can deal with it on my own. Besides, the second I use my quirk again, I'll get the same burns. My body is used to healing crappy little marks like this, so don't waste your effort. Dabi said, shoving his hands in his pockets so Izumi couldn't force the issue. Now how the hell do you know what cooking human flesh smells like? Your wolf senses may have let you detect it, but there's no way you'd be able to tell what it is if you haven't smelled it before. The green-haired girl gulped. She wasn't great at coming up with excuses when suddenly put on the spot. Hell, she could barely lie to literally save her life. Of course, Izumi couldn't tell the truth in this case either, telling Dabi that a millennia-old dragon god living in her head had identified the smell would be a fast track to losing any trust Dabi had in her. I've, worked at the hospital from time to time, using my quirk to heal people. You aren't the first person I've met with burns, and some were fairly fresh. Izumi explained. It wasn't a lie exactly, she had treated burn victims in the past, they just didn't smell like that due to all the medication and antibacterial cream. But if Dabi took her vague comment as an explanation, then that was fine by her. Thankfully, Dabi did accept it, and moved a little further towards the sea, kicking off his shoes and sitting down in the sand, just far enough from the water that it only reached his toes when the tide came in. You've seen some pretty fucked up shit, for a kid. Dabi mused. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Izumi replied, thinking of the demons she'd faced. She took her own shoes and socks off, then sat beside the burned man, smiling a little as the water came in and cooled her feet, then flowed out again. It was still a cold winter day, but the icy sea water felt oddly refreshing to her. It made her nostalgic, she wondered if she'd been on this same beach in her past life. Sorry I got testy back there. Dabi said, breaking the silence, I've looked like a burnt side of bacon since I was young. My fire quirk has always been strong, but my body was weak. Then, about 6 years ago, when I was 15 and about to graduate junior high, something happened that made my quirk much stronger. Suddenly, I went from being able to use it for a while before getting light burns, to only being able to use it for a few seconds. I got pretty used to burning myself to cinders. When you can't even use your own power without scorching yourself to the bone, you learn to be pretty tough emotionally, otherwise you'd just break, the man said, staring off into the sea. Izumi nodded in understanding, it must be so hard. You're amazing for enduring it all this time. Come to think of it, when you asked about my notes on fire quirk users back when we met for the second time, was this why you wanted them? So you could maybe learn to control your flames so they wouldn't hurt you. Dabi paused for a moment, then nodded, yeah. The wolf girl frowned. Her instincts were telling her he was lying, there was another reason he wanted the notes, but she couldn't exactly just call him a liar and expect him to immediately cave and tell the truth. Besides, Dabi wasn't an enemy to be interrogated, it was better to let him open up on his own time. The two watched the sea together for some time, sitting in comfortable silence. Ishiko, unable to do much without letting on that she wasn't a part of Izumi's quirk, decided to simply nap in her pocket, while Izumi happily breathed in the brisk sea air and practiced drawing in the sand with her finger and an old twig. With Ishiko as a tutor and her techniques being based around ink and drawing, Izumi had become quite an adept artist, able to paint and draw some rather professional-looking portraits, usually of heroes or friends. Dabi watched her, almost smiling when she started drawing a profile of himself in the sand. You really are a strange kid. Dabi said, cleaning up this beach, healing people at the hospital, spending your time trying to help me. Izumi smiled, I get that a lot. But if what I'm doing is considered strange, then that's kind of sad. Not everyone has your ethics, wolf girl. But I have to admit to being impressed by you. It leaves me wanting to ask you a question. Dabi began. Izumi looked to Dabi, finding him watching her with an unreadable expression. Go ahead, if I can answer, I will, she told him. Dabi smirked, a tad friendlier than usual. His turquoise eyes watched her expression carefully. What do you think a true hero is, Kami of Mizurufu? Next chapter, Hero of Ash to be released, May 29, 2021. Well, it looks like Dabi has worked out at least one of Izumi's secret identities. The guy is sharp. This chapter was mostly to show the slowly growing relationship between Izumi and Dabi, so it was kind of slow. Things will begin picking up in the next few chapters. For those curious, sitting on the beach reminded Izumi of when her past life roamed the Ryoshima coast of Nippon. Dagoba Beach may not actually be that coast, I'm not sure how most of the geography lines up, or where Mizurufu is exactly, but I like to think Izumi gets nostalgia for these things even so. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 4-3, Hero of Ash. Saturday, February 5, 2281. Dagoba Municipal Beach, Mizurufu. What do you think a true hero is, Kami of Mizurufu? Izumi went still as the question echoed in her mind, panic and curiosity warring within her. Unlike her nature as the sun goddess, her nickname of the Kami of Mizurufu was more well known than Izumi would have liked. Anyone who knew her personally, or had known about her before her powers manifested, had been able to accurately guess that Izumi and the Kami were the same person. The white hair, wolf features and divine markings of her demigod form were good enough to disguise her, so new people didn't figure it out, but those who saw her transform or those that knew her face well enough to see through the disguise were able to work it out. The only reason the secret hadn't been spilled to the media or spread around was because Izumi was so helpful to the people of Mizurufu. She was considered a local hero, and the people kept quiet either out of respect or out of fear that they'd lose their young hero if they spilled the beans. Calming herself, Izumi looked back to Dabi. How'd you find out? She asked. Dabi snorted. We've known each other for about 3 months now, right? Since the middle of November. I've seen you use your quirk pretty much every day, and I've seen you turn into that wolf a few times too. I've lived in Mizurufu most of my life, of course I'd recognize that wolf was the Kami. I'm guessing the blonde brats are the 2 helper kids people see riding around on your back sometimes, right? Izumi felt like face-palming. Of course she'd be discovered if she regularly used her powers in front of someone who was aware of the Kami. I feel like an idiot. I've been trying to keep my identity under wraps since I was 5, but everyone I meet recognizes me right away now. The burned man grinned. Are you really surprised? No one in the world has a quirk as weird as yours. What did you say it was? Okami? Izumi nodded, making Dabi grin wider, the power to turn either fully or partially into a wolf and produce ink that can be used to cast numerous different spells based on their color and what you draw. A power like that suits a Kami. What can you do with it exactly? I have only 5 techniques discovered. My instincts tell me that there should be about 13 different powers, but I've only discovered the first few. I can create small balls of sunlight with sunrise, repair people and objects with rejuvenation, make bombs with cherry bomb, cut things apart with power slash, and create various plants with green sprout. Izumi explained. You forgot your mirror. Dabi reminded her. Izumi flushed. Oh, yeah. I can make a mirror as a weapon too, with divine retribution, she quickly lied. The lie used to disguise her divine powers as a quirk was already too complicated, so saying the mirror was an unrelated power to her ink techniques would just muddy the issue. Better to pretend it's another ink technique. Dabi watched her silently for a few moments, making the girl nervous and feel like she'd forgotten something, but finally he just nodded and turned back to the sea. Interesting power. No one who sees it could mistake it for something else. But you haven't answered my original question. To you, as the Kami of Mizurufu, what is a true hero? Naturally, with Izumi being who she was, the very first thing that popped into her mind was All Might. He was the epitome of what a hero should be, brave, strong, kind and willing to put everything on the line for the sake of others. All Might was the symbol of peace, the unbreakable pillar that held society aloft and instilled hope in the people who saw his smile, and terror in those that preyed on others. Izumi thought about it a little more, then turned to Dabi with her answer. To me personally, a true hero is someone who is willing to give anything and everything to make others happy. Someone who will save those who need it, someone who will give hope to those in despair. A true hero devotes their life to the world and its people, doing all they can to bring peace and happiness, even if the things they do are small and insignificant, like giving a flower to a sad child. I think that a true hero is someone who even tries to save villains, who stops their evil deeds while offering a path of redemption. Izumi and Dabi sat together in silence for a few minutes while Dabi processed Izumi's answer. He had listened with a neutral expression and was now staring out at the sea, a contemplative look on his face. After a few moments, he finally spoke, "You're unbearably naive. You just want everyone in the world to get along and be happy. It's a nice thought, but not possible for humans. Some people can't be happy unless they're making others miserable, and when more than one person are aiming for the same dream, and only one can achieve it, you're guaranteed to get heartbroken people left behind, watching their dreams shatter. Still, I can't say I dislike your definition of a true hero." Izumi nodded in agreement. "I know I'm naive. I want to see the best in people, even if they don't deserve it. I'm not perfect though, there are people out there even I can't forgive. People who I wouldn't hurt, but also might not save if they needed it. It's something I'm still trying to work through in my heart," she confessed. She was thinking back to her previous foster families, the first family that threw her away because they thought she was quirkless, the second who beat her into the hospital, and the third who tried to groom her for their sick depravities. They were the real villains as far as Izumi was concerned, at least more so than the few petty crooks and thieves she'd encountered on her hero work studies and internships. Even all these years later, Izumi still harbored resentments towards them for abusing her, and to this day, child abuse was one of the things that could make Izumi more aggressive and violent than even Katsuki. Dabi was a little surprised by the dark look in Izumi's eyes as she spoke of people she might not save. It was rather disconcerting considering her usual cutesy innocence, but the burned man guessed that even kind people had things they couldn't tolerate. Izumi appeared to realize that a hero who might not save everyone wasn't a great hero to be though, and openly admitted to trying to resolve those feelings. It showed more maturity than Dabi had expected. "So, you aim to be a true hero like you described, right?" Dabi asked. Izumi nodded, so the man continued, "Do you aim to be number one?" "Of course." Izumi chirped, her mood improving again. "Why? Surely as a true hero, being number one is unnecessary. It's a meaningless popularity contest after all." Dabi replied. Izumi shook her head, "No way. Your ranking as a hero is super important. It's like a measuring stick to see how well you're doing your job. Kind of like those annual reviews employees get at big companies. A hero's ranking is based on public approval and cases resolved, so if I get a high rank, it means I've done a lot to help people and gained their respect and approval. The higher my rank, the more good I've done and the more people trust me. If more people trust me, then they'll feel safer and happier knowing I'm around. We live in an era of peace because everyone knows All Might is at the top of the hero rankings, so if I reach the number one too, then I'll be making people feel safe as well just by being there. I don't care about fame or popularity for myself, but by becoming popular, I'll make more people happy." Izumi explained, her eyes shining vibrantly. Dabi's turquoise eyes grew large as his smirk grew wider too. Here was someone who wanted to become the number one hero just so she could help more people in more ways. The rankings that some heroes obsessed over were nothing more than a measuring stick for this kid. That old bastard would absolutely hate this kid. Dabi muttered to himself, just out of Izumi's hearing, she was in human form after all. "Say, Dabi. Why ask me that anyway?" Izumi asked, "Are you interested in becoming a pro hero? If you are, then I can get you in contact with some people at the commission. You'd need to work hard, since you won't get special treatment, but I bet you could do it if you tried," she said, getting herself excited. Dabi just shook his head, "Hold your horses, wolf girl. I only asked because I was curious about why a kid like you wanted to be a hero, and what kind of hero you were aiming to be. The world's got enough shitty attention whores in colorful costumes, so I wanted to make sure you weren't just another one." Izumi frowned, "I see. Dabi, do you hate heroes?" The burned man thought about it for a few minutes, then shrugged, "Honestly, I hate most of them, but there are a few good ones out there. All Might is the obvious number one, practically everyone loves that dude. I've got a soft spot for Hawks too, he's about my age and became a pro before he was as old as a high schooler. Plus, he's pretty close to your definition of a true hero. Helps that he's easy on the eyes too." Dabi smirked. Izumi giggled, Kigo had become a really popular hero. He'd reached the top 10 within a year of starting his own agency, and he was the current number 4, behind Best Jeanist, Endeavor and All Might. His popularity was rising however, and many predicted he'd surpass Best Jeanist before too long. "Hawks and All Might are my two favorite heroes." Izumi beamed, "I really look up to both of them." Dabi smirked and got to his feet. He patted his jeans to knock the sand off, then slipped his shoes back on and turned to Izumi with a knowing smile, "I'm glad. I feel like I can trust you a little more now, kid." "I'm glad." Izumi replied, hopping to her feet too, "I want you to consider me a friend, Dabi. If there's something I can do to help you, please let me." It's not charity or pity for me to want to help the people I care about, right? The burned man nodded, fair enough. Truth is, I've been hiding a couple of things from you. I've got issues with a hero, one I want to beat. That's the real reason I wanted your notes. I don't want to kill him, or even permanently harm him, but I do want to end his career. He's an affront to the title of hero, the ultimate fake, a villain in a hero costume. Izumi's face fell and she opened her mouth to speak, but Dabi cut her off. I'm not asking for your notes anymore. You've got no reason to help me with this, and since I don't intend to tell you who the hero is or why I want him exposed, I can't expect you to give me them. Besides, you weren't going to anyway, were you? Sorry. Izumi said sadly, I do want to help you, but what you're saying sounds like revenge to me. If you want my help exposing this fake hero to the police, then I'll gladly help, but I can't assist you if you want to settle things violently. Fake or not, if you assault this hero, you'll be committing a crime and will be labeled a villain. I trust you enough to believe you have a valid reason to hate this hero, but I can't do anything to help you fight him, she said determinedly, despite her inner turmoil. She wanted to help her friend, but revenge wasn't the answer, and if Dabi wasn't willing to go the legal route, Izumi could do nothing. Dabi accepted this immediately. I figured as much. I don't hold it against you, and I had no intention of forcing the issue or asking you to help me in the fight itself. I only wanted the notes on his weaknesses. However, there is something else I want your help with, something that'll help me sleep a little easier in this trash dump. Dabi spun on his heel and began marching up the beach, heading into the area that Izumi hadn't gotten to yet. Izumi, surprised by how easily Dabi accepted her refusal, quickly chased after him, curious what the other thing he wanted help with was. They walked in silence for a good 10 minutes, in which Izumi realized just how long Dagoba Beach actually was. She'd cleaned up the area around Dabi's RV and everything to the south of it, but the RV was already on the south end of the beach, so most of the trash was to the north, where Izumi hadn't gotten to yet. As she walked, Izumi did some adding up in her head, and guessed that at her current pace, she'd probably be finished with the beach in another 5 or 6 months. Her powers sped up her progress a lot, but her hero training cut into the time she had to spare. Just as Izumi was thinking this, she suddenly felt the hair on the back of her neck stand up. She and Dabi were slowly approaching something. Something foul and evil. The trash around them was beginning to look moldy and decrepit, while the sand was taking on a sludgy consistency. Even the sea was affected, it looked poisoned in this area, and numerous dead fish were floating on the surface. Something was very wrong. Izumi stopped walking. Dabi, what's going on? What do you need my help with? She asked. She wasn't taking another step until she knew what was happening. Dabi turned back to her, nervous. I don't blame you, this area scares me too, but you look way more sensitive to it. Guess my hunch was right, you know about them too, don't you? Those inhuman creatures. Izumi narrowed her eyes. Inhuman creatures? What are you talking about? She asked, fully on guard. Hiding within her hair, Ishiko whispered a warning. Careful Izumi. If we make an enemy of this guy, we're toast. There's no way we can defend against his fire, she said. Dabi didn't appear offended or upset by Izumi's defensive stance. I'm talking about those freaky little creatures, monsters that can't be really killed. There used to be pictures of them on wanted posters a few years back, connecting them to the Reaper. One of their names was, what was it? Oh yeah, Rokuju. At the mention of that hated name, Izumi's eyes widened and filled with fire. Dabi actually stepped back a little, surprised by the fierceness the girl was showing. After her mother's soul had been stolen and she'd been left beaten and bloody in the alleyway by that foul demon, Izumi had told the police what happened, leading to the police putting up wanted posters of Rokuju the Green Imp that showed a picture Izumi had drawn. For a while, people believed that Rokuju was the Reaper, but Izumi's own testimony, based on the imp's words, made it clear he only stole souls and delivered them to his master, along with similar creatures. This, combined with the fact that not everyone could see the demons, Izumi had told the police that the imp said one needed spiritual power to see them, but that was quickly dismissed, had led people to believe that the real Reaper could summon monsters to steal vitality, and that some unknown condition must be met for people to see them. For a while, there were a lot of sightings of similar creatures, but whenever they were seen, heroes or police officers would usually drive them off, assuming they could see them, or seemingly kill them in an attempt to capture the demons. The evil one, or whichever demon general was commanding the lesser demons, apparently got the hint and stopped sending green imps to steal souls. Izumi might not have gotten her mother's soul back or avenged herself against Rokuju, but she'd at least reduced the number of Reaper victims by a huge margin. Not to say she'd stopped the attacks altogether, of course. Not every imp was seen before committing their crime, and there were more than green imps in the demon legions. Reaper attacks had decreased in Muzutafu as much due to Izumi's status as Amaterasu, and the presence of Sakuya, as the wanted posters which were now widely forgotten about. Izumi's expression reminded Dabi that while she was a little girl compared to him, he didn't call her wolf girl for nothing. She looked ready to pounce and rip someone apart with her teeth. You know where that demon is, she demanded. Dabi shook his head quickly. I'm not sure exactly. I see a lot of them, but I never ask their names. They and a bunch of similar monsters roam around just up ahead, he said, pointing in the direction he had been leading her. Izumi growled, then stopped and took several deep breaths to calm herself down. She'd transformed into demigod form without realizing it, and her fur was standing on end. Getting herself back under control, Izumi returned to her human form and looked at Dabi. Sorry for my rudeness. She said, bowing, Rokuju is the demon responsible for my mother being in a coma. Those wanted posters were put up because I witnessed the attack. I drew the picture on them, she explained. The burned man grimaced. Shit. You mentioned your mom was a victim of the Reaper, so these monsters that you call demons are his henchmen? Izumi nodded, something like that. Dabi, I really don't want to be impolite here, but what is going on? You've been acting weird and leading me to this place where the demons supposedly live. You clearly know more than you're letting on, about them and me. Why else would you ask me to help you with this? I guess you're right. The truth is, I've had my suspicions about you ever since I worked out you were the kami of Muzutafu, and saw the funny little pixie thing you carry around with you. Dabi said, leaning against a trash pile. Izumi frowned, feeling Ishiko go tense against her neck. Had Dabi really worked out their true identities? Izumi shook that thought off quickly. It didn't look like he knew the truth about Amaterasu or Ishiko, and he likely wouldn't call the demons simple monsters if he knew what they really were. What makes you think she isn't just part of my quirk? Like my mirror? Izumi asked, gently picking up Ishiko and having her sit on her palm. Dabi smirked. I did think that originally, but you failed to point her out earlier when you told me the powers you've got. Plus, you go out of your way to hide her half the time. I figure she must be one of these weird creatures too. Being compared to a demon was a touch too much for Ishiko to tolerate, and her temper exploded. How dare you compare me to those disgusting monsters? I am Ishiko, a celestial envoy and proud member of the Ponkel race. I am descended from a long line of amazing swordsmen and artists, and I will surpass them all. I demand you treat me with the proper respect. Izumi winced and put her face in her palm, while Dabi just raised an eyebrow. Ishiko, once she'd calmed down from her tirade, paled as she realized what she'd done. She'd just told Dabi exactly what she was. If she'd kept silent, Izumi could have potentially come up with some other excuse or half-truth to explain what Ishiko was, but now it was too late. Ishiko eventually just sighed and sat in Izumi's palm. Well, shit. Izumi put her pinky finger over the Ponkel's mouth before she could speak again, while Dabi just smirked. Okay, so your little friend is a Ponkel. No clue what that is, or what a celestial envoy is, but whatever. Can everyone see her, or only some people? Dabi asked, still smirking. Everyone can see Ponkels. They live in hiding because of it. I take it that since you asked that question, then you know not everyone can see demons. Izumi said. Yeah, I grabbed one of the little bastards from the camp up ahead and took it to the police once, but they couldn't see the damn thing, so they thought I was nuts and kicked me out of the station. Dabi said, irritated at the memory. I figured that with your weird quirk and kami nickname, you might be able to see them and help me get rid of them for good. Izumi nodded. I can certainly try. Without giving away things I shouldn't be telling you, I know that demons can't be properly killed by humans. If a human destroys a demon, they turn into black smoke and disappear, but they usually reform within a day or two, depending on how strong they are. Only those with a certain special power can kill them permanently, she explained. Dabi hummed, that makes sense. I've cleared out this camp just about every day, but it always comes back the next day with the same creatures. I guess that means I don't have the power to kill them for good. Do you have that power? He asked. Yes. I've fought a few demons in my life and none have come back. Izumi replied. Truthfully, she'd only defeated brush demons before, not lesser demons, but according to the brush god she'd rescued, lesser demons are mere foot soldiers in the demon army, while brush demons are the elite serving directly below the evil one, beneath only the demon generals and the dark god Yami in rank and power. If Izumi could purify 4 different brush demons, she could effortlessly kill a handful of normal demons, in theory. Dabi smiled with relief, thank God for that. Are you going to be okay with killing them? I didn't peg you for the sort of person who could kill, even monsters. Don't worry. Izumi smiled, demons are born from the corruption of souls that are set to be reincarnated. 99% of them just want to spread their evil, wreak havoc and destruction, and ultimately kill and devour all life. Killing demons is no different from killing weeds before they can choke the life from others. Once a demon dies at my hand, their soul is supposed to be purified and reincarnated as an animal, plant, or even human, she explained. Many of Izumi's lessons with Sakuya had focused on making sure the ever-innocent Izumi would be capable of slaying the demons, to the point that it almost bordered on indoctrination. So not only are demons real, but reincarnation is a thing? Shit, this is getting complicated. Let's just go and kill these things so I can go back to not thinking about any of this. Dabi said, turning to continue walking towards the demon's camp. Izumi followed along behind him, feeling her heart beat faster and faster with every step. Anticipation was making her antsy, and Izumi had to restrain herself not to run forward and find the demons herself. To keep her mind occupied and away from her quarry, Izumi began to wonder about Dagoba Beach. Demons infected and corrupted everything they touched, so was that why the beach became a dumping ground? All it would take was for the beach to look poisoned, or for a few bits of tattered junk that the demons stole being left on the sand to make those with looser morals think it was okay to just throw their own crap on the beach too. Humans were like that. Once they saw others behaving in certain ways, it became easier for them to act the same way. If enough people did something bad, it could make others believe it was acceptable social behavior. A literal form of monkey see, monkey do. We resent that saying. Hajigami said. Yeah, we don't starting messing stuff up just because we see others doing it. Tsutagami added. It is humanity and demons alone that defile nature. Animals and gods such as us do not commit such acts. Sakigami finished. Izumi nodded silently. She couldn't stand things like littering, and hated the destruction of nature. It made her wonder if it was a natural part of her personality, or if it was the instincts of her divine half. Here we are. Dabi said, coming to a stop in a small clearing within the mountains of trash. Izumi looked up and immediately winced. This part of the beach looked like a landfill. The ground beneath her feet was more trash than sand, and the whole area stank to high heaven. Unidentifiable and disgusting liquids seemed to ooze from the ground with every step, and the mountains of trash had almost congealed together as it rotted and decayed. Izumi wanted to vomit, but she forced herself to take some deep breaths, retching a few times as she did so she could grow used to the smell. Not only did the place look and smell terrible, but Izumi's divine senses were going haywire. Something evil was here, giving Izumi the same feeling she'd gotten when in the astral plane while a demon controlled it. Recovering a little, Izumi began to look around. Aside from the overwhelming decay, and the underlying feeling of corruption, there were no obvious signs of demons. Still, she could sense them. Dabi pointed to a pile of trash in the middle of the clearing. We have to go inside there, he said, his face contorted with displeasure. Izumi followed his finger and looked closer at the trash pile in the center of the clearing. Upon closer inspection, she found it wasn't actually trash at all, but some kind of very decrepit building. It was an old Japanese-style building, resembling a small, decaying version of a Rashomon gate. Corruption smoke steamed up from the ground around it, and wisps of green flame flickered in and out of existence around the gate, which appeared one strong breeze away from collapsing. Izumi stared at the bizarre building with confusion, feeling equal parts dread and familiarity. I've seen this before. She whispered. Ishiko began jumping furiously. This thing's a devil gate. How did you come across this thing? She yelled angrily, looking to the burned man. Dabi crossed his arms. Devil gate, huh? If you tell me what the hell that is, I'll tell you how I came across it. Izumi just shrugged, not knowing what the gate was despite her feeling of familiarity. Ishiko grumbled, but sat down on Izumi's palm again, and after exchanging a nod with Izumi, she began to explain. Dabi, you know about demons now, and how they come about from the corruption of souls. Well, when enough demons come together in one spot, they can combine their powers to make these little pocket dimensions that they can use as camps. The dimensions are parallel to ours and are usually only the size of the average two-bedroom house, at most. The entrances to these realms take the form of these gates, the devil gates. Once the demons inside are killed, the barrier separating their pocket dimension from this world is broken and both the dimension and the gate disappear. That's the simplest way I can put it. Ishiko said, these pocket dimensions can sometimes be used to conceal parts of the human world, and they always leak corruption into the surrounding area, which is why this part of the beach is such a cesspit. Well, that makes as much sense as everything else I've seen. I've been in there a lot, and once the demons are gone, I get kicked out and the gate disappears, so what you're claiming adds up. Also, since you said demons will return within a day or so unless someone with special powers kills them, I'm guessing the gates will return too? Dabi asked. Ishiko nodded, you've got it. I'm surprised you're taking this so well. Most humans aren't so accepting of demons and spirits, she pointed out. Dabi snorted, I'm a human that can produce blue fire from any part of my body. Wolf Girl can turn into a wolf and do all kinds of crazy shit. I've seen guys with quirks that make them super strong, or turn them into liquid form, or makes their noses produce cauliflower. Nothing in the world has made sense since quirks came about. Izumi and Ishiko exchanged a look, then simply nodded. The world was a weird place, and some people were just more accepting of that than others. Dabi didn't seem to care about Izumi's odd powers or Ishiko's species, and probably wouldn't have cared about demons if they hadn't been hanging around near his home. So, we've told you what this thing is, will you tell us how you found it? Izumi asked. Dabi nodded. Believe it or not, this thing is why I live on this beach in that old RV. About a month before I met you, I was living at the club where I work, but my asshole boss was taking most of my pay for rent. Then one day, some underworld info broker came to watch the fights and introduced himself to me, some creepy gray-haired guy calling himself Jiren. He said he was gathering people for some kind of job that's supposed to be coming up in a year or two. Don't know why he was hiring people so long before the job, but I didn't care, it sounded like villain shit so I refused. That was a smart move. There are rumors about an underworld figure by the name of Jiren back at the Hero Commission. He's apparently connected to a seriously bad villain group, but no one knows anything about it. Izumi said. I figured as much. I'd give you details to take home with you, but he didn't give me any useful info. Getting back on topic, after I refused, the prick said he knew about my issues with that hero I mentioned earlier. Apparently my boss was loose-lipped on top of being a stingy prick. He said that if I thought about his offer and came to a final decision before the job, he'd hook me up with a new place to live and, the ultimate, unlimited training experience. As you can guess, the RV was the new place, and this Devil Gate was the training experience. Dabi said, true to his word, I could go inside this thing every day and fight those monsters to my heart's content, but every time I did, I could feel myself growing angrier and more hateful. Each fight was shorter and more brutal than the last, and I started scaring myself. That's why I was hoping you could destroy it for good. If I just ignore it, the demons come out and hunt me down for revenge and the problem just starts again. Dabi clenched his fists. I don't want to become a villain, but I feel like I'll become one if I keep fighting here. I don't want to die either, not before facing that bastard, but if I don't fight back when these creatures hunt me down. I see. Izumi frowned. Demons corrupted everything they came in contact with, even fighting them would eventually corrupt a person's soul, only someone filled with divine light could stand it. Izumi looked at Dabi with sad eyes. Just what hell had this man gone through? He'd been born with a quirk that hurts him to use, had that same quirk get stronger and more dangerous, resulting in his burned appearance, ended up homeless, been victimized by some fake hero, forced to work for shady people, and now he was being slowly corrupted by his exposure to demons. Izumi frowned as she thought about Jiren. The man must know something about what demons were and what they could do. The villain probably hoped Dabi would end up either possessed or corrupted by being so close to the monsters. That was something worth bringing up with Sakuya later. If Jiren did know as much as it seemed he did, then the villain organization he worked with might have a connection to the evil one. Gathering her resolve, Izumi grabbed Dabi's hand. Dabi, I swear I'm going to help you. I'll defeat those demons and let you continue living in peace. Perhaps the demons would also have a clue as to the location of Rokuju, or perhaps who his master was. One way or another, Izumi intended on getting both payback, and her mother's soul. Dabi pulled his hand away from Izumi, then smirked and ruffled her hair. Thanks wolf girl. Let's head in there. Izumi nodded and transformed into her demigod form. Let's do this, she said, and the two marched forward and through the Devil Gate. Next chapter, Devils of Dagoba. To be released, May 31st, 2021. So we've now got a bit more insight into both Dabi and Izumi. Izumi is intended to be very naive, and a direct contrast to someone like Stain. She is still young though, and each experience with the demons and their corruption, as well as people like the Togas, is slowly darkening Izumi's outlook. We'll see the consequences of this in the next arc. This chapter also introduces the concept of Devil Gates from Okami, which will play an important role in future events, not to mention Jiren and his connections to a certain organization. I should make something clear though, Dabi didn't give the identity of the hero he hates to his boss or anyone else, so Jiren doesn't know who he really is. Next chapter will finally introduce lesser demons, who haven't made an appearance since the early chapters of the first story arc. We'll be seeing them more often from now on though. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 4-4, Devils of Dagoba. Saturday, February 5th, 2281. Dagoba Municipal Beach, Muzurafu. Izumi and Dabi marched through the Devil Gate, and the instant they each passed through the archway, their vision was obscured by a massive plume of black smoke, blinding and choking them for a few seconds before clearing up. The duo opened their eyes again to find they were now on the other side of the archway, and that the Devil Gate was nowhere to be seen. The entire clearing was surrounded by a deep red and purple barrier with black demonic symbols floating all over it, trapping both Izumi and Dabi into the pocket dimension beyond the Dagoba Devil Gate. Izumi didn't know what to expect, having no memories of Devil Gates beyond a vague sense of familiarity, but Dabi, who'd been inside this one almost daily for a half a year, was immediately on guard. Plumes of purple smoke began to burst from the ground, and from each one leapt a demon. From the looks of things, all 5 varieties of the imp demon type were present, including those that Izumi had only learned of in her lessons. Outside of the green imps and the brush demons, Izumi had never seen most demons, only the drawings of them made by the punkles of the past generations. Imps all shared a few common traits. They were ape-like with horns, long lower canines, a musical instrument as a weapon, and similar clothing, consisting of a waistcoat with pointed shoulders and long flowing sleeves. They also all bore a katakana symbol on their faces, with members of the same imp species having the same symbol. These 5 varieties were identified primarily by the color of their fur: green, red, yellow, blue, and black. The green imps were the most familiar to Izumi. They were the smallest, with green fur, dark green clothing, a single pointed horn and a paper slip over their faces with the katakana, I. They also wielded an extendable bamboo flute, the very same weapon that had stolen Inko's soul and left numerous scars on Izumi's back. The mere sight of the creatures was enough to have Izumi immediately in a battle stance, her lips curled into a furious snarl. The red imps were almost identical to the green ones, only being a bit larger and having red fur and clothing. They wielded a large shamisen, a traditional Japanese string instrument, and the paper slips on their face had the katakana, aro. The largest type were the yellow imps, which were noticeably bigger and more muscular than the other types, carrying a massive taiko drum on its back and wielding a pair of metal-studded drumsticks in its hands. Instead of a single pointed white horn, the yellow imp had 4 small, flat-topped horns, and wore a paper mask with the katakana, ha. Then there were the blue imps, which were unique in their ability to fly. Each of its gangly blue furred limbs was gripped onto the corner of a large square kite, which seemed to fly easily without any wind. In the imp's mouth was its weapon, a recorder, and on its head were a pair of bull-like curved horns. Its paper mask bore the katakana, ni. Red, yellow, blue, and black imps. Lastly were the leaders of the imps, the most fearsome of this class of demon, the black imp. It was larger than all but the yellow imp, and its body had dark gray fur bordering on black. Its single white horn and pointed lower canines were longer and sharper than the other imps, and rather than wear a paper mask, it left its face fully exposed, showing the ape-like appearance all imps shared. On its face was a red tattoo of the katakana, ho, and in its hands was a small drum, and floating around it were 4 human skulls, seemingly moving according to the imp's will, just as Izumi's mirror moved for her. Izumi's eyes scanned back and forth, quickly counting up the number of enemies. There were 7 green imps, 5 red imps, 3 blue imps, 2 yellow imps and a single black imp to act as the leader. She narrowed her eyes as one of the green imps began to speak, using the same hateful voice as Rokuju and the other green imps from the attack on her mother. "The burnt human is back," it shrieked, "let's kill him this time." "Wait, there's another one this time." "A girl," one of the red imps chimed in, its voice almost identical, though a little deeper. "How old do you think she is?" "Will the master want her soul?" a different red imp asked. "Let's take it and find out," screamed a green imp, charging forward to attack Izumi with his flute. Izumi narrowed her eyes and prepared to fight. The black imp, apparently realizing who she really was, called out to the attacking green imp with a deep, demonic voice. "Stop, you fool. She is no mere human." Unfortunately, the green imp was already in the air, having leapt to strike Izumi hard with his flute. Dabi put his arm up to incinerate the demon, but a flash of Izumi's eyes made him hesitate. With a movement almost too fast for the burned man to follow, Izumi slashed her finger at the attacking imp, drawing a line of black ink and instantly slicing him in half with a power slash. The imp screamed in agony as more black smoke poured from either side of its bifurcated body, but Izumi immediately ended its pain, and its life, with one more quick power slash, cutting its head in half right down the middle. The dead imp's body disappeared into nothingness and a small ball of light shot out and into the sky, symbolizing the corrupted soul's purification and return to the cycle of rebirth. Dabi and the imps were shocked by the ruthlessness as Izumi looked up at the remaining demons with cold eyes. "I am going to give you all one chance to leave here alive," she said, sweeping her eyes over the crowd of imps. "Tell me where to find Rokuju the green imp, tell me who his master is, and then leave this place and never return. Do these 3 things, and I'll spare your lives. Refuse, and I will purify your twisted souls," she threatened. The other green imps shuddered and backed off, while the stronger imp types looked nervous. Only the black imp stood completely resolute. She sliced Sanjuhachi in half. "She actually killed him," one of the blue imps screamed, actually dropping his recorder as his mouth hung. Open. The blue imp spoke in a snide, whiny voice, which grated on both Izumi's and Dabi's ears. His soul got purified. He won't come back anymore. What the hell is she? One of the lumbering yellow imps asked, its voice deep and slow. The black imp growled, fools. Did you not see the white wolf features? The divine markings on her face? The divine instrument on her back? That girl is no human, she is Amaterasu. The imps began shuddering, all but the black imp shrinking away from Izumi's presence. Dabi looked at them with shock. Even after he'd incinerated all of them over 100 times, they were more afraid of Izumi than they were of him. He turned to Izumi, who was patiently waiting to see if her demands would be met, or if she'd have to keep fighting. Dabi found himself wondering, just how accurate is that kami nickname? Ishiko laughed, they look afraid. Serves these demons right for what they've done to this beach. It doesn't look like any of them are going to spill the beans on their boss though. Izumi nodded, and without ending her death glare at the demons, spoke to Dabi. Dabi, you've fought and beaten them all before, right? What can you tell me? She asked. She knew about these types of demon in theory, but having never encountered them, or successfully beaten them, in the case of the green imps, Izumi wasn't going to overlook a potentially crucial source of info. Dabi stepped forward. The green ones are basically cannon fodder. They can hit with their flutes and extend them to increase their range, but they're otherwise no different than people with sticks. The red ones are tougher and can block with their instruments, but they're made of wood and so burn easy. Your cutting power should work for you though. The yellow ones are a pain in the ass. They burrow underground and attack from below, so I usually try and incinerate them quickly. The blue ones attack at range with purple projectiles shot from their recorders, but a bit of fire to their kites and they crash to the ground. The real danger is the black one though. His fists pack one hell of a punch, and the skulls floating around him can shoot lasers from their mouths. Black imps are the leaders of this particular demon species. I bet if you kill it, the rest will lose the will to fight. Ishiko added. Izumi narrowed her eyes on the black imp. Got it, I have a plan now. Let's give these demons one last chance. She muttered to her companions, before shouting to the imps, in 5 minutes' time, all of you will be dead. Dabi could turn you to ashes by himself, but with me here too, you won't be coming back again. Tell me about Rokuju and your boss, and I'll spare your lives, so long as you leave this beach. I won't hesitate to destroy you if you refuse, she threatened. The imps looked ready to turn tail and flee, or surrender and give in to her demands, but then the black imp stamped his foot and bellowed at them, do not surrender. If we give in to the sun goddess's demands, then our master will devour us. We can die in service to our master, or begging for mercy at his feet, choose your fate. The skulls floating around the black imp aimed themselves at some of the imps that were ready to retreat, firing beams of demonic energy at their feet to stop them fleeing. Izumi's eyes narrowed further. The imps were more afraid of this black imp and their master than they were of her. I guess we have to fight no matter what. Fine then, just remember I gave you all a chance. Izumi growled. Before the fight even began, the wolf girl could tell this was different from before. Izumi hated fighting and never fought full force due to how dangerous her powers could be. In the spars with her friends, the occasional criminal encounters on her hero internships, and even in the battles with the brush demons. Izumi always held back, either on purpose to avoid hurting people or just as a natural consequence of her peaceful nature. But now her instincts were screaming at her. She wanted to fight and kill, to purge these demons and return their cleansed souls to the cycle of rebirth. This must be my instincts as the sun goddess. She mused, flexing her fingers and making her claws glint in the dull red light of the demon camp. That thought helped her relax. She didn't need to worry about not acting like a hero now. Destroying these demons with full power was the closest she could get to saving them. Dabi, I'm going to open with a big move. While they're reeling, use your fire to destroy the blue imp's kites and bring them down. If you can manage it, destroy as many of their weapons as possible too, but leave the imps themselves to me. Izumi ordered quietly, so the imps wouldn't hear. The burned man nodded and prepared to attack. The moment Izumi launched her super move, he'd do the same. Kill Amaterasu and the human, the black imp commanded, beginning the assault. With shrieks of fear and rage, mixed with demonic battle cries, the 6 remaining green imps and the 5 red imps charged forward, while the 2 yellow imps began to dig and the 3 blue imps prepared their ranged attacks. Only the black imp didn't move, unable to attack with his skull lasers through the throng of his fellow imps. Izumi growled and spun in a circle, slashing her hands out and unleashing 5 power slashes, one from each of the fingers on her right hand. Tashigami art, Omega slash, she roared. The 5 invisible blades slashed through the enemy lines like a hot knife through butter. 4 of the 6 green imps were immediately slain, sliced apart like onions on a cutting board, while the remaining 2 were just barely able to dodge in time. 2 of the red imps were instantly killed as well, and the other 3 survived by blocking the slash with their weapons at the last instant, only for those weapons to now be destroyed. One of the yellow imps, who'd paused in shock at the brutal attack, had been decapitated and killed, just as Izumi had hoped, but unfortunately for her and Dabi, the second one managed to burrow underground before the attack could hit him. Izumi frowned. Her attack was meant to thin out the enemy lines, which it had, but was also meant to slay the 2 yellow demons, as it would be a pain to fight an underground enemy. Sadly, she'd only managed to slay one, leaving her and Dabi vulnerable from beneath. Despite this, Dabi acted as ordered and blasted a stream of blue flame at each of the blue imps. The imps shrieked and tried to fly out of the way with their kites, but Dabi hadn't been aiming for their bodies directly, so their dodges had only succeeded in putting their kites in the line of fire instead. Just as Izumi and Dabi wanted, the kites ignited and quickly turned to ash, dropping the grounded blue imps to the floor. The black imp hissed with rage. Izumi and Dabi had used only one move each, and they'd reduced the enemy numbers by over half and lowered the combat effectiveness of most of the survivors too. The red imps had no weapons now, the green imps were little more than cannon fodder, and the blue imps couldn't fly. It would be up to the black imp and the sole remaining yellow imp to kill the duo. Izumi, choosing not to waste more ink on basically defenseless demons, charged forward and swung her mirror at the imps. Her mirror struck one of the 2 remaining green imps in the head, knocking it down and allowing her to quickly kick off her shoe, slam her clawed foot into the creature's back to kill it, then put her shoe back on in a single fluid motion. The last green imp, terrified and not wanting to die, turned and fled, running at the barrier that separates the Devil Gate from the outside world. It jumped through the barrier as if it wasn't there, though it did hiss and screech in pain, as not even the demons that made them could pass through the barriers without incurring a cost. While this was happening, Dabi darted to the side and snapped his fingers, created a torrent of azure flames to shoot out and incinerate the blue imps' recorders, leaving them without their last line of defense. With the red and blue imps all unarmed, Izumi and Dabi made short work of them. Dabi picked up 2 of the 3 blue imps by the leg and used them as cudgels to beat the third one unconscious while Izumi transformed into her wolf form and crunched one of the red imp's heads in her jaws. She then shot her mirror forward, using a reflector style, 4 winds to strike each of the remaining 2 in the gut, winding them and leaving them open for the mirror blows to the backs of their heads, which struck with enough force to cave in their skulls and kill them instantly. With the red and green imps all dead or gone, Izumi waltzed over to Dabi and almost lazily slashed the throats of the bloody and beaten blue imps, killing them and reducing the enemy forces to just the black imp and a single yellow imp. Dabi smirked, brutal, wolf girl. Izumi smirked back, fighting demons is the only thing that can get me this worked up. Enjoy it while it lasts, I'll be back to my normal self once we deal with the last 2, she said. The burned man laughed, adrenaline's one hell of a drug, huh? Do me a favor and deal with the digging bastard, I'll keep Scully occupied until then, he said, coating his fists in blue flames and running at the black imp. He couldn't kill the imp without it reforming the next day, but he could at least damage it and try to destroy the skulls while Izumi dealt with the other one. Izumi closed her eyes and blocked out the skirmish between Dabi and the black imp, instead focusing all her attention to the feel of the ground beneath her feet. She was trying to sense the vibrations of the yellow imp digging around, but her shoes were making it hard to feel the small vibrations, and she was unwilling to take them off and place her bare feet against the disgusting ground. She'd done so briefly when transformed as a wolf before, and that had been gross enough to distract her and make her a little slower, though the imps she'd been fighting weren't good enough to take advantage of it. The girl huffed in frustration. She couldn't handicap herself just because something was gross. A hero had to be willing to risk more than stepping in moldy trash. With a gulp, Izumi reluctantly took off her shoes, shuddering in revulsion as her bare feet touched the ground. She could feel the mix of trash and sand squishing down beneath her feet, and a horrible purple liquid oozing from the ground both around and between her toes. Endure it, Izumi. You'll deal with worse when saving people, she thought to herself as she tried to block out the disgusting sensations. She doubled her efforts to sense the yellow imp, beginning to feel the rumblings of its burrowing. The yellow imp was digging around a lot more than Izumi expected before attacking, but she quickly deduced it was likely that the yellow imp was creating a network of tunnels so that once it did start attacking, it would be able to do so much faster. Suddenly, the vibrations began to get stronger, indicating the imp was beginning to dig back to the surface. Izumi narrowed her eyes and paid special attention to where the imp would pop up, only to feel it digging away from her towards Dabi, who was preoccupied with dodging the black imp's skull lasers. Izumi quickly ran at Dabi, darting between his legs and transforming into wolf form as she went, resulting in the burned man ending up on her back with a startled yelp. At that exact moment, the yellow imp broke through the ground directly below them, expecting to land a strike with its drumstick, only to find a snarling wolf waiting for him. Shit, the imp shrieked as he tried to retreat back down its hole. Unfortunately for him, Izumi wasn't about to let that happen, as she snapped her jaws down around his arm and yanked him back out. The imp tried to break free by smacking Izumi across the face with his metal drumstick, but Izumi's mirror immediately blocked the blow. With a twist of her jaw and a quick jerk of her head, Izumi tossed the imp into the sky where a quick power slash immediately killed it, releasing another newly purified soul back into the world. That left only the black imp, who was growling and snarling like a wild animal as it watched, trying to figure out a way to kill both Amaterasu and her burned rider. Dabi smirked, riding around on a white wolf is pretty cool. Maybe I should ask you to let me ride you when I fight that old bastard. He'd shit himself seeing me ride up on the back of the kami of Mizutafu, the man laughed. Izumi, unable to speak Japanese while in wolf form, simply barked in amusement as she and Dabi turned their attention to the black imp. The imp, on top of being scared and furious, was injured now. While Izumi was feeling for the yellow imp, Dabi had managed to burn the black imp a little, singeing its arms and back, as well as incinerating one of the demon's skull weapons, leaving it with only 3 left. Ishiko, riding on Izumi's head, just laughed. Black imps are the toughest kind of imp, but they're still weak on their own. They rely on taking pot shots with their lasers while other imps keep their prey busy. This thing is no threat at all now, the punkle grinned. Izumi barked, we should be grateful that Isen was so meticulous when describing these monsters. Even in wolf form, Ishiko could understand what Izumi was saying, as punkles could understand the words of animals. The black imp, furious at his subordinates being killed, as well as him being dismissed as weak by the punkle, snarled and fired a volley of laser attacks from all 3 of his remaining skulls. Dabi dodged by using Izumi's back as a springboard to skillfully flip backward through the air. Ishiko, who was also being targeted now, yelped and dived into the thicker parts of Izumi's fur to protect herself, while Izumi blocked the lasers with her divine retribution, before reflecting them back at the imp with reflector style, true reflection. One of the reflected lasers struck the skull that fired it, making it explode and sending both the imp and Izumi flying into the sides of the area. The imp bounced off the barrier, shrieking at it burned him further, while Izumi was able to avoid the same fate by rapidly drawing some flowers on the ground with bloom, then using those flowers as a plant source for vine, which launched out and caught her before she could strike the barrier. Unfortunately, she was still in the air and the evil of the Devil Gate caused her plants to die quickly, decaying into dust and leaving Izumi to flop to the floor with a startled yelp. Dabi, concerned for the girl, ran to her side, kid, are you okay? Izumi returned to her demigod form, I'm fine, just winded myself when I belly flopped the ground. I didn't realize my plants would die so quickly here. I didn't expect that skull to explode when it broke. I've always turned them to ash, so I didn't expect the explosion. Dabi said, helping the girl to her feet. Sorry, I should have warned you. Keep at a distance when breaking those things, the energy they use to make lasers will burst out when the skull is broken. Ishiko said. Izumi waved off their concerns, it's fine. I was surprised, but that explosion was nowhere close to Kaken's power, so there's no way I'd be hurt by it. Besides, he looks in worse condition than me, she said, pointing to the black imp. The imp's entire left side was basically burnt to a crisp now, Dabi's flames had already singed him, but the impact with the barrier had done even more damage, leaving the imp's left arm to hang uselessly at his side while his left leg barely managed to support his weight. The imp was whimpering now, in between its snarls, and Izumi couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for it. She knew she had to kill demons, but that didn't mean she had to do it painfully, she'd much rather kill them quickly and painlessly when possible. Sorry about this. Izumi said to the imp as she quickly shot off 2 power slashes, destroying the last 2 skulls and making them explode. The explosions were far away enough that Izumi and her friends weren't hurt, but the imp was made to scream in pain as the force pushed him into the barrier again, further burning him. The pain was too much for the black imp, and he promptly collapsed forward, unconscious. His wounds were smoking and releasing the demonic fog, signaling that his physical form was on the verge of breaking apart due to all the damage he'd taken. Before that could happen, Izumi shot a quick power slash at the demon's neck, decapitating it and sending the newly purified soul on its way. With the exception of the green imp that had managed to escape through the barrier earlier, all the imps within the Devil Gate had been slain and their souls purified, then sent back into the cycle of reincarnation. Before Izumi, Ishiko, and Dabi had the chance to celebrate, the barrier shattered, signaling their return to the human world. At that moment, Dabi watched on in awe as a miracle occurred. From the spot the Devil Gate had once stood, a beam of light shot into the sky and expanded outward, engulfing the trio and the entire beach. Dabi had to close his eyes to shield them from the light, and he felt some kind of terrible stabbing pain in his heart, but after a few moments, that pain vanished and Dabi was able to open his eyes and gasp at what he saw. Dagoba Beach had been transformed. Instead of mountains of rotten trash congealed together and mixed into the sand, the beach was now simply covered in thrown-out appliances and sealed trash bags. There was still a mess, but the rot and mold had disappeared and the trash now appeared relatively fresh. It was like Izumi had cast an area of effect rejuvenation on the entire beach, repairing the rotting garbage back into whatever it had been before. Even the sea was affected, losing the purple tinge that indicated where it had been poisoned, and the dead fish were replaced by tangles of seaweed. The foul smell lingering around the place was gone too, replaced by the slightly more palatable stench of the sea mixed with motor oil. "Whoa, wasn't expecting that," Dabi commented, looking around at the relatively restored beach. Izumi nodded, "Yeah, me neither. I just thought destroying the demons would get rid of the gate. I didn't realize it would do this," she said, rather pleased with the result. Now she wouldn't have to deal with as much rotting garbage when she worked her way to this section. Devil gates are basically concentrated demonic power. They corrupt everything in the immediate area around them, but once they're destroyed, the effects of the corruption is reversed. The devil gate here was poisoning the sea and making the trash rot faster, so once the gate was gone. Ishiko explained, trailing off as what she was going to say became obvious. Izumi smiled, "Well, that's good at least," she said, before looking out at the sea. The sun was slowly beginning to set, which made her frown a little. "I was hoping to clear more of the beach today, but I'll have to be home soon." Dabi nodded to her, "Sorry for taking up your time with this, but I appreciate it. Now I can sleep without worrying about those demons," he said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. He was debating whether or not he should press Izumi for answers on the whole Amaterasu thing, as well as if he should ask about Ishiko, or how Izumi knew so much about these monsters. His internal debate was silenced as he noticed something against one of the trash piles towards the road that ran alongside the beach. It was a green imp, the same one that had leapt through the barrier to escape near the beginning of the short battle. It was slumped against the trash, badly burned by its attempts to escape through the barrier. Its legs were so severely burned that the imp couldn't move and its puke green fur was almost gone. Currently, the imp was trying to remain still and silent, pressing itself against the trash pile in hopes of blending in, but now that Dabi had noticed it, the imp was shaking in fear and whimpering quietly. "Looks like the one who fled didn't get very far," Dabi said, pointing the imp out to Izumi. Izumi whirled around to look at the creature, making it shriek and try to drag itself away. Unfortunately, with its legs unusable and its arms barely any better, it was easily caught by Izumi, who grabbed it by the remains of its clothes and held it against the ground. "You tried to escape, but demons don't like it when their fellows retreat, huh? Your own barriers trap you as much as your enemies, and you're paying the price for abandoning your comrades," Izumi said coldly, eyes flashing with emerald fire. The imp whimpered and nodded, "Forgive me, goddess. I should never have defied you. Please, spare my life. I'll leave and never return. I won't bother your friend or any other humans ever again," it begged. Izumi frowned and narrowed her eyes, "Answer 3 of my questions and I will take all your pain away. Do we have a deal?" The imp nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. Yes, goddess. I will answer." "Good." Izumi smiled, "First question, where is Rokuju?" The imp whimpered pathetically, "I don't know, goddess. I swear it. We imps are spawned in groups of 20, 9 green imps, 5 red imps, 2 yellow imps, 3 blue imps and a single black imp, and we don't usually get involved with imps outside our groups. We just follow the orders we were given." Dabi narrowed his eyes at that. "Hold on a second. You said each group had 20 imps, but counting you, we only fought 18. There weren't 9 green imps, but 7. What happened to the remaining 2, he demanded, threatening the imp with some of his fire. "They're dead. Killed," the imp screamed, fearing Dabi in his flames. "How? I haven't killed any demons before today," Izumi asked. The imp looked pensive. "They were punished. Humans can't kill us, but they can hurt us. One of our green imps did what I did and ran away once when we fought the burned man. He was afraid of being turned to ash again. Our captain, the black imp, found him after the fight and executed him. The other was slain by our master as punishment for eating a human soul without permission. I don't know who the human was." Izumi and Ishiko exchanged a look. While humans and animals couldn't slay demons, demons could slay each other just fine. Considering how the black imp had been acting earlier, they had no trouble believing he was capable of killing a deserter. As for the human who'd lost their soul, Izumi hadn't learned of a reaper attack in this area, but there was no guarantee that the offending imp hadn't traveled a fair bit for his illicit meal. "Alright, I believe you. My second question is thus, why were you and your comrades camping here on this beach?" Izumi asked. Dabi felt his heart lurch, making him flinch and grip his chest. He frowned. Why had he reacted like that? The imp, oblivious to Dabi now that his focus was back on Izumi, began to shake again. I'm sorry goddess, but I don't know that either. The captain said we were to maintain control of this area and attack the burned man. We were supposed to hurt him but not kill him. We weren't told why. The man in question was gripping his heart again as it began to hurt again. What the hell was wrong with him today? And why were the demons so keen on harming him without killing him? Dabi idly wondered if he'd pissed off a god of some kind. Maybe Izumi would know. Izumi, oddly enough, didn't react in any visible way to the imp's answer and merely moved on to her last question. Who is your master? The imp froze. Revealing the name of his master would be a major taboo. All demons in the region had been given strict orders not to reveal the name of the general they served. To disobey would mean death, but to disobey Amaterasu would mean death too. The imp stilled himself. Maybe he could answer the goddess and then flee, escaping the wrath of his master. Or perhaps his master wouldn't learn of it. My master, the demon general ruling this entire region is Yamada no Orochi. Ishiko gasped and Izumi growled. So that was who was behind the Reaper attacks, the demon feasting on human souls. Amaterasu's old enemy, Orochi. Orochi had been fought by both her previous incarnations, and both times she'd felled the beast, with help from a human warrior. Weak as she was compared to her past lives, Izumi had no doubt she would slay Orochi again, and reclaim her mother's soul from within his belly. Please, the imp whined, I answered your questions. You promised, it cried, trying to wriggle free from Izumi's grasp. Izumi nodded, I swore I would take away all your pain. She said, ink flowing from one of her fingertips. For a moment, the imp looked afraid and both Dabi and Ishiko expected Izumi to flick her finger, releasing a power slash to kill the imp in an instant and take away its pain. For a moment, Izumi genuinely considered it, but in the end, her merciful nature won and she used the ink to cast rejuvenation, healing the imp's wounds. The imp was shocked, having half expected a swift death, but Izumi merely yanked him up so his paper-covered face was only an inch from hers. Leave and give this message to every demon you meet, Amaterasu is a goddess of her word. Comply with my demands and cease your evil deeds, and I will spare your lives, she said, before shoving the imp away and allowing him to flee. Once the demon was gone, Ishiko turned to Izumi, was that wise? Surely it would have been better to kill him. Maybe, but I wanted to show the demons that I will save even them, so long as they give up evil. I want to be a hero that saves everyone after all. Izumi smiled, perhaps I can even find a way to purify them without killing them. She turned to Dabi with that same smile, I can save you, too. Dabi felt another pain in his heart, I don't need saving, he spat, more frustrated with the growing chest pains than Izumi's words. Izumi looked mildly surprised, oh. I'm sorry Dabi, while I would save you too, it wasn't you I was speaking to, she said, waving her hand to make her mirror move in front of Dabi's face. The mirror flipped around to show the burned man his own face, confusing him for a moment, until he noticed his left eye had gone from turquoise to red. Izumi's smile became soft and sympathetic, I'll save you, brush demon, just like all the others. Next chapter, Akumamo Part 1 to be released, June 2nd, 2021. This is turning into the arc of cliffhangers. At least you guys don't have to wait long for the next chapter. I hope you enjoyed the demon fights. It's kind of hard to write a real fight between someone of Amaterasu's level and fodder enemies like the imps, so I settled for a cathartic beatdown that shows how ruthless Izumi can be. The bit with the demon she spared also served to show she'd really save anyone, as well as her naivety. That little action might come back to bite her later. And of course, Dabi has a brush demon. He's the third future villain that was possessed. I know the brush demons are becoming a bit formulaic, but this will be the last one for a while. The next two arcs will involve different types of opponents. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 4 to 5, Akumamo Part 1. Saturday, February 5th, 2281. Dagoba Municipal Beach, Muzurifu. I'll save you, brush demon, just like all the others. Dabi tore his eyes away from Izumi's mirror, turning them to stare at the girl herself, who was smiling kindly at him. His heart was beating faster and faster with every passing moment, and the pain was beginning to get unbearable. Something within him was stirring violently, trying to get free. Dabi had been getting these chest pains for years, ever since he'd abandoned his old name and become Dabi, ever since his face had been turned into what it was. He'd always assumed it had been caused by his hatred and the fire burning within him, but having seen his left eye turn from turquoise to crimson, Dabi wondered if that was true after all. The chest pains, burning like a fire within him, seemed to creep and spread upward to his throat, which to his shock, began to act on its own. Dabi's eyes widened as his own voice, distorted and twisted, acted against his will. How did why you know, his voice demanded, stuttering and stumbling over the words as Dabi fought to maintain control of his body. Izumi sighed, it wasn't hard to figure out. Before I explain though, I think it would be best if we had a change of scenery, she said, closing her eyes. Izumi focused her powers and thought of home, causing golden light to shine out from her body and engulf Dabi. The light made the pain in Dabi's chest and throat double for a few moments, sending him gasping to his knees as he tried to deal with the sensations. Surprisingly, his knees didn't collide with sand, but with something soft and spongy. When the light subsided and the pain returned to its previous level, Dabi opened his eyes and gasped at his surroundings. He was kneeling atop a sea of golden clouds, with the sky above him turned to the color of parchment. Mountains unlike any Dabi had ever seen before could be seen in the far distance, and a soft, sweet-smelling breeze blew through his hair. He didn't know it, but he had been brought to the astral plane. The pain was weaker now, and Dabi found it easier to maintain control of himself. What is happening? He asked, his voice sounding pained, but normal. Izumi slowly approached him. It's hard to explain without going into a long story, but the short of it is you've been possessed by a powerful demon called a brush demon. It's currently trying to take control of your body, you have to fight it. Dabi blinked in confusion, but tried to relax and resist the forces trying to control him. However, as Izumi reached a hand out to touch him, he noticed a golden circle of ink on her palm. Immediately, the pain in Dabi's chest intensified again and the man couldn't stop himself from screaming, making Izumi step back in alarm. The demon inside Dabi used Izumi's distraction and Dabi's pain as a window to quickly force Dabi's body to leap away, getting more distance from the girl. Stay back, Amaterasu. Dabi demanded, his voice distorted again. Izumi narrowed her eyes. You can't maintain your control over a human with a will as strong as Dabi's. Give it up and let me purify you, she ordered, her patience being worn thin. She was still a bit worked up from the battle with the imps, and seeing her friend in so much pain was quickly riling up her more violent wolf instincts. I will not. How did you discover me? The demon demanded. It was clearly struggling to maintain control over Dabi, especially in the astral plane under Izumi's control. Izumi shook her head. As I said, it wasn't hard to work out. Bakugami warned me years ago that 4 brush demons were sent out to possess people with the potential to become villains. I just used a little deductive reasoning and figured the most likely cause for Dabi's troubles was a demon. Plus, I've been exposed to 2 of your fellows in the same situation. Akomatachi possessed my friend Himiko, Akomahana possessed Jean, and you possessed Dabi. You've been hurting him with his own quirk to break his will. Dabi's face twisted into a vicious sneer, but he didn't deny it. Izumi continued on, that Jiren guy works under the evil one. He set Dabi up at Dagoba Beach and had him fighting those imps so their corruption would gradually weaken his will, allowing you to finally control him. Dabi's will is too powerful for you to possess him normally, so you had to break it first. Similar things had happened with the others. Torikeigo had been weak-willed, so she was possessed and controlled easily, but the other brush demons had needed to break their hosts. Katsuki had been made to feel like a villain as Akomabaku preyed on his inferiority complex. Himiko had her desires for blood magnified as Akomatachi increased Himiko's fear of being seen as abnormal, and Jean had been literally driven insane by Akomahana manufacturing a traumatic situation. Now the demon within Dabi was doing everything in its power to break Dabi's will, hurting him with his own fire, feeding his desire for revenge against the hero that hurt him, and feeding on the corruption Dabi was exposed to while he fought the demons. Izumi would not allow that to happen. She wouldn't allow a good person to suffer like that for a moment longer. Just sit still and let me purify you. It'll save us all some trouble. Izumi commanded, suddenly rushing forward to touch her palm against Dabi's chest. Dabi tried to force some control back over his body, but he was tired and overheated from the fight with the imps, leaving him unable to muster much strength. As such, the demon shoved Dabi's consciousness aside and took full control just in time to dodge back from Izumi's lunge. The demon then ignited Dabi's quirk, burning the man's left arm even further as azure flames burst forth and struck Izumi. Izumi screamed as the flames licked at her flesh. She'd been burnt before, either in training with Katsuki or when cooking, but she'd never felt anything like Dabi's fire. She jumped backward with all the strength her legs could muster, then looked down at the state of her hand. The skin on her palm was gone, burned away by the flames to expose the muscle and bone beneath, while the skin on the sides of her fingers had bubbled and blistered. The pain was excruciating and Izumi, being only a 14-year-old girl, had to really work hard not to begin screaming and crying. Izumi quickly began secreting ink from her damaged palm, which stung horrendously, then used rejuvenation to repair the damaged flesh. It was quick, and the pain ended immediately once the burns were healed, but Izumi couldn't help looking a little afraid as she looked up at the possessed Dabi. The demon was making him smile cruelly, but Izumi could see the anguish in his still turquoise right eye. It's alright Dabi, I've had worse. Izumi told him, reassuringly, you keep fighting him from the inside while I handle things on the outside. The demon may be able to exert some control of Dabi's body now, thanks to the man's weakened state, but it didn't have the strength to manage a full demonic transformation yet. In fact, it hadn't even mustered the strength to try and contest Izumi's command over the astral plane, assuring the girl that things were still in her favor. Ishiko spoke to Izumi from the girl's shoulder, what should we do? You can't purify Dabi if you can't touch him, and the moment you get close, the demon will force him to torch you. Izumi nodded, I hate to admit it, but bringing him here to the astral plane may have been a mistake. It would have been easier to fight him by the sea, she frowned. Izumi had taken Dabi into the astral plane in the hopes that the divine nature of the place would inhibit the demon's attempts to possess him. It would have worked too, if Dabi wasn't already suffering from the use of his quirk and the leftover effects of his exposure to the imps and their corruption. Despite being certain she could defeat him if need be, Izumi had no idea how she'd do it without hurting him. Power Slash and Cherry Bomb were too dangerous, and Green Sprout would just be incinerated by Dabi's flames. The only counter to the fire that Izumi had was her reflector style, true reflection technique, but while that could redirect any flames launched at her, the technique only absorbed and reflected direct attacks, so if the demon set Dabi alight with his own quirk, Izumi wouldn't be able to redirect it or put her hand through it to purify him. I'm stumped. Maybe I should just drop him in the sea. Izumi said. Ishiko hummed, why not just use your ink? It's liquid, so it might be enough to douse some of the flames. Izumi nodded, it was worth a shot. Redrawing the mark of the sun on her palm so she could attempt another resurrection, Izumi charged forward at the possessed man. With a stiff, jerky movement, the demon managed to raise Dabi's left arm and pointed at Izumi, before unleashing a torrent of blue flames. Izumi slowed her charge and produced as much ink as she could from her own left arm, pumping it out fast enough to create a jet black spray of ink. Izumi lacked the ability to control her ink once it left her body, so she was forced to expel it at high speeds to make it shoot how she wanted it to. The black ink struck the blue flames, and to Izumi's horror, her ink was immediately dried out and left as nothing but black dust sprinkling out of Dabi's flames, which were still coming towards her. Izumi was still running forward, so she managed to drop to the ground and slide beneath the torrent of azure fire, feeling the horrendous heat burning her a little even as it failed to directly touch her. Unfortunately, the demon possessing Dabi had no compunctions about harming his host, so he kept pumping out the fire, slowly cooking Dabi's arm as the demon forced it downward in another jerky movement to bathe Izumi in the fire. Izumi screamed as the fire once again licked at her flesh, burning her clothes and setting them alight. The sound of her screams was enough to give Dabi's will another push, allowing him to momentarily retake control of his body and stop the flames. His eyes widened with horror and he almost vomited as the smell of cooking flesh, both his and Izumi's, filled his nostrils. There was no sign of Izumi. Once the flames had vanished, the girl had vanished too. And no. Did I kill her? He yelled, desperately looking around for the girl. I couldn't have. She must be alive. He began turning around, searching the entire astral plane with his eyes. But there was nothing in sight, not even ash or smoke. All that lingered was the smell of burning meat. I didn't, she isn't. Dabi began to panic. If his tear ducts hadn't been seared by his flames years ago, he would have been crying. She is, said a dark voice within his mind, you killed her, turned her to ash with your own flames. Can you not smell it? The sublime aroma of roasted flesh. She was your friend, Dabi, and you murdered her. The voice began to laugh cruelly as Dabi fell to his knees, and no, I didn't. She must be alive. She must have left. Gone back to the human world and left me here. That must be it. Dabi's desperation amused the demon greatly. Ignorant fool. You know nothing of her or her power. She is the one who brought us here. If she left, we'd have been forced to leave too. Face your sins. You killed her, you took someone who cared for you and burned her. You are just like him. No. Dabi screamed, bursting into flames, I'm not. I didn't. I. Words failed him. His heart was beating so fast it was painful, and his mind raced as the voice in his head cackled. The pain of his burns, the pain in his heart, the pain of his loss, they all became too much. Dabi couldn't handle it. I don't want to do this anymore, just make it stop. Make it all go away, the fire, the pain, please, somebody, make it stop. He cried, slumping to the ground. Dabi was tired of hurting, of trying to be strong and tough, of trying to get his revenge. He just wanted to sleep. He wanted to close his eyes and never open them again. The girl is ash now, but I can grant your wishes. You have chained us both down for 6 years, but now you must let me free. I will give you what you desire. I will relieve you of the fire burning beneath your skin. I will relieve you of the shame you have for your own flesh and blood. I will give you your revenge. Sleep, Dabi, and give me your heart. When you awaken, I will have your enemy kneeling at our feet, begging you for your forgiveness. We will make him hurt, the voice whispered, sounding almost seductive now. Dabi idly noticed that the voice had changed, mimicking that of the winged hero, Hawks. Dabi had always liked the winged man's voice. He'd always made a point of watching or listening to any interviews Hawks gave. Izumi was gone because of him, and the voice of Hawks was asking for his heart, promising to grant his every wish if he just gave in. Dabi was no fool, he knew it wasn't really Hawks, but for a moment, he didn't care. He just wanted an end to his guilt and pain. You want my heart? My body? Fine, take them. Choke on them, you piece of shit. Dabi whispered venomously. He closed his eyes and gave up his resistance. Within Dabi's body, the demon smiled a wicked smile. Finally, after 4 long years, he had finally broken Dabi's will. All it had taken was under half a year of battling those imp weaklings and a chance encounter with Amaterasu, and the man was finally broken. The demon stretched its essence out, filling Dabi's body completely like he was trying on a new suit. The fully possessed man stood up and began stretching, moving his body around and getting used to it. The demon smiled. Dabi wasn't resisting now and was on the verge of falling into a deep slumber, allowing the demon to move and control his body without any more of the weird, stiff and jerky movements from before. Excellent, now, Amaterasu is likely going to resurrect soon. There's no way she's already died today, so I best prepare for her arrival. Let's start with taking over this place, the demon smirked, summoning a wisp of black energy from his hand and pointing it at the sky. The energy flowed into the sky like tendrils of black smoke, snaking through the air until it reached the highest point of the astral plane and began spreading out. The demon grinned maliciously as the sky began to turn blood red and the clouds beneath his feet began turning black and stormy. However, before the astral plane could be completely taken over by the darkness, there was a cry of sunrise, and a ball of golden light suddenly shot into the sky, undoing all the work the demon had put into conquering the plane. Growling, the demon doubled his efforts and called upon the evil one's power to at least put the astral plane into the half-light, half-dark conflicted state, before turning on his heel and sneering at the person panting on their knees just a few feet away. Izumi, tired and with her clothes barely clinging to her after being damaged by Dabi's flames, was glaring at the demon with furious eyes while her hand was still pointed at the sky after her use of sunrise. The demon snarled, not having expected her to resurrect so soon, and was even more surprised she'd somehow been reborn with her clothes intact, though tattered, and with the punkle girl angrily jumping up and down on her shoulder. How on earth did you manage to bring the punkle back with you when you died and resurrected? The demon demanded. Izumi scowled. Who said I died? The demon's eyes widened. Impossible. I bathed you in this man's flames. I could smell your burning flesh. Nothing was left. Yeah, you nearly did us in. Ishiko growled, and it looks like you made Dabi think he killed us, so you could take control of him. Well, we're not about to let you get away with that. The demon scoffed, ignoring the punkle in favor of speaking with Izumi, who was getting back on her feet. The goddess girl was exhausted, but how had she survived? How did you escape my flames? The demon asked. Izumi pointed at the clouds. I was in full control of the astral plane at the time. I could sink through the clouds at will. They may not be the same as the clouds in the human world, but they still let me escape your flames by allowing me and Ishiko to pass through them while preventing your flames from doing the same. With these golden clouds, I can permeate through them, as if my quirk allowed me to pass through solid objects. I was stuck under them for a while healing my burns though. I was badly hurt, and I needed to roughly stick my clothes together again too, or I'd be forced to fight naked. Izumi confessed with a minor blush. The demon's frown deepened. The girl would only reveal how she escaped if she knew he couldn't counter it, and true enough, there was nothing he could do about the golden clouds. If Izumi could decide what was allowed to pass through them, then nothing the demon did would have an effect. He'd need to be wary of sneak attacks. As the demon thought this, Izumi was already planning on how to save Dabi. A direct assault would be suicide with Dabi's cremation quirk, and even with a sneak attack, Izumi couldn't purify him without several seconds of direct contact with his chest, which would be impossible unless she could stop his quirk. The only thing Izumi could think to do would be to use a sneak attack to strike Dabi in the head, knocking him out and giving her the chance to purify him, that is if the demon couldn't continue possessing and moving the body regardless. The Akumahana demons had been able to move Jin when he'd been asleep, so the same would probably be possible here. Direct attacks were suicide, sneak attacks were useless for purification, and knocking him out was a long shot that was unlikely to work, so what could Izumi do? Sending herself and Dabi back to the human world, then dunking Dabi in the sea wasn't likely to work if his demon-enhanced flames were hot enough to just evaporate liquids like they had done with her ink, and it would likely draw attention from civilians, which would cause major trouble for Dabi. Even her most desperate, last resort for purification, cutting off the limbs with power / then restoring them with rejuvenation after the victim was purified, would be useless here since Dabi could produce flames from anywhere. Izumi was stumped. Humph. The demon finally grumbled, regardless of how you survived, you will not defeat me. I don't have orders to fight you, so send us both back to the human world and I will leave and let you live. Refuse, and you will die. Not unlike the imps from before, no. I'm not letting that happen. Izumi yelled, I will save Dabi and purify you. Heroes don't give up, even when facing death. The demon smirked cruelly, but the smirk turned into a snarl as there was a pain in his chest. Dabi was stirring, he wasn't completely asleep, and Izumi's return had restored some of his willpower. It was a good thing the demon had already taken over a portion of the astral plane, or he wouldn't have the strength to maintain complete control. Very well. Enough playing around. Fire is Dabi's power, I'll kill you with both it and my own, the demon declared as it began to transform. The red markings of the brush gods began to appear on Dabi's body, and Izumi braced herself to fight the monster he would become. Unlike any of the other brush demons Izumi had thought, this one didn't make Dabi's body grow or shrink, keeping it the same size it had always been. The legs of his pants were ripped off below the knee, and his shoes were destroyed as Dabi's feet were replaced by those of a bird, complete with razor-sharp talons. Everything below the knee was replaced by bird legs, and Izumi could see pitch-black feathers poking out from the ends of Dabi's ripped pants. The sleeves of Dabi's coat were ripped off too, and the entire upper arm and shoulder of his right arm became coated in black feathers, while the forearm and hand became identical in appearance to his feet and lower leg. To Izumi's confusion, Dabi's left arm also pulsated. Like it was going to transform, but after the tips of some black feathers began to poke through the skin, they suddenly retreated back, like the transformation had failed. The demon, scowling, ignored his left arm and instead completed his transformation by causing a single massive black wing to sprout from Dabi's right shoulder blade, ripping through the back of his coat, and then causing Dabi's hair to lengthen slightly and transform into feathers at the tips. As with all brush demons, its eyes were solid red, including the pupil and sclera, or at least its right eye was, the left was still normal and colored Dabi's signature turquoise. Izumi gaped at what she saw, it was almost like Dabi had turned into a tengu, only with his upper left side remaining unchanged. The demon scowled as it looked down at its transformed body. Amaterasu's return stirred Dabi enough to reignite his will again. Even with my power controlling half the realm, I can't manage a complete transformation, he thought furiously as he held out his hand and made his dark instrument appear. His weapon was a massive black smoking pipe, it was the size of a club, covered in crudely carved snowflakes, and billowed a frigid cold white smoke from its bowl. Allow me to introduce myself, OkamiAmaterasu. I am the Rooster of Ice, Akumamo, the newly named bird demon declared, putting the end of the pipe in his mouth. Izumi paled as Ishiko swore loudly right in her ear, God fucking damn it. I take it you're thinking the same thing as me. Izumi frowned, getting into a combat stance in preparation for fighting the demon. Yeah, there's no prizes for guessing this guy's original form and power. Moegami, the rooster of the brush gods, was the god of flames. His corrupted form is the demon of ice, but with Dabi having a fire quirk as well. Ishiko said worriedly. Izumi nodded, it's the same as Kaken and Akumabaku. The host's quirk matches the demon's original, uncorrupted power. Akumamo has ice instead of fire, just as Akumabaku had absorption instead of explosions, but their hosts have quirks almost identical to the uncorrupted power, so the demons can use both. Akumamo grinned menacingly, so you understand your situation. The situation with the Bakugo boy was unfortunate, but it would have been better for you to let him kill you instead of purifying him. If you died to him, you wouldn't need to suffer now. Now tell me. How do you want to die? Burned to cinders, or frozen down to the bone and then shattered? The menacing grin and the aura of power the demon gave off made Izumi step back subconsciously, while Ishiko shuddered and retreated into Izumi's shirt. I hate to say it, but we should run. If we were just dealing with ice, we might have been able to win, but with Dabi's fire too, we stand no chance. Unless you're willing to kill Dabi, we have to leave. Ishiko yelled. Izumi grimaced. She hated to admit it, but Ishiko was right, she hadn't been able to purify Dabi before his transformation, so she doubted she could do it now. Unless. Ice. Izumi suddenly whispered, her eyes widening with an epiphany. Izumi? You think of something? Ishiko asked. Yeah. I've been thinking about this all wrong. I don't need to run at all, I can take him down the same way I did the other brush gods, using his own power against him, the wolf girl grinned. Ishiko's eyes widened. Izumi, no. This isn't like those times. Even if you trick him into freezing himself, he'll just melt his way out. And even if he can't, if he's frozen in a block of ice, then you can't get direct contact with his chest. Izumi shook her head with a confident smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, she said, reaching into her shirt to grab Ishiko and put her on the ground. Stay away from the fight for now. If I get hit by either of his powers while you're with me, you'll likely be hurt, if not killed. Ishiko frowned, really not liking this idea, but she decided to keep quiet and hop away as far as she dare, to ensure she wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Akomamo, who'd been watching with amusement as the two girls spoke in hushed tones, simply grinned wider as Izumi turned to face him again. Are you done playing with the punkle now? He asked mockingly. Izumi smiled, sorry to keep you waiting, Akomamo. I'm ready for you now. The demon raised an eyebrow. Oh. So which power do you want to kill you? I'm not going to be the one losing today. You still don't have full control over Dabi, and I'm going to beat you before you manage it. Izumi declared, lowering her stance as she prepared to attack. Akomamo scoffed, but the moment he did, Izumi suddenly shot a blast of ink at his face. The bird demon staggered back in surprise, but there was enough distance for him to immediately blast fire from his untransformed left arm. The flames enveloped and dried up the ink instantly, but the sudden torrent of azure fire obscured the demon's view of Izumi regardless, effectively achieving the same effect Izumi wanted, blinding him from seeing her next move. When the stream of fire was stopped, the demon found that Izumi was nowhere in sight. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. The girl had almost certainly hidden beneath the clouds again and would attack from below, so Akomamo flapped his one massive wing and took to the sky. He couldn't fly well with only one wing, but he compensated by using Dabi's fire from his left side as a booster. Ishiko, far away enough that she was invisible to the demon, noticed that he was exclusively using his left side for Dabi's fire now, likely due to the fact that Dabi's upper left side was the only part not transformed, and so hurting it further with his flames would be better for Akomamo versus using the flames from another part and damaging his transformed state. To further ensure he wasn't about to be hit by a sneak attack from beneath the clouds, Akomamo took a huge puff on his pipe, then exhaled a massive blast of frigid cold air. The blast of air moved over the ground like a blizzard, coating the clouds in several inches of ice. The dark clouds that he controlled were completely frozen, becoming impassable walls of solid ice, while the golden clouds Izumi controlled were merely coated on the top and continued to swirl around like normal below the ice. Akomamo nodded in satisfaction at his actions, confident he wouldn't be caught by surprise now. He wasn't taking any chances though, so remained in the air. He hoped Izumi would reveal herself soon though, as consistent use of Dabi's flames as a booster was beginning to burn his hand. After several minutes of Izumi simply not showing up, the demon began to get frustrated. Dabi's untransformed left hand was about to reach the point of no return from continuous fire exposure, but still Akomamo refused to land. With a scowl, he began releasing the fire from his left foot instead, burning his transformed state but giving his hand a break. He secreted some red ink from his right hand and rubbed it into his left before activating his power and turning the ink into ice, cooling the burns and providing some soothing relief. That was the moment Izumi struck. Akomamo had just closed his eyes as he sighed in relief, when he suddenly heard a sound from the ice below and felt a horrible pain in his back. He opened his eyes and found himself falling as his single black wing fell beside him, severed from his body with a single clean slash. The disembodied wing bounced off the ground just as Akomamo landed, using Dabi's fire to slow his descent and let him land safely. The wing sprayed blood all over his face and hair as it hit the ground, making the demon choke and splutter, rubbing the blood from his face. He looked in the ice he had landed on and found Dabi's black hair had been dyed red by the blood, which made his heart twist for some reason. Then, instead of his own reflection in the ice, Akomamo saw Izumi's smirking face just beneath it, followed by her divine retribution mirror bursting up from the ice and smacking him in the jaw. The demon reeled back in surprise and pain as Izumi hopped up through the hole left by her mirror and promptly roundhouse kicked Akomamo in the jaw again. The mirror smack had dislocated it, and Izumi's kick smashed it painfully back into place, as well as sending the demon crashing into the ice. Izumi grinned, that went better than I hoped. You brat. What did you do? The demon roared, rubbing his chin. Grounded you, obviously. If I learned one thing from fighting Akumayomi, Akomatachi and Ryukyu, it's that you stop the enemy's flight abilities as soon as possible. I was expecting to have to come up with a clever plan, but you basically made it easy for me. All I had to do was hide in my clouds and your own ice provided a barrier and window for me to watch you through. Once I observed you for a little, I was able to use just one power slash to sever your wing and drag you down to the ground. Izumi smiled proudly. Nearby, Ishiko was grinning like a mad woman, if there was one thing that would always turn a battle from a loss to a win, it was giving Izumi prep time. Once Izumi observed a person's power at work, it would be mere moments before she knew exactly how to counter it. Of course, knowing how to counter it and actually doing it were two different things, but Ishiko had never known Izumi to be confident without good cause. Akumomo snarled angrily and began releasing ink from all over his body, then turning it into a layer of tightly packed ice in order to protect him from further blows. Such a protection would normally make it hard for him to fly, but with his wing sliced off, it didn't matter anymore. Izumi just kept smiling though, especially as she noted that the ice armor didn't cover any portion of Dabi's untransformed left side. I knew it. You can't produce your ink from any body parts that aren't transformed. You've been left with a massive weak spot. Izumi grinned, her observation being proven correct. She'd watched from beneath the ice as Akumomo had soothed his left hand earlier, noting how he produced the ink from his right hand and rubbed it into his left, instead of simply producing it from his left. It was an unnecessary action, unless he couldn't produce the ink from his left. Akumomo's snarl grew even more feral. So you got a few lucky guesses and one good hit, congratulations, enjoy your consolation prize as I burn you to ash, he roared, throwing up his left hand and producing a massive ball of azure flame. Izumi moved her mirror to intercept the attack, hoping to absorb the flames with divine retribution then redirect it back to destroy the demon's new ice armor. However, the moment the mirror flipped and showed its reflective surface to the demon, something strange happened. Akumomo went completely still. It was as if his body had suddenly seized up as his mouth hung open in a silent scream and his eyes widened with horror. Akumomo tried to move, but somehow, Dabi had reasserted control over their shared body and was now staring into the reflective surface of the divine retribution, confusing both the demon and the goddess watching. Dabi stared in horror at his own reflection. Thinking he'd killed Izumi had made him surrender the last of his will, and seeing her alive and reignited that will, but now, the thing he saw in the mirror ignited something deep within him. Something intimate and personal, a bizarre fusion of hatred and love. Dabi saw himself. His right side was covered in ice, with a scarred eye full of hate and hair turned white by the frost the demon has covered himself with. His left side spewed fire, with hair turned red by the blood splattered onto it, and with a turquoise eye staring back at him. Right. White. Ice. Pain. Left. Red. Fire. Pain. The memory of a face appeared in Dabi's mind, a young face, full of fear and hate, a face that was not his, but was oh so similar. Izumi, Ishiko and Akumomo all gasped with horror as Dabi released a furious roar and turned his azure flames on himself. Next chapter, Akumomo Part 2 to be released, June 4, 2021. So the fight with Akumomo has begun in a rather brutal fashion, with both sides taking heavy damage. Next chapter will have the rest of the fight, as well as the beginnings of a huge reveal. I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of proud of that last segment. It's definitely my favorite of the brush demon battles, and I'm sure you can see what I was going for. Dabi has a complicated relationship with a certain somebody, which will be explored later in the arc, and in future arcs. Fun fact, all of the transformed brush demons have been inspired by a mythical monster and/or character. Akumayomi was inspired by a mix of Alduin from Skyrim and the Balrog from Lord of the Rings. Akumabaku was inspired by the demon boars from Princess Mononoke and Ganon from The Legend of Zelda. Akumatachi was inspired by vampires. The Akumahana were inspired by King Kong and the Azura. And lastly, Akumomo was inspired by both Tengu and Credo Angelo from DMC4. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 4-6, Akumomo Part 2. Chapter Notes. Extremely important notice. Please read this. Okay, I'm expecting this chapter to be a very controversial one, and to kick off a chain of 3 controversial chapters. Something is going to happen towards the end of the chapter that I fully expect will turn some readers off this story. All I ask is that everyone give it a chance and read the notes at the end of the chapter. Those of you who read the spoiler at the beginning of the story will know what's coming. Please keep reading for at least the next couple of chapters, things might not be what they seem. Saturday, February 5, 2281. The Astral Plane. Izumi's mouth hung open in horror as Dabi roared in pain and fury as he turned his own flames against himself, igniting him. She had no idea what was happening or why Dabi suddenly went crazy. Had he seen his reflection in her mirror and taken back control in a fit of fury over what Akumomo had twisted his body into? Izumi could certainly imagine it being a shock to see himself as a bizarre Tengu demon hybrid, but was that really bad enough to warrant setting himself alight? Not hanging around to think about it anymore, Izumi darted forward to save her burning friend. Dabi and Akumomo were thrashing around, swinging at the air as they fought for control over their burning body, the ice armor the latter had created was melting fast and soon the flames would be doing the same to their shared flesh, but Dabi didn't care. In his rage, he was willing to burn himself to ash to take down the monster within him. They were moving about so much that Izumi couldn't get close enough to him, as his flailing arms sent waves of fire and ice in all directions. Thinking fast, Izumi cast bloom on the clouds a short distance away, creating a small circle of flowers away from the ground Akuma had frozen. With the flowers formed, Izumi used them as a plant source for vine, allowing her to shoot vines from them towards Dabi, tying the burning/freezing man up and then yanking him off the icy floor he'd made and onto the golden clouds of Izumi's part of the astral plane. The vines were rapidly burned or frozen, but Izumi simply kept it up and was finally able to pull Dabi to where she wanted him. Once he was stood on her golden clouds, Izumi tackled him to the ground, wincing as the flames burned her yet again, but the pain was brief as she forced Dabi/Akuma to phase through the golden clouds with her, suffocating the blue flames and stopping their shared body from turning to cinders. Izumi hoped to use the brief moment of confusion and relief to purify the man with sunrise, but Akuma was more wily than that and ended her attempt by pulling his legs up to his chest and then kicking Izumi hard. The kick sent Izumi careening out of the clouds to land hard on the frozen part of the plains, making her gasp in pain. The poor girl grimaced. That kick had broken a rib, and the bird demon's talons had left shallow cuts in her torso. Still, Izumi couldn't afford to risk healing them. She'd used rejuvenation a lot already thanks to her earlier burns, and she'd need to preserve her remaining power if she was to complete her plan and heal Dabi afterwards. Groaning, Izumi dragged herself back to her feet just in time to see Dabi/Akuma pull himself from the clouds. What the hell is going on? Akuma snarled, unable to move his left side at all. I'm going to kill you. Dabi answered furiously, unable to move his right. The possessed man's transformed left leg had returned to normal, leaving Dabi perfectly split down the middle, his left side completely human while his right side was turned into a bizarre Tengu-like state. Akuma tried to strike the Dabi-controlled half of himself with his icy pipe, which was looking a little charred, but Izumi quickly destroyed it with a power slash, causing the ink within the pipe to burst out and turn to ice immediately, stabbing icicles into the Akuma-controlled half of the body. The demon hissed in pain and tried to turn his attention to Izumi, but Dabi wouldn't allow it and punched himself in the right side of the face, enduring the pain if it meant also hurting the thing controlling him. Akuma, having even few compunctions about hurting their shared body, lashed out with his clawed hand, aiming to add a new type of scar to Dabi's face, but Izumi quickly countered by using her remaining flowers to cast vine and bind the demon's arm. Akuma seemed to be unable to use Dabi's quirk at the moment, so instead of burning the vines away, the bird demon froze them and shattered them with a single yank of his transformed arm. Dabi used the opportunity to summon some flames in his palm and aimed to smash them into his demonic side's arm, intending to burn it off, but just as Izumi had with Akuma, she created more vines to grab Dabi's arm and pull it away. She was much gentler than she'd been with the demon, but the act did anger Dabi. Don't interfere. This bastard, he took my body, used it to hurt you, and made me look like him. I don't care what happens to me. I'll burn him to ash. Dabi roared. Izumi blinked in surprise, unable to react in time to stop Dabi burning his way free of his vines and continuing his attack. Akuma had prepared though and countered with his own hand full of freezing ink. The ice and fire collided, resulting in a huge explosion of steam that knocked the semi-possessed man on his ass while making Izumi raise her hands to cover her eyes. Him. Does he mean the hero that hurt him? Did he have bird-like features too? Or maybe an ice quirk? Izumi thought. She wasn't sure, but she thought Dabi had sounded different when he mentioned him versus when he mentioned the hero that had hurt him. Mentions of the hero had been filled with nothing but anger and hate, but however this him was, it made Dabi look conflicted, as if it was someone important to him, or someone he couldn't decide if he loved or hated. Izumi shook her head, it didn't matter right now. She had to act fast and complete her strategy before Dabi killed himself. At least with him fighting Akuma, it left Izumi with more openings to attack and test her plan. For a few moments, Izumi just kept her distance and observed. With his weapon destroyed, Akuma couldn't produce quite as much ink as before, so while his ice attacks were still dangerous, he lacked the power to make them too big and threatening. Dabi's flames were a little weaker too, since their increased power had been caused, at least partially, by the demon inside him, and that demon was now trying to weaken him. Izumi paid special attention and even shot a vine into the fray, knowing it would be burned, just so she could see how quickly it was incinerated compared to the last ones, allowing Izumi to calculate how much the temperatures of the flames had gone down. Once Izumi knew how strong the flames were, and saw how long it took them to melt Akuma's ice and her plants, Izumi grinned and clapped her hands. Phase 2 of her 3-phase plan was complete. Phase 1 had been grounding the bird demon, and Phase 2 was observation and testing. Phase 3 was implementation. With all the information she needed now resting inside her head, Izumi jumped into the fray and began attacking Akumamo. She ducked beneath his wild swings and leapt back from his ice attacks to allow Dabi to melt them away, then she leapt right back in. Dabi didn't seem to mind, since Izumi wasn't trying to stop him anymore and wasn't getting in his way, though he did notice that whenever he tried to send fire at his corrupted side, it would always be just milliseconds after Izumi had baited an ice attack, resulting in his every attempt to burn the demon being wasted on canceling the demon's ice instead. This carried on for several minutes, with Izumi strictly sticking to martial arts and refusing to use her claws or brush techniques so as to minimize the damage she did to Dabi's body. The only powers she used against Akumamo was her divine retribution, occasionally using the mirror to deliver heavier blows and knock Dabi/Akumamo off balance whenever she felt they were about to use a dangerous move. Izumi was trying to make Akumamo angry, which would make him sloppy, while also making sure Dabi didn't barbecue himself. Unfortunately, while Izumi and Akumamo were both spiritual beings with equal control over the astral plane, giving them greater power than normal, Dabi was still only human, and even with his rage empowering him, he couldn't stand up to the power of an infernal brush demon for long. Slowly, his control over his side of their shared body began to wane, and Akumamo was able to use Dabi's quirk again, making things even harder for him and Izumi. Izumi could see Dabi's face contorting with both fear and anger as the man began losing control, but that was the moment Izumi had been looking for. Now, Akumamo was focused more on Dabi than on her, giving her a window to truly complete her plan. Using the demon's distraction, Izumi darted behind him and jumped on his back, then reached around his torso and planted her right hand against his chest. Akumamo's crimson eye widened as he felt the wetness of Izumi's ink on his chest, and believing he was about to be purified, he released both his own ice and Dabi's fire from his back, forcing Izumi to leap off him before she could cast Sunrise. The demon sighed in relief, but as he had his back to Izumi, he didn't see her satisfied smirk. As the wolf girl landed and regained her balance, Akumamo looked down at his chest. Instead of the mark of the sun like he'd expected, the bird demon found a crude and bizarre handprint painted onto his chest. It was comprised entirely of straight lines and looked like a child had tried to draw their own hand using a ruler for all the lines. The demon was briefly afraid, but quickly smothered that fear. He knew all the brush techniques Izumi could use and the brush strokes required to use them, and the only one she possessed that used straight lines was Power Slash. Izumi could use these marks to slash inward, which would kill Dabi for certain and allow Akumamo to escape, something the demon knew she'd never do, or slash outward, which would achieve nothing but putting herself or the punkle in danger. She either screwed up what she wanted to draw or is trying to unnerve me. Either way, she's clearly running out of ideas. Victory is imminent, the demon smirked. Of course, neither Dabi or Izumi would agree and began fighting back against him again, hitting him repeatedly in the face with their fists, or occasionally Izumi's mirror. The demon countered as best he could, even managing to slash Izumi with his claws, which left long cuts up her right arm, but still the two fought relentlessly. Finally, Akumamo had enough. The bird demon, tired of fighting Izumi and dealing with Dabi's resistance, finally snapped and attacked recklessly. He spewed as much of his demon ink from his body as possible and shot it at Izumi, releasing it with so much pressure that once the demon's power activated, it became a literal ice beam. Izumi quickly raised her divine retribution and began absorbing the attack into it, ready to reflect it, but then her eyes widened as the beam of freezing power seemed to exceed her mirror's ability to absorb it and sent the mirror careening into the sky, before continuing on and striking her chest. Ishiko and Dabi watched in horror as Izumi was hit by the ice beam, and frozen so deeply that she seemingly transformed from flesh and blood to ice. Her body was frozen solid in her combat stance, her face forever frozen in shock. "No! Izumi!" Ishiko cried. Izumi wasn't dead, but she was essentially cryogenically frozen, which meant she couldn't use her once-per-day astral resurrection to overcome it. Dabi gaped at the ice sculpture that had once been his friend. He wanted to immediately shoot fire and thaw her out, but with Akumamo messing up his already flimsy control of his improved fire power, and with Izumi frozen so deeply, he was just as likely to kill her as he was to save her. Akumamo grinned as Dabi's control weakened again. After the failures of Akumayomi, Akumabaku, Akumatachi and the Akumahana, it had finally fallen to him to succeed and defeat Amaterasu. It had been harder than he'd expected, but he'd done it. Amaterasu was beaten. As Izumi's allies fell into despair and Akumamo boasted of his victory, the tides of fate took another turn. Beneath her icy shell, Izumi began to smile, at least in her own mind. The divine retribution, previously sent flipping through the sky like a coin by the force of the ice beam, fell back to the ground, then began to float again. Akumamo raised a curious eyebrow as the mirror turned to show its glowing white reflective surface. A surface still full of the icy power it had absorbed moments before. Akumomo barely had time to widen his eyes in shock as his own ice beam shot from the mirror and struck him, freezing him just as deeply as he'd frozen Izumi. He was frozen in the position he'd been boasting and preening in, his arms spread wide like he was about to take a mocking bow. Within Izumi's frozen form, she began to mentally speak with the brush gods within her. P-Phase T3. It's your T-turn, T-Tashigami, she said, even her thoughts stuttering as shivering with the cold. As you wish, mil lady. Tashigami replied, feeling the cold just as strongly as Izumi. The brush gods could always feel everything Izumi did, unless she was actively concentrating to block that connection. Unbeknownst to the frozen Dabi/Akumomo or the confused Ashiko, small black lines of ink began to appear from Izumi's skin beneath the ice. The lines were thin, but they went deep, with the ink actually originating from Izumi's bones and then moving outward through the muscle and skin. The lines of ink were appearing on each of Izumi's joints, as well as around the palm of her right hand. Then, after Izumi took a moment to brace herself, Tashigami activated Power Slash from all the lines. The pain was excruciating. Izumi felt the invisible blades slicing through her flesh from every single one of the lines drawn, carving up from the bone. It wasn't widely known by Izumi's allies, but while Izumi was normally immune to her own brush techniques, she could choose to allow them to affect her if she wished, otherwise techniques like rejuvenation wouldn't work either. Izumi never imagined she'd be using Power Slash on herself though, especially from so many places on her body, and from so deep. Her neck was one of the parts sliced, meaning she would soon die if the second part of her plan didn't kick in. Thankfully, Yamagami acted without Izumi needing to consciously give the order, and he healed every single one of the slashes, as well as the skin on Izumi's right palm, which had all come off. It had all been agony, thankfully numbed affair. Bit by the icy coldness, but Izumi's plan had gone as she wanted. She could now move her body again, even though most of it was still frozen. Solid. She'd allowed herself to be frozen to grant her some protection from Dabi's flames, then sliced the areas around her joints so that even while frozen, she could move freely. The only part of herself that wasn't frozen now was her freshly healed right palm, which now bore the mark of the sun and was ready to be put to use. Izumi took a single, stiff step forward, much to the shock of Ashiko and Dabi/Akumomo. Her body was extremely heavy thanks to the ice, and Izumi felt like every step risked ripping the icy shell, and her flesh, away from her. Still, she pushed onward, being given encouragement by the brush gods within her. They had been crucial to her plan, as they could, if Izumi allowed it, operate parts of her body independently from the rest of it, and could often do certain things with finer control than Izumi herself. Izumi would never have been able to control her ink so finely as to cut her joints free without unnecessary damage without Tashigami's help, and if she'd been left to heal the damage herself, she'd have wasted a lot of power, so Yamagami had been crucial as well. It made Izumi happy to know she had such reliable allies, while also frustrating her by revealing how far she still had to go. Ishiko cheered loudly as she figured out what had happened, while Akumomo panicked within his frozen form. Izumi was slowly walking towards him with her palm outstretched, ready to purify him. No, it doesn't matter, he thought, my ice protects me as much as it hinders. She can't touch my chest directly thanks to the ice, and using Power Slash to cut a window from the outside would result in her cutting and killing my host. All I need is a little time to put Dabi back in his place, and I can safely thaw myself. Akumomo was right too. Izumi could control the length and thickness of her power slashes by making the lines she drew longer and wider, but the depth of the cut was dependent on the material. Stone, concrete and anything weaker would be sliced like butter, with the cut going up to 5 feet deep, more than enough to cut most things in half. Frozen flesh was definitely weak enough that should Izumi use Power Slash to slice through Dabi/Akumomo's icy shell, she'd end up making a sizable hole in his body. That was of course assuming the cut was going from the outside inward. Izumi made eye contact with the demon and smirked, cracking the ice on her face. In that instant, Akumomo's single crimson eye widened in horror as several power slashes shot through his icy covering, cutting a vaguely hand-shaped chunk of ice from Dabi's chest, which Izumi slowly grabbed and ripped away, leaving her with a patch of Dabi's bare chest that she could touch. Ripping away the carved ice chunk had taken a layer of Dabi's skin with it, leaving him bleeding but otherwise not harming the possessed man's body. Those slashes hadn't come from Izumi, but from Akumomo's own chest. The demon panicked within his icy tomb, having worked out Izumi's plan. Previously, when Izumi had laid her hand on him in what appeared to be a clumsy purification attempt, she had actually been stamping her handprint onto his chest with ink so that once he was frozen, she could activate Power Slash and cut a hole in the ice that blocked her without freeing or harming Dabi. Akumomo hadn't thought anything of it at the time, believing it had been a sign of the girl's desperation. He'd never imagined Izumi would think that far ahead. Once the marks had been made, all Izumi had to do was decide when to activate them and from which side of the brush stroke the Power Slash would be released from. Izumi, still mostly frozen, cast bloom over the bird demon, coating him in flowers on top of the ice, then she cast vine and continuously wrapped layer after layer of vines around him, leaving only the hand-shaped window exposed. Once Akomamo was thoroughly covered in vines, flowers and ice, Izumi finally completed her plan by placing her right palm into the bare section of the demon's chest. Since both her hand and Dabi's chest had been freed of ice by the same exact brush strokes, Izumi's mostly frozen hand slid into the gap made in the ice of Dabi's chest, like a key fitting into a lock. Once it was firmly in place, Izumi used her other hand to cover herself in flowers and vines too, before finally activating her purification technique. Sunrise, she declared. Akomamo, feeling the light of sunrise beginning to fill him, causing him immense pain, immediately ignited Dabi's flames and began burning his way free. Izumi's hand was pressed so tightly against Dabi's chest that the fire couldn't start beneath it, so instead the fire burned around her palm with the intention of forcing her to let go. That was the moment that Akomamo and the watching Ishiko learned the truth behind Izumi's plan, and the real reason she had wanted to use the demon's ice against him. In order for Dabi's flames to burn Izumi, it had to melt through the layers of ice that covered both the demon and Izumi herself, as well as the layers of vines and flowers that Izumi had coated them both in. Izumi had accurately guessed from her first exposure to Dabi's flames that there was nothing she could do to completely stop them, but there were steps she could take to prolong the time she could endure them. Izumi needed about 30 seconds of direct contact with a brush demon's chest to complete the purification process, but even if she could endure the pain of Dabi's flames for that long, her flesh and bone would be incinerated within 5 seconds. She needed to prolong her time, so she had baited Akomamo into firing all his freezing power at her so she could absorb some into her mirror, then allow the rest to freeze her. From there, she'd used the absorbed power to freeze him too, then covered them both in more layers that would have to be burned and melted through. In the skirmish beforehand, Izumi had carefully observed how long Akomamo's ice could stand Dabi's flames, as well as how long her green sprout plants could last, so she could calculate how much she'd need to cover herself in order to buy enough time to complete the purification. 2 layers each of ice, flowers and vines could hold off Dabi's fire for 27 seconds. Izumi only needed to endure the flames without protection for 3 seconds. Everything went exactly as Izumi had planned it. The ice melted away from Akomamo's body, and the flowers and vines coating him had soon followed suit. Next, the foliage covering Izumi caught fire and Izumi began to feel the heat of those azure flames as her plants were reduced to ash. Then the ice covering her began to melt and Izumi had to use all her willpower not to scream and pull away as Dabi's fire burned her now unprotected skin, as well as causing the water from the melted ice to rapidly boil against Izumi's skin before evaporating. She endured all the pain, smiling with tears in her eyes as she looked into Dabi's turquoise eye. Dabi was smiling while Akomamo was snarling, which caused their shared face to move into 2 different expressions, making it look as if he was having a stroke. They both knew what was happening, cracks were forming on the transformed side of their body, and light was shining out from each one. Total purification was only seconds away, and despite the pain that Dabi and Izumi felt from the former's flames, they couldn't help but be happy. But demons were nothing if not sore losers, and sometimes a few seconds was all it took to change the course of fate. Fine. Akomamo bellowed suddenly, I may fall today, but I won't let you win. If our master cannot have this man, then no one can. Then, to the horror of Izumi, Ishiko and Dabi, Akomamo began to force all his remaining strength into Dabi's quirk, strengthening it further to the point that the man couldn't control it at all, and it burned so hot that even Ishiko, who was yards away, could feel the heat. Izumi screamed in utter agony as the flames scorched her to the bone, and even Dabi's minor resistance to his flames proved useless against the new intensity, resulting in the unburned portions of his body rapidly burning and turning purple and gnarled, much like the previously burned sections. Dabi, who was mostly used to the pain of burns, merely gritted his teeth and focused on Izumi, who was screaming bloody murder as the flesh of her right arm began to melt away. Still, the girl used every ounce of her willpower and heroic spirit to power through and complete the purification. From there, too many things happened at once. Dabi felt the demon being fully expelled from within him and his demonic transformation coming undone. He saw the light that had spewed from his transformed side begin to coalesce into the shape of the purified Moegami. He saw and heard Ishiko screaming for Izumi as she hopped over as fast as she could. He saw the conflicted astral plane return to the fully divine and golden state it had been in before. He saw his own body slowly being burned away by his flames. He saw Izumi fall backward, her entire right arm crumbling to pale white ash and blowing away in the breeze of the astral plane. Izumi, unable to stand the pain for long, blacked out for a moment before the brush gods within her forcibly revived her. Unfortunately, as she was the one who brought Ishiko and Dabi into the astral plane, when she lost consciousness, even for only a moment, they were ejected from the astral plane along with Izumi, leaving behind the dazed and confused Moegami. The trio landed back in the sand of Dagoba Beach, only a few short feet from where the Devil Gate had been. Ishiko promptly began to freak out. Izumi was barely clinging to consciousness after the loss of her arm, and after the harrowing battle with Akomamo, she didn't have the energy left to heal herself with rejuvenation. On top of everything else, Dabi was still burning, and some of his bones could be seen through holes in his flesh now. His flesh wasn't burning away as fast as Izumi's hand thanks to his minor resistance, but the limits of that resistance had been far exceeded by this point. Despite this, Dabi didn't move or panic. He had caused so much trouble for Izumi, she'd come to Dagoba Beach to clean up the messes made by others, and had gone out of her way to deal with Dabi's surly attitude so she could help him. She'd actually managed to worm her way into his heart over the 4 months they'd known each other, becoming quite possibly the only person in the world that Dabi would consider a friend. He'd opted to make lunch for her as a way of saying thanks and showing his appreciation, but had ended up interrogating her on what she felt a true hero was, spilling his guts about things he'd rather have kept secret, then dragged her into a battle with demons to save his own skin. Then, to top off a truly shit experience, he'd allowed himself to be controlled by the demon possessing him, hurting Izumi badly. She had suffered burn after burn and been frozen to the core, but she'd still pushed herself to save him, and now she had only one arm and was sobbing with pain as she tried to clumsily get to her feet. Izumi couldn't stand, she didn't have the strength, but she was determined to drag herself over to the burning Dabi, her tearful eyes still burning with the determination to save him. Her mirror swung through the air and hit Dabi in the back of his thighs, making his legs buckle and forcing him to sit on the iron disc as it surged forward towards the sea. At Izumi's will, her divine retribution dumped Dabi into the shallows, but his flames were burning so hot that the water just evaporated, leaving him with only the most minute amount of relief. Izumi's determined eyes filled with despair as her last-ditch effort failed. Dabi was still burning, and there was nothing she could do. Tears of sorrow joined the tears of pain slipping down her face, and Dabi grimaced at the sight. "I'm sorry, Izumi. If only I'd never been born, you wouldn't have suffered like this. In the end, just like that bastard, my power can only hurt others." Dabi lamented. There was an odd sense of relief building in his chest as Dabi realized he was dying. He'd crumble to ash here, in the ocean, right in front of the only friend he had. It wasn't a bad way to go for the burned man, a sad end to a sad life. His only regret was that his death would hurt the girl that he'd come to care for, and that things would be left unfinished with the old bastard. Dabi briefly entertained the idea of telling Izumi his real name and asking her to finish things in his stead, but he decided not to, let his revenge die with him. "This was my fate, from the moment I was born with this power, this evil quirk. I wish I could have just thrown it away. Maybe then, you and I could have continued being friends, Izumi. Have a good life, and become an amazing hero." Dabi yelled, smiling despite the fire consuming him. Izumi froze as she stared wide-eyed at Dabi. Her friend, a man condemned to a painful life because of his quirk. Anger began to build up in her chest. It was always quirks. It was always the fucking quirks. Her abuse. Because she was thought to be quirkless. Hawks being taken from his parents. Because of his quirk. Katsuki being treated like a villain. Because of his quirk. Himiko's abuse. Because of her quirk. Jin's madness and emotional distress. Because of his quirk. Dabi's pain. His burning agony. His coming death. Because of his quirk. It was always the goddamn quirks. And Izumi was sick of it. Within her, something began to stir. Something dark and long dormant, something carried not within her spirit or soul like her divine powers, but something instead intertwined with her blood. With the fires of rage fueling her, and the desperate desire to save Dabi overpowering even the unbearable pain from her destroyed arm. She forced herself to her feet, and following the instincts awakening within her blood, Izumi ran at Dabi, lunging at him and putting her left hand through the flames burning him and onto his chest. Her left hand, which had turned black and was glowing with red lightning. Izumi felt her hand burning in the flames, but her anger and her deep desire to save Dabi overpowered all her other feelings, shoving the pain into a distant corner of her brain. She was so focused on what she was doing that she didn't even stop to think how odd it was. Ishiko, however, did. The punkle girl was a walking encyclopedia for demons and the brush gods, having spent her entire life studying the scrolls and artwork left behind by her ancestors, Ishaku and Issen. She knew every brush god and their powers, and could remember every technique, weapon and ability that Izumi had wielded in her previous lives. None of those abilities matched what she was doing now. Her strange black hand, and the red lightning pulsing through it was unlike anything Ishiko had ever seen. Was it a unique ability that only the current incarnation had developed? If that was the case, how could Izumi have developed such an odd ability, and what exactly did it do? Unbidden, a single word came to Ishiko's mind, but she quickly shook it from her head. Impossible. She doesn't have one. While Ishiko was trying to figure out what was happening, Dabi was experiencing it with wide eyes. He had wanted to shove Izumi away the moment she made contact with him again, hoping to save her from her suicidal actions, but as soon as she'd laid her blackened hand on him, all his strength had left him and he buckled to his knees. His flames were still going strong, and the smell of his own cooking flesh filled his nostrils, but Dabi was more concerned with Izumi, whose own skin was beginning to bubble and blister, all except the actual hand touching him. For some reason, the black hand remained pristine and oddly cold against Dabi's chest. Then, Dabi felt the heat of his flames beginning to diminish. The burning azure fire grew smaller, burning less wildly with each passing second. They were cooling down too, slowly darkening in color until they were purple, and then the normal red color that most flames possessed. Dabi watched in amazement as his flames grew weaker, cooler, and smaller, all while he felt something within him being pulled out and into Izumi, taking his strength with it. Finally, after the longest 5 seconds of Dabi's life, his flames completely spluttered out, and he and Izumi were left kneeling weakly in the surf, the sun almost completely set behind them. Dabi's entire body hurt as the cold and salty sea breeze stung his burned flesh, but he didn't care. With the sole exception of his face, his entire body was covered in the gnarled purple burns now, and he stank like cooked meat, but he didn't care. He was somehow still alive, and it was all because of Izumi. The burned man looked at the girl, completely horrified by what he saw of her condition. Her hand was still pressed against his chest, but it had returned to its normal coloration and no longer sparked with red electricity. The hand was pristine, while the rest of Izumi's body was burned terribly. The rest of her left arm was burned into the same purple state as Dabi, her right arm was completely missing after being burned away before, and her face and torso were covered in red, weeping burns. Her abdomen looked like the skin had melted, and the adorable freckles on her cheeks had been wiped away by the flames. She was naked except for her undergarments, which had survived mostly due to being made fireproof after one too many accidental flashing incidents in her previous spars with the explosive Katsuki. Her hair had miraculously survived the burns too, though it was noticeably scorched on the ends and blackened by soot and smoke. The only parts of Izumi that looked unchanged were her eyes and mouth. Her mouth still smiled, and her eyes were filled with so much happiness. Dabi. You're okay now. I won't let you hurt anymore. Izumi whispered. Izumi? Dabi croaked out, unable to comprehend what the girl before him was. Akumamo had called her Amaterasu the sun goddess, and after what she'd done, Dabi could certainly agree with the demon on that. I'm not done yet, Izumi said, using the dregs of her strength to summon up more ink. The brush gods within her were screaming for her to stop, and Ishiko quickly ran forward to try and stop her too, but Izumi's mind was set. You're hurt. I will help. I will heal. The scorched girl smiled, pressing all her rejuvenating ink into Dabi's body. Dabi's burns began to heal, starting with the freshest ones. The new burns Dabi had acquired on his previously undamaged body parts began to lighten from purple to red, and the patches where his bones could be seen though burned holes were quickly healed over. However, even with all her willpower, Izumi couldn't do the impossible, and once she reached her limit, she passed out. Dabi was in better shape than before, but he was far from healed. Dabi! Ishiko cried, we need to get you and Izumi help right away. Those burns are super serious. Dabi, gathering his remaining strength to pick up Izumi and then get to his feet, nodded to the punkle. Tell me what to do, he said. Izumi's cell phone is in her backpack, over at your RV. We need to go there and call Sakuya. Ishiko instructed. Dabi nodded and began to make his way to his RV, happy that at least his old burns had deadened his nerves somewhat and left him unable to feel the majority of the pain his body should be in. Why aren't we calling an ambulance? Dabi asked as he walked as fast as his damaged body would let him. Ishiko jumped up his body and sat on his head. Think about it. If you call an ambulance, they'll find you and Izumi burnt to a crisp. They'll ask a lot of questions, and the police will definitely get involved. From there, it won't take them long to put the blame on you and arrest you. Besides, Sakuya's got a doctor of her own that knows how to treat Izumi. Dabi silently agreed, not bothering to argue that he actually was responsible for Izumi's condition. It took a while for Dabi to get himself and Izumi to the RV, and by then his strength was spent. He gently placed Izumi on the bed inside his RV and then sat down in the passenger seat while Ishiko dug out Izumi's phone from her backpack and called Sakuya for help. Dabi didn't hear the conversation as he struggled to remain conscious. He raised his right hand, and with a look of curiosity, tried to activate his quirk and produce a tiny blue flame from his fingertip. It didn't work. The burned man, not even having the strength to be too surprised, tried again and again, but not even a wisp of smoke emerged. His quirk wouldn't activate. No, it was more than that. His quirk was gone. Idly, Dabi remembered the feeling from before, when it had felt like Izumi was draining something out of him. Had that been his quirk? If so, he wasn't sure how to feel. He certainly wasn't sad to see it go after all the trouble it had caused him and the girl, and he had cursed it as it had been burning them, but that didn't change the fact it had been a part of him since he was born. Ishiko hopped into the RV, having finished her phone call, and began speaking to Dabi, but he couldn't hear a word as his mind slipped away and he fell unconscious. Without realizing it, Dabi had been the catalyst of an awakening that would change the fate of the entire world. Only time would tell exactly what had been awakened. Next chapter, Ashes to Ashes. To be released, June 6, 2021. Okay. Akumomo was beaten, but not without some serious damage being done. Dabi and Izumi are in bad shape, and Moegami hasn't been reabsorbed by Izumi yet. The main fight of the arc is over, but there is still a bit to come. Now, on to the thing that happened towards the end, that I warned you about. It hasn't been stated explicitly yet, but I'm sure a lot of you can guess what happened there at the end with Dabi's quirk. Those of you that read the spoiler in the first chapter will know what's coming. For those of you that didn't, I fully expect this to be a very controversial choice. I understand if some of you want to drop this story over this choice, but I ask that you at least wait and finish the rest of this arc. The next few chapters will explain the in-universe reasons and limitations, and the notes I write after them will give the narrative reasons. I ask that you please give this a chance, and at least read those chapters/reasons before deciding if you want to keep reading. 4 to 7, Ashes to Ashes. Saturday, February 12, 2281. Kanahana Manor, Hero Commission Branch, Darufu Ward, Muzutafu. It took a full week for Izumi to wake up after her harrowing battle with Akumomo. In that week, she had floated in and out of dreams, sometimes drawing close to consciousness before a wave of exhaustion would hit her and she'd sink back down into the embrace of sleep. Her dreams made no sense to her tired mind, all she dreamt about were roosters, phoenixes, flames, and snakes. Occasionally, the burned visage of Dabi would appear in the dreams, but he never spoke, instead holding out his hand and showing Izumi the blue ball of flame he held there. Sometimes he would urge her to take it, and if Izumi agreed, she'd raise her hand to find it had turned black and pulsed with bizarre red electricity. Those dreams were always right before she was about to wake up, and would always end as she sank back into sleep. Finally, after a week of this, Izumi had the same dream again, but instead of the wave of exhaustion taking her, Izumi finally managed to fully awaken. Izumi blearily opened her eyes and saw the familiar surroundings of her bedroom at the manor. The girl yawned and stretched, then frowned as she felt something pulling on her arm. Lifting her other arm to rub the sleep from her eyes, Izumi blinked a few times in surprise as she saw what was in her arm. It was Ep.4, hooked up to a bag filled with some kind of herbal solution. Izumi's eyes widened. Why do I need Ep.4? I feel fine, just a little hungry. She suddenly froze. The memories of what happened surged into her mind. Dabi, she cried. Yanking the Ep.4 from her arm, Izumi leapt to her feet and promptly tumbled over again, her legs stiff from disuse. Grumbling in embarrassment, Izumi slowly staggered back to her feet and looked around her room for her phone. It had been left on her desk, so she hobbled over to check the date and time. It read 9:45 a.m., Saturday, February 12. Izumi gasped, she'd been unconscious for a whole week. The image of Dabi's severe burns entered her mind and Izumi began to panic. She needed to find Dabi and help him. Oh God, what if he's still at the RV? I need to find him, she shrieked, yanking off her sleeping robe and changing into the first set of clothes she could pull from her closet. She didn't even bother washing her face or brushing her teeth as she ran from the room. Izumi barely made it 2 steps before she collided with Himiko, knocking both girls onto their backsides. Oof. What the heck was Dash? Izuken. Himiko exclaimed, seeing what had hit her. The blonde girl smiled broadly and threw herself at Izumi, hugging the smaller girl with all her might. Izuken. Thank God, we were so worried about you. You were so badly hurt, we were afraid you'd die and have to resurrect. Himiko cried. Izumi hugged Himiko back, smiling softly. I'm okay, Himiko. I'm so sorry I scared you. Last Saturday was kind of crazy. Izumi said, slowly pulling away from the hug so she and Himiko could get to their feet. Himiko snorted at Izumi's words. Crazy? Understatement of the century. We heard everything from Dabi. Izumi gasped and grabbed Himiko's shoulders. Dabi. Where is he? Is he okay? What about Ishiko and Moegami? Whoa there. Just relax. You only just woke up. Himiko tried to reason with her little sister. Dabi's here. He's still really badly hurt, but he's so used to burns that he's already up and about. Ishiko doesn't have a scratch on her, and Moegami is inside Dabi. A lot happened this week. Himiko explained, we're all just sitting down for breakfast. I was coming to check on you before we started though. I should warn you though, Kaken is pretty mad. You were in really bad condition and you know how protective he can be. Izumi sighed with relief, almost falling to her knees when she heard Dabi, Ishiko, and Moegami were okay. They're okay, thank goodness. I was afraid the worst had happened. Himiko smiled softly, don't worry. Dabi looks like an Egyptian mummy and stinks of burned cream, but he's moving around like nothing happened. I bet you'll heal him though, right? Of course. Izumi declared, grabbing Himiko's hand, let's go now. It's breakfast, I'm hungry and there's someone to help, she said, dragging her adoptive older sister to the dining room. Himiko giggled. Food and heroism, Izumi's two greatest loves. Izumi and Himiko walked into the dining hall together, finding everyone waiting for them, or just Himiko, since they didn't know Izumi was awake yet. The entire household was present, and both Katsuki and Hawks were guests today, though Torikago and the Bakugu parents were absent. Izumi beamed as she saw they were all doing well, but her smile increased to true sun goddess levels as she laid eyes on Dabi. The man was, as Himiko described, covered head to toe in white bandages, each of which were heavily medicated and plastered with burned cream. Other than the bandages, he was wearing some loose-fitting cargo pants and a loose black shirt, clothes that could be easily put on without aggravating his skin injuries. His face was only partially covered, as his eyes and mouth were free of the bandages, as was his black hair, but even with his cheeks covered, Izumi swore she could see some pink shining through as Dabi spoke with Kigo, who was sat beside him. Izumi remembered Dabi saying that Hawks was his favorite hero, and the two seemed to be chatting and having fun like old friends. It warmed her heart to see it. Then Dabi looked up and made eye contact with Izumi, and the girl was blown away by the depth of emotion shining in those turquoise eyes. Shame, joy, relief, fear, anger, affection, all these and more shone through plain as day, and Izumi couldn't help but smile happily at him. Good morning everyone, she said, drawing everyone's attention. She had said everyone, but the words had really been meant for Dabi. Izumi, everyone shouted, leaping to their feet to greet her. Even Dabi struggled to stand, with some help from Kigo, which made Dabi's blush return. Sakuya was the first to reach her, followed immediately by Katsuki. Izumi, thank goodness you're awake. Are you okay? Have your burns all healed? Izumi nodded, I'm completely fine now. I'm guessing I was out for so long because Yamagami kept using rejuvenation to heal me in my sleep, right? Within her, she felt the dragon brush god stir, my apologies, great mother. You were so badly hurt, I acted without thinking. You slept so long because I kept using your stamina to produce the rejuvenating ink. I'm not mad. Thank you, Yamagami. I'm glad I wasn't awake for the regrowth of my arm or skin. That would have hurt a lot. Izumi thought back, sending a wave of positivity to Yamagami through her emotions. Are you sure you're okay? Fucking Sudi and Pixie told us what happened, you got burned to fucking cinders. Katsuki asked, anger born of worry all over his face. His nickname for Dabi made it fairly clear he wasn't happy with the burned man. Ishiko thought her own nickname was insulting too, but Izumi knew it wasn't intended to be. Still, there was more than anger towards Dabi in Kaken's face. He looked guilty, as if he felt he should have been able to prevent the whole affair. Katsuki's guilt and inferiority complexes were fairly common knowledge within the family, so no one but Izumi tried to talk him out of it, as they knew only Izumi could. I'm fine, Kaken. I promise, Dabi and Ishiko told you the truth. I probably wouldn't even be here right now without them. Izumi said. She didn't actually know what happened after she passed out, but she assumed the duo had helped her. Sakuya directed Izumi to sit down, we should discuss what happened. Dr. Tanaka is currently at the hospital doing some tests on your blood, but he should be back before long. Let's have breakfast first though, you look like you could do with some good food. Izumi smiled, thanks, I haven't eaten since Dabi's curry. What would you like? I'll whip you up anything you can think of. Mrs. Nazo offered with a grin as she pulled her sleeves up. Izumi looked at Dabi, please get me all the holy bone bites we've got. I have work to do, she said, walking around the table to sit beside Dabi. Dabi blinked in confusion as everyone in the room either groaned or facepalmed. Just what was Izumi planning to do? Seriously? You've been awake for like 10 minutes and you're going to knock your dumb ass out again? Katsuki demanded, folding his arms with a frown. Izumi nodded, my body healed on its own over this last week, but Dabi's didn't. I won't rest until he's healed. The burned man looked around, but everyone else looked resigned, as if they couldn't do anything to stop the girl. You seriously plan to heal me? All of me? Right after you woke up from a week-long coma? Yup. Izumi smiled, kneeling beside Dabi and offering her hand, which was already covered in rejuvenating ink. We're friends, and I don't allow my friends to be in pain when I can help them. Dabi felt his heart skip and fought to keep a smile off his face. He really did love this bizarre little wolf girl, which is why he shook his head. No. I refuse. Unless you're going to forcibly use your powers on me, it isn't happening, he said firmly, crossing his arms. He was aiming for the stern big brother appearance, but thanks to the bandages, he looked like a mummy fresh from a sarcophagus. Izumi frowned, though it looked more like a cute pout. She could easily force her healing on Dabi, but that would be both illegal and unethical. One of the first lessons she'd been taught when using her healing at the local hospital was that sometimes, a patient would refuse to be healed for whatever reason, and all Izumi could do was try to convince them. Dabi was too stubborn for a normal argument though, so Izumi instead crossed her arms petulantly and pouted full force. Fine. I can't heal you without permission. But you were seriously hurt because of me. I bear some responsibility for what the brush demons do, and you suffered because of one. Until you allow me to heal you, or until you heal on your own, I won't be eating anything. Izumi said seriously. Dabi's jaw hung open and the rest of the Konohana household followed suit. A hunger strike? Seriously, he said, disbelief coloring his words. Izumi blushed a little, knowing how childish she was being. She was essentially acting like a child holding her breath until she got the toy she wanted, but she comforted herself with the knowledge that this wasn't for her sake. You suffered so much because of Akumomo. I can suffer an empty stomach, she reasoned. Katsuki turned to Dabi with a growl, just let her fucking heal you, shitty Sudi. You fucking owe her. Please, Dabi. Izukin's serious right now. There's no hell she won't put herself through to help others. Himiko added. Dabi winced, knowing that was certainly true. Izumi had gone through hell in their fight, and even afterwards too. The memory of a one-armed, severely burned Izumi using the dregs of her strength to try and heal him on the beach filled his mind. Kigo lightly patted his shoulder, making Dabi blush a little. My kid sister is being a bit of a brat right now, but she only gets like this when she wants to help others. Let her heal you so we can all relax, I'll owe you one. Hawk smiled. Dabi thanked his lucky stars that the bandages over his cheeks helped disguise his radiant blush. He'd been acting like a schoolgirl around Kigo since they'd first met after Dabi and Izumi had been collected from the beach. The burned man wasn't naive enough to think he loved the wing hero, his reactions were the result of simple attraction and the respect he held for his favorite hero. Still, between Izumi's adorable pout, Katsuki's angry demand, Himiko's soft begging, and Hawk's flirtatious smile, Dabi couldn't resist. Alright. I'll let her heal me, he conceded. Izumi cheered loudly, but Dabi put a silencing finger to her lips, on one condition. Anything. You name it. Izumi beamed. Dabi fixed her with a serious look, only heal the burns I got after I met you. The old purple ones with the surgical staples aren't to be touched, got it? Izumi frowned, her enthusiasm dampened. She wanted to argue, but she didn't want Dabi to take back his permission. Her stomach grumbled, making her blush. She really was hungry and was happy she wouldn't have to go through with her hunger strike plan, even if it meant she could only heal Dabi's newer wounds. Deal, she said, somewhat reluctantly. Mrs. Nazo scurried off to gather the holy bone bites Izumi would need to refuel her energy while Izumi, with some help from Hawks, began to slowly unwrap Dabi's bandages. His old burns, the ones that had surgical staples along the edge, looked no different than they had before, so Izumi only applied a tiny amount of her rejuvenating ink to them, just to heal the skin enough that it could be left uncovered, then she got to work on the rest of Dabi's body. It was a long and tiring process, as with the exception of his face, minus under his eyes and his lower jaw, his entire body was covered in burns. Multiple times through the healing process, Izumi would turn pale and slump over, her strength running out until Himiko and Katsuki fed her some bone bites, which would quickly perk her up and get her working again. Dabi watched in amazement as the black and purple flesh of his newer burns slowly turned red, then back to his normal pale skin tone. It was a bit embarrassing to have to take off most of his clothes so Izumi could heal beneath them, but Dabi could endure that without trouble, until it came time to heal the damage beneath. His boxers. Izumi blushed neon red when she realized that was the only part left to heal, but instead of simply refusing to heal it, she filled a small bowl with her ink and sent Dabi to the bathroom with it, telling him to apply it as needed. After the most tense and awkward 10 minutes of Dabi's life, he emerged from the bathroom with an empty bowl, a mild blush, and a fully healed body. Other than his borrowed clothes, Dabi looked identical to when Izumi first met him, with his burns limited to the area beneath his eyes, his lower jaw to his collarbone, and his forearms and shins. The rest of him was pristine, though Dabi did note that the new skin was a little sensitive. "You look better," Hawk said with an approving nod, making Dabi blush again. "Yeah, well, you're not half bad looking yourself," Dabi shot back. Hawk smirked despite his cheeks turning pink. The wing hero liked the snarky burned man. With Dabi and Izumi both awake and in good condition again, everyone was finally able to sit down to breakfast together. Izumi had eaten a lot already, thanks to the bone bites, but her continuous use of rejuvenation had emptied her stomach again, so she was more than happy to mow down a serving of Mrs. Nazo's traditional Japanese breakfast. As they ate, Sakuya, who as a spirit, didn't need to eat, informed Izumi on what had happened during her week of slumber. After Ashiko had called for help and returned to the RV to find both Izumi and Dabi unconscious, the Ponko girl had panicked a little, especially as it looked like Dabi had gone into shock due to the damage to his body. At that moment, Moegami had possessed Dabi again from the astral plane, since the celestial brush gods couldn't leave the plane without a host and couldn't enter Izumi without her permission, and with the rooster god's energy keeping him going, Dabi survived long enough for Sakuya and Dr. Tanaka to arrive. Ishiko had told Sakuya about the Devil Gate and Ikumomo while Dr. Tanaka did some emergency first aid to stabilize the wounded fighters before taking them home to the manor. Once at the manor, Izumi had been treated with all the herbal medicines Tanaka had, and then left to rest while Dabi was treated as well. Over the next week, Izumi's body would slowly heal itself with rejuvenation, thanks to Yamagami's intervention. Her arm was rejuvenated first, followed by her missing skin and so on, until she was fully healed just the day before she awoke. Dr. Tanaka, once Izumi was all healed up, took some blood and went to the hospital, where he still was, performing tests to discover what the cause of Izumi's bizarre black hand had been. On Dabi's side of things, he'd awoken on Monday, 2 days after the incident. He'd told everyone at Kanahana Manor what had happened, and spilled his guts about everything that he'd also told Izumi, just to ensure everyone was on the same page. Then, at Himiko's insistence, everyone had told Dabi the truth of demons and Amaterasu, using the logic that all the other possession victims knew, and Dabi had encountered a lot of it already. And that's pretty much everything you missed. Sakuya finished, just as Izumi was done with her food. Dabi knows everything and has met everyone, except Jean. He's also filled us in on everything he told you, but he won't say a word about his quirk or past. Dabi nodded. I'm not spilling the beans to anyone but the kid. She saved my life, so I trust her, but I don't know the rest of you well enough, or at all in most cases, he said gruffly. Other than Himiko and Katsuki, who had come to the beach with Izumi a few times, Dabi hadn't met the other members of the household before being taken there, and even after a week spent with them, he kept his distance. Hawks was the sole exception to that, but that was due to Dabi's attraction and the fact Hawks was his favorite hero. Katsuki growled, but the rest of the group nodded in acceptance. Izumi put a hand on Katsuki's back and rubbed it comfortingly, knowing full well why Katsuki was so upset with Dabi. It reminded him of the Hibana incident. Seeing her unconscious and covered in burns had undoubtedly hit too close to home for the explosive boy, who despite years of therapy, had never truly gotten over the fact his beloved quirk had hurt Izumi so much. Dabi was a lot like Katsuki actually, making Izumi wonder if that was what had drawn her to the burned man in the first place. So, you know the truth about me, and you'll tell me everything about yourself when you're feeling up to it. Where do we go from here? Izumi asked, turning back to Dabi. Well, you can start by getting your pet chicken out of my head. Dabi smirked. Oh. Moegami. I almost forgot about him. Is he doing okay? Izumi asked. Dabi shrugged. He hasn't tried to take control of me and isn't currently attempting to drive me insane or murder me, so as far as possessions go, he's golden, he said, a little bitterly. He didn't hold Akumomo's actions against the purified rooster, now that he knew the truth of the situation, but that didn't make him feel any better about sharing his body so soon after the first possession. He basically said sorry to me and then clammed up for the rest of the week. I should let him into my body. Not sure how I'll do that though. Before, it was always in the astral plane after the god in question had left their host. Izumi said, putting a finger to her lip as she thought. Within her head, Yamagami spoke, Great Mother, we celestial brush gods cannot enter your form unless you accept us from the astral plane. We must take Dabi back there, have our brother leave his body, then you must accept him into yourself. Got it. Thanks Yamagami. Your brother will be coming home soon. Izumi smiled, before looking up. Never mind, Yamagami came through again. Dabi and I need to go back to the astral plane. Then Moegami can join with me. Ooh. Himiko jumped up, can I come? I want to see the rooster god. The Hanagami were really cool, so a rooster with fire powers has to be awesome, the blonde girl grinned. I'm coming too. Katsuki said, not offering an explanation. Me too. Dabi said Moegami has cool red feathers, like mine. I want to see for myself. Hawks grinned. Sorry bird boy, but as cool as you are, you don't equal the majesty of a god. Ishiko grinned, making Hawks raise an eyebrow and half-heartedly swat at her with one of the smallest feathers he had. Sakuya giggled at their antics. Are we all going? Master Onijirai, the Onikawa brothers, Jin Maeda and Doi Nezo all nodded eagerly, while the citrus couple, the Maeda maids, Tenji Ida and Kabuto Nezo all opted to stay behind. Those that wanted to stay at the manor quickly left the dining room, to ensure Izumi didn't accidentally take them too when she transported the others. Once they were gone, Izumi released her divine light and warped herself and the others to the astral plane, where they all landed with a gentle thump on the clouds. As soon as the small group had arrived, Himiko began to excitedly run around, grabbing handfuls of the fluffy golden clouds and hugging them to her chest, loving the softness. Everyone else was focused on Dabi, waiting for Moegami to come out of him. There was a moment of hesitation, making Dabi frown and tap the side of his own head. Oi, get out here. I don't care how ashamed you are, Izumi wants you back and I want you out of my head, he growled, speaking to the brush god within him. Izumi, unsure if Moegami could hear the same things Dabi did, put a hand on the man's shoulder and began speaking. Moegami? It's alright, I'm not upset. Please come out, she said softly, hoping to coax the rooster god out of Dabi's body. For the first time in almost a week, Katsuki snickered. The rooster god is a big chicken, who could have guessed, he said sarcastically. Dabi smirked at the comment, but suddenly grimaced as his chest grew just a few degrees too hot to be comfortable. A ball of light suddenly burst from his heart, and then grew until it was larger than any of the humans present, even the massive Onikawas. Once the orb reached full size, it took the shape of the brush god Moegami, who promptly spread its wings with a huge gale of hot air blowing over the gathered crowd. I am no mere chicken. Moegami cried indignantly, speaking in an aristocratic tone of voice. Izumi nodded eagerly. Moegami certainly wasn't any normal chicken. While most of the other brush gods had been consistent in size with their real-life animal counterparts, Moegami was significantly larger than any species of bird on the planet. He stood equal in height to Dabi, with wings and tail feathers that made him appear even larger than he actually was. Moegami had the thin body of a rooster, but covered in pure white feathers, with the usual divine markings in red. He also had the usual head crests that roosters possessed, in the same deep red as the divine markings. Beyond that though, it was hard to say if Moegami really was a rooster, as his wings were massive and clearly capable of flight, with each limb being colored white with long red flight feathers on the ends. The rooster's long tail feathers also made it clear it was no normal bird. Not to mention the fact that every flap of its wings was producing small wisps of crimson flames. Topping off Moegami's godlike look, he held a long Japanese smoking pipe in his beak, with bronze caps either end and the stylized images of wind and fire painted onto the finely lacquered wood. Moegami. In short, Moegami was as much a phoenix as he was a rooster. That is so cool. Izumi gushed. Moegami is definitely in my top 5 most impressive-looking brush gods. He's one of the most powerful ones too. Ishiko said, jumping up and down excitedly on Izumi's head. A rooster that cooks itself would be nice to have in the kitchen. Doi idly commented, not paying attention to the brush god's indignant look. Jin nodded in agreement. I wonder how much you could sell those feathers for. They're unlike anything else in the world. Please don't try selling pieces of the brush gods. I doubt they or Izumi will appreciate it. Sakuya said, raising a dainty eyebrow at Jin. The Onikawa brothers, as usual, said nothing. They did however give brief bows to the brush god to show their respect, a gesture that Moegami appreciated. I didn't get a good look at this guy last week, thanks to all the shit that happened. It's kind of strange to know I had some kind of divine angel phoenix chicken inside my head. Dabi commented. He remembered what he had looked like when Akomomo transformed him, and it was quite startling to see how different the purified and corrupted versions were. Himiko and Katsuki weren't that impressed by the rooster god though, as both had obviously been possessed and experienced all this before. Tashigami was cuter. Himiko said with a shrug. The mouse god protested from within Izumi, but the girl was too caught up in admiring Moegami to pass his complaints along. I had a pig in me, and now there's a chicken. All we need is a horse, a cow, and a sheep and we'll have old MacDonald's farm running around Izukin's head. Katsuki smirked. Kigo snickered, the brush gods are based off the zodiac, right? Then we probably will be getting a horse, cow, and sheep soon. Master Onijirai bonked both Hawks and Katsuki over the head with his bamboo shurnai. Show proper respect for the gods. Moegami ignored all the humans present, as well as Sakuya and Ishiko, and chose to focus his gaze entirely on Izumi. The fact that his mistress, the one that he had hurt so badly while corrupted, was smiling at him made Moegami feel like trash. My mistress. No words I possess could possibly come close to conveying the depths of my regret for what I did to you. Truly, my sins are unforgivable. I would ask that you let me atone by surrendering my power, then sacrificing my flesh so that you may create a new brush god worthy of your magnificence, the rooster demon said, bowing his head so low it almost appeared like he was trying to peck the ground. Izumi gasped and ran forward, wrapping her arms gently around the brush god's neck. No. Moegami, you weren't in control of yourself. I could never hold what Akumomo did against you, she yelled. Every sin and crime committed by that demon can be laid at the feet of the evil one. They will be the one to pay for this. You are innocent. Moegami's eyes widened as he raised his head and looked at those around him. None of the humans seemed surprised, nor did the wood sprite or Ponkel. Mistress, how can you forgive me so easily? Your friend Dabi suffered greatly because of me, and you yourself were almost burned to ashes. Why would you take mercy on this pathetic wretch? Izumi frowned and gently bonked the bird on the head, making him squawk quietly. Stop insulting yourself. I just told you why I wasn't blaming you. When I'm powerful enough to face him, I'll defeat the evil one and make them pay for all these crimes. I'll avenge Dabi's suffering then, and yours along with it, she declared. The rooster god sighed and lowered his head once more, though this time it was to hide his tears. It would be disgraceful for him to shed tears in front of his mistress. Thank you, Immaculate One. You have my oath once more that I will serve you loyally for all eternity. Moegami. Turn to Dabi, and to you, Dabi, I offer my heartfelt apologies. Should you require my aid in the future, and my mistress allows it, I will return to your side. Dabi waved him off. It's fine. Sakuya made it clear that you aren't to blame, so I have no issue with you. Just don't possess me without asking first next time. Moegami nodded. Mistress, there is one last thing I should warn you of. Did any of my brothers tell you of the evil one's plan? His attempts to gather powerful lieutenants and hosts by sending brush demons to possess those he foresaw becoming villains? Yes. Izumi said, Bakugami warned me. If you were one of those demons and Dabi was a potential villain, then that means I have purified 3 out of the 4. Only one left to find and that plan will be fully thwarted, the girl smiled. You have already purified 2 of the others? Moegami asked. If you count me as the first brush god, then you're the 6th brush god on our team. I already saved Yamagami, Bakugami, Tashigami, and the Hanagami trio. Once I beat the last of the demons possessing future villains, I'll have over half. Izumi beamed. Moegami got an excited look in his eye. There is more I can do to assist you then. I didn't know 2 of the other brush demons in the plan, but I did know the 3rd. The demon in question is the snake demon, Akumanur, the corrupted form of our sister, Nuregami. Izumi and the others cheered. Amazing. Now we can be prepared for the next demon. It's always been a surprise so far, so now we'll know ahead of time. Thank you, Moegami. Oh. And I grant you full permission to return to my body. Moegami bowed his head. Thank you, mistress. I look forward to serving you well, he said, before straightening up. I, Moegami, the god of flames, humbly return to your side, and return to you my celestial brush technique, Inferno. Fare thee well, daughter of the sun. Moegami then flapped his wings, taking flight and causing a tornado of flames to surround him. Izumi braced herself while the others watched the display of fire, and once the tornado spluttered out, all that was left of Moegami was a ball of light bearing the kanji, Mo. Izumi reached out and took it, then pressed it into her chest. A comforting warmth spread through her body, and Izumi was thrust into another of her sealed memories. Izumi witnessed herself entering a freezing cold room deep within a cave. In the room was a statue of Moegami that was frozen in a block of ice, and the moment Izumi approached it, a bizarre demon appeared. The demon, known as an ice mouth, was shaped like a wagon wheel with a pair of large, chapped blue lips in the center where the spokes met. Multiple smaller mouths were along the rim of the wheel demon, and freezing cold ice was emanating from each one. Ice mouth. Izumi watched herself do battle with the ice mouth, slaying it with a few good strikes of her mirror and a power slash. With the icy demon dead, the Moegami statue began to burn, melting its icy prison. The light of the flames revealed a constellation in the form of the rooster god, and from those stars, the god appeared. Izumi then witnessed herself using the power of Inferno to control the flames of the Moegami statue, and use them to melt a block of ice that was blocking her path, allowing her to continue further into the sinister cave. Moments later, Izumi blinked awake and found herself back at the manor, along with the others. Whoa! So that's what happens when you get a brush god. Your friend's descriptions didn't do it justice. Dabi mused. Just you wait. Ishiko said excitedly, the brush technique Moegami rules over is Inferno, one of the 5 elemental techniques. By using red ink, Izumi can freely control any flame her ink touches. Once she controls the flame, it can't hurt her either. Izumi, curious to try it out, secreted some red ink from her hand, then frowned. I can use this to control fire, but not actually make it, right? She said. Everyone paused as they looked at the strange expression on Izumi's face. The girl looked worried about something, and her non-ink covered hand was pressed against her heart. You okay, pup? You're looking a little pale. Hawks asked. Izumi shook her head. Something didn't feel right. She had studied the brush techniques enough to know most of what they did, and she knew that Inferno couldn't create flames by itself, so why did Izumi feel like she could make some? It felt like there was a flame inside her trying to get out. She explained this feeling to her friends, including those that hadn't joined them in the astral plane. They all looked at each other with confusion, all except Dabi, who looked resigned. Dr. Tanaka was present too, having gotten back with the results of the tests he'd run on Izumi's blood, but Dabi silenced him with a look as he stepped toward Izumi. Hey wolf girl, do me a favor, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder, you know that feeling in your chest right now? Coax it out and let it flow down your arm and out your index finger. Izumi looked at him in confusion, but the man just smiled, trust me. Alright, the girl said, following Dabi's instructions. She allowed the burning sensation to work its way from her heart to her left shoulder, then down her arm to her index finger. Then, to the shock of everyone in the manor, a tiny flame appeared. A tiny azure flame. Everyone gasped and Izumi looked at Dabi with horror as the burned man sighed. I figured as much. My quirk hasn't worked since you stopped it last week. I thought you might have sealed it up, or maybe destroyed it, but that isn't true. Dabi said. Izumi shook her head, and no, I couldn't have. I didn't. You didn't make my quirk disappear, you took it. You took my quirk into yourself. Dabi said. He didn't seem angry or upset, but he did seem mildly disturbed to be seeing his own quirk being used by another person. Izumi tried to deny it, but the evidence spoke for itself, and her protests were cut off by her hissing and putting out the flame as it burned her. Dabi, no apologizing. I was out of control and would have died if you hadn't taken it. What I don't get is how, the burned man said. No brush technique can take another person's quirk. Something is up here. Sakuya exclaimed as she, Himiko and Katsuki rushed to comfort Izumi, who was beginning to hyperventilate. Dr. Tanaka cleared his throat awkwardly, I don't believe this is divine in nature. I testing Izumi's blood. I didn't believe what I was seeing at first, so I redid the test several times, but the results are indisputable. The doctor looked Izumi in the eye. Izumi, you have a quirk. Next chapter, Dust to be released, June 8, 2021. Dabi and Izumi are back to full capacity, physically at least, and now Izumi has gained the power of flame control from Inferno. Unfortunately, this new reveal is going to cause quite a stir for the poor girl. So, the truth that Izumi has a quirk has now come out. Exactly how this came to be will be explained in the next chapter, and the limits of this power will be explained in the one after that. For those of you worried about this making Izumi overpowered, more so than she already is, being a goddess, you can relax. For the most part, Izumi won't be using this power to gain new quirks for herself. Also, as you can probably guess, I'm pairing Hawks and Dabi together. It's kind of a crack pairing, but one I find fun. I hope you guys don't mind. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 428, Dust to Dust. Saturday, February 12, 2281. Kanahana Manor, Hero Commission Branch, Darufu Ward, Muzutafu. Izumi, you have a quirk. Izumi almost didn't hear those words. Her heart was beating so hard, and her breathing was so wild and erratic that she could barely keep herself upright. It wasn't possible, a quirk. After all this time. After almost 10 years. After she'd spent an entire year of her life being abused and looked down upon for being seemingly quirkless. Izumi grit her teeth, was the universe just fucking with her? How the hell is that possible? Katsuki demanded, recovering from the shock before the others. Izuken is supposed to be Amaterasu, right? That's supposed to be why she didn't have a quirk in the first place. And now you're telling us she's had one all this time. The blonde boy was raging. He hated himself for bullying Izumi over her quirkless nature when they were little, but if she had really never been quirkless, then not only had he acted like a brat, but he'd done it all for no reason. Strictly speaking. Sakuya began, clearing her throat. Izumi being Amaterasu should never have had any bearing on her having a quirk. The power of gods and spirits lies in their souls, while quirks are in the blood and DNA. When I started my search for Amaterasu's new incarnation, I had expected her to have a quirk of her own. When I discovered Izumi was apparently quirkless, I just shrugged it off as a twist of fate. After all, Punkles and the descendants of other races, like the Sparrow clan, developed quirks at the same time as humans, so with Izumi being half human, I just assumed she could have had one, but was in the 20% of those to not develop quirks. Everyone was looked between Sakuya and Izumi with shock. Izumi was clearly in a lot of distress, and was trying to rationalize what she'd been told while Himiko and Katsuki tried to comfort her. Hawks and Master Onijirai were frowning in thought, with the former exchanging glances with Dabi, who was watching Izumi sadly. I don't understand what the heck is going on. Himiko huffed, hugging Izumi to her chest. Izumi has a quirk somehow, I get that part, but how? What does it do? How did you guys work it out? Why did you even consider it? Dabi sighed. After Izumi was able to stop my flames, I noticed I couldn't use my quirk anymore. I thought she'd somehow sealed or destroyed it, but Ashiko kept muttering that Izumi shouldn't have the power to do that, and when you all told me about Amaterasu, and how Izumi was technically quirkless, I remembered the feeling in my chest when Izumi took my fire. It felt like she was pulling something out of me. I mentioned it to the doc, and he took some of her blood to run tests. Dr. Tanaka continued from there. I took samples of Izumi's blood, as well as samples of Dabi's. What I discovered was that Izumi possesses something incredibly bizarre, a Gen 2 awakening quirk. Sakuya and the older members of the household gasped, but everyone under the age of 40 just looked confused. Gen 2 awakening quirk? Hawks asked, raising an eyebrow. Tanaka nodded. As well as the standard classifications of emitter, transformation, and mutation, quirks have two other classification types, one based on manifestation and one based on generation. Manifestation is based on how a quirk first appears. Birth quirks are those that manifest in the womb, thus the person is born with them. Developed quirks are the most common quirks that develop naturally as the owner grows up, usually appearing fully by age 4. Conditional quirks are essentially birth quirks, but they have some kind of external condition that must be met before they can activate, such as someone with a mermaid transformation only being able to use their quirk once they are submerged in water. Lastly are the awakening quirks. These are quirks that, for whatever reason, are essentially useless, truly useless, as in the body has a quirk, but it doesn't do anything. But because certain traumatic events can cause a quirk to awaken and grow stronger, these completely powerless quirks can sometimes awaken too and develop real powers. So Izumi has had a quirk all this time, but because it didn't do anything, everyone thought she was quirkless? Hawks asked. That's correct, the doctor nodded. Dabi grimaced. Then her encounter with me and Akumomo was somehow traumatic enough to make her quirk awaken into what it is now. Also correct. Tanaka said. Sakuya winced as she saw Dabi's face fill with guilt. Dabi, you've known Izumi for a while now, and you saw how far she was willing to go in order to heal you. To her, seeing you about to die from your own quirk must have been traumatic enough to awaken her quirk. Dabi growled. She gets bullied for a year, has her mother's soul stolen, gets beaten by demons and some psychotic bitch, ends up almost being pimped out by child molesters and all manner of other shit, but none of that awakens her quirk, but my useless ass being torched by my own quirk is enough to wake it up. Before Dabi could get any more worked up, Grandpa Citrus gently bonked him on the head with his walking stick. Here now, enough of that. Young Lady Himiko said it herself earlier, there's no hell that young Lady Izumi wouldn't put herself through for the sake of others. Her own pain means nothing to her when compared to the pain of others, and as awful as her mother's condition is, the young lady knows she can save her mother eventually. But goddess or not, she can't bring you back from the dead. Izuken never had to deal with the idea of one of her friends dying before. Himiko added, I can only imagine how she must have felt, seeing a friend about to be killed by his own power, and being completely powerless to stop it. Something like that would definitely be traumatic. Hikari Maeda, who'd been watching silently with her sisters, shyly raised a hand. Forgive me if this is rude, but should we really be talking like this? I mean, everyone's talking like Lady Izumi isn't stood right there, she said, pointing to where Izumi was now silently staring off into space. The green-haired girl was breathing calmly now, and was staring glassy-eyed at the small ball of blue flame that floated above her finger, summoned by cremation and held in place by Inferno so as not to burn her. Sakuya nodded her head with a sad sigh. She isn't really here right now. Occasionally, when things get too hectic or Izumi experiences things she can't fully handle emotionally, she kind of shuts off for a bit. Her therapist says it's a form of disassociation, she just needs time to adjust and come to terms with her feelings. The last time it happened, it was when she saw an abused child die in the hospital before she could heal her. All we can do for her is keep talking to her and comfort her as best we can. Be warned that when she leaves that state, she's going to be wildly emotional. Everyone looked sadly at Izumi, who didn't even seem to know where she was at the moment. Still, they knew she could hear them, so they decided to keep talking. That way they wouldn't need to repeat the experience later when Izumi was calm. So we've established that Izuku's quirk is a weird-ass awakening quirk, but the fuck is that Gen 2 stuff about? Katsuki demanded. Dr. Tanaka looked to the boy. That Gen 2 stuff is what makes this case so unusual. While awakening quirks are rare and often lead to people being considered quirkless, there are usually ways of telling it's there. The absence of the toe joint that the majority of quirkless people have is one way, as well as the presence of a quirk factor in the DNA, are used to determine if someone has a quirk or not. Izumi had the second toe joint, as well no quirk factor in her DNA, so by all scientific metrics, she should have been quirkless, unless she was a Gen 2, the doctor explained. As you may have guessed by the name, a Gen 2 is someone who is a second-generation quirk user, a child of a first generation, also known as an origin quirk wielder. It wasn't until the third generation of quirk wielders that the toe joint ceased to be a part of standard human biology, and the quirk factor became universal. Origin quirks and Gen 2 quirks possessed quirk factors also, but they are different from the ones possessed by later generations. You could think of it as Gen 1 and 2 possessing an alpha version, while later gens possessed a beta version. The two types of quirk factor essentially function the same, but their biological makeup is different. Himiko's eyes widened as she realized what that meant. So because Izumi was thought to be a later generation, she wasn't testing for the old form of quirk factor, only the new one. And because Gen 2s still have the second bone in the pinky toe, Izumi was thought to be quirkless. Katsuki frowned. This shit doesn't make sense. Auntie Inko wasn't no origin quirk wielder, and she was supposed to be the same age as Izuku's deadbeat fuck of a father. How the fuck can she be a Gen 2? That mystery can't be solved without finding her father. I've taken care of Inko for years now, and I know for a fact that she's a fourth generation. That means either Izumi has a freak mutation giving her the characteristics of a Gen 2, which is a 1 in a trillion chance, or her father possesses a powerful origin quirk. While it's rare, there are still bloodlines in the world that have never possessed quirks before, so it's possible her father was the first in his line to get one. Age has little to do with it. However, the odd genetic combination of an origin quirk and a Gen 4 quirk may be what resulted in Izumi's quirk being so weak until she experienced an awakening, the doctor finished. The group fell silent. Izumi was still out of it, staring at the flame she'd created while Ishiko sat on her shoulder and offering reassurances. Dabi was also watching her carefully, looking uneasy as he watched her flame. He wasn't upset about being rendered quirkless, but he was worried that Izumi was in a vulnerable mental state while actively using his dangerous quirk. Sakuya was the next person to speak, looking at Dr. Tanaka with oddly intense eyes. We've established why no one knew about Izumi's quirk. While it's a long line of unfortunate coincidences, it doesn't matter too much. What does matter is what the quirk can do. From what we know, Izumi can seemingly take the quirks of others, rendering them quirkless, and use those quirks herself. What I want to know is how such a quirk came to be inside Izumi. Was it born from a fusion of her parents' quirks? Did she inherit it from her absentee father, or was it a freak mutation to add to the list of unfortunate coincidences? The tree spirit asked. Tanaka pushed his glasses up his nose with one finger. There is no sign of Inko's quirk factor in Izumi. It isn't possible for a person to have a combination of two quirks with different types of quirk factor, so since Izumi's parents each had either the alpha or beta version, Izumi would possess one or the other, or a mutation. Izumi didn't inherit her mother's quirk, so either her quirk-stealing power comes from her father, or it's a freak mutation. Without a sample of her father's DNA, we can't get a definitive answer. Katsuki shook his head. It's a mutation. Auntie Inko said that Izuku's dick of a dad had a fire breath quirk. Yeah, but was it his quirk? Or did he take it like Izumi took Dabi's? Himiko pointed out. Before any more could be said on the topic, Izumi suddenly snapped to attention with a panicked expression. I took it. Dabi's quirk. I stole it. I'm a thief. Izumi suddenly gasped, the flame on her finger growing larger. Everyone quickly began trying to offer reassurances, repeatedly telling Izumi it wasn't her fault, and that she'd not done it intentionally, but Izumi was already hyperventilating again. She was gasping desperately, the words, I'm a thief, tumbling from her mouth with every panicked exhale, and the little flame she'd made with Dabi's quirk began to grow larger and wilder, to the point that everyone was backing away now, unable to get close due to the growing heat. The flames were still bound to Izumi's ink via her new Inferno technique, so they weren't burning her, but if she didn't calm down soon, that fire would consume everyone around her. Dabi sighed, and with a deep breath, he marched forward and stretched out his hand. He swung it through the air, as if he was going to slap Izumi, an act that almost got Katsuki to launch an explosion at him, but rather than hit Izumi's face, the hand clenched around the blue flame and smothered it. The man barely flinched as the flame burned his hand with a quiet sizzle, and the smell of smoke and burning flesh filled his nostrils. Dabi opened his hand to reveal his burned palm, and instantly, Izumi snapped out of her panic attack. "Dabi," she cried, thick tears rolling down her cheeks, I stole it. I'm so sorry. And you got hurt again. I. Stop right there. Dabi cut her off, I've burned myself way worse than this hundreds of times. You were burned worse than this when you were saving me, because that's what you did. You took my quirk and saved my life. If you hadn't done what you did, I'd be cold ash washed out to sea right now. So stop panicking. Stop that self-hatred, I've seen that shit in my own eyes often enough to recognize it. You saved my life, Izumi, and I can never thank you enough for that, the burned man said, grabbing her by the shoulders and forcing her to look him in the eye as he spoke. Izumi's sobs grew more heart-wrenching, Dabi. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to help. I didn't want you to die. You're my friend. Dabi smiled softly and pulled her into a hug, letting the poor girl sob her heart out into his chest, thoroughly soaking his borrowed shirt with her tears. You're my friend too, kid. Probably the only one I've ever had. A bitter, burned-out asshole like me doesn't deserve a little goddess as a friend, but I'll be damned if I'm not happy to have you. Now cry until you feel better, my own little sister used to do this a lot, so I'm used to it. He smirked. Izumi gave a shaky giggle, and nestled into Dabi. Himiko joined the hug too, and Katsuki, wanting to make his friend feel better, huffed grumpily and hugged her too whilst giving Dabi a sideways glance that made it clear he still didn't like the burned man, but begrudgingly respected what he was doing for Izumi. Hawks followed soon after, making Dabi blush a bit, and before long everyone in the household had been coaxed into the hug. With all the love and support her friends and family were showing her, Izumi was finally able to completely calm down, shaking off the tears and shock that had come from the revelation of her quirk. With one last sniffle and a quick wipe of her eyes, Izumi pulled away and the hug ended. Sorry everyone. I kind of lost it for a bit there. No need to apologize, Izumi. This all must have been quite a shock, and after all the pain you went through during the fight with Akumomo, it must have felt a lot worse. Sakuya said gently, stroking Izumi's mossy green curls. Izumi nodded, it's just. I spent a whole year suffering because we all thought I was quirkless. I know that most people think of my Amaterasu powers as a quirk, but because I know the truth, I still thought of myself as quirkless. So to suddenly get a quirk after all this time, after all that abuse, and for that quirk to be the power to steal other people's quirks. It just feels like fate is messing with me. We understand, lil pup. Still, you shouldn't feel bad about taking Dabi's quirk. He said it himself, if you hadn't, he'd have died. Hawk said, gently nudging Dabi with his elbow as he said his name. Izumi gave a watery smile, then turned her attention back to the burn her flame had left on Dabi's hand. Gently, she took his hand and healed it with rejuvenation. Thank you Dabi, for not hating me. Dabi smirked and ruffled her hair, relax. You're living up to your definition of a true hero. I'd rather be quirkless than dead. Izumi felt a whimper crawl up her chest at the thought of her rendering Dabi quirkless, but she quickly suppressed it. She'd cry more later, when things were settled, she didn't want to waste any more time right now. While I was disassociating, I still heard what you guys were saying. About how my quirk was hidden and all that. I want to see if I can use it to give Dabi's quirk back. Izumi said, a quiet resolve in her voice. Sakuya nodded, that's a good idea. We need to see how this quirk works. Plus, we'll need to register it. Once we know how it works, we can register it as one of the ink spells your fake Okami quirk can produce. Let us all go to the dojo. We can experiment there. Onijirai said, leading the group from the dining room and into the manor's spacious dojo. Most of the household sat down against the wall so they could watch without getting in the way, while the teenagers, Dabi, and Hawks stood in the middle of the room with Onijirai and Sakuya. Dr. Tanaka also remained standing, though he kept his distance and produced one of Izumi's notebooks so he could write observations down for her. As was tradition when they entered the dojo, the teenagers did a quick warm-up to get their bodies going, which Hawks joined in with. Dabi reluctantly joined in too, mildly surprised by how much tougher their warm-up was compared to the one he usually did before his training. Once they were properly warmed up, Master Onijirai looked to Izumi. Alright, now that your blood is flowing nicely, we should begin. What do you wish to test first? I need to see if I can return cremation to Dabi. If I can't return the quirks, then I don't want to use this power. Izumi declared. Dabi shook his head. Oh no, don't go down that road. You want to be a hero, right? What if you come across someone in the future that you can't beat because their quirk is too powerful? Are you just going to let them keep it and lose the fight because you're too squeamish to steal it? WL. Izumi stuttered. You told me on the beach that a true hero is willing to give anything and everything to save others. That means you're going to end up doing shit you hate in order to save people. If you can't return the quirks you take, then use them to save lives. This is your power, Izumi, don't waste it just because you don't like the idea of using it on people. My fire could outright kill people if I'm not careful, but I still use it. Dabi pointed out. Izumi didn't look fully convinced, but isn't it bad to steal something? Even from bad guys? If I can return them, then it's different, but if I can't. You taking my quirk saved my life. Are you saying you wouldn't have done it if you thought you couldn't give it back? Dabi asked. The girl's eyes widened. Of course I still would have done it. Then it's not a problem. You don't need to go stealing the quirk of every bad guy you meet, but if you need to use that power to save someone, then use it. I hated my own quirk because of what it did to me, and who I got it from, but I still used it because it was a part of me, and before you awoke your quirk, it wasn't possible for me to remove that part. Better to use it than let it atrophy, the burned man reasoned. Besides, I've seen what a kid like you becomes when they reject a part of themselves. Izumi frowned as she saw Dabi's eyes flash with pain and remembrance. Maybe she'd ask about that later. Oh okay. I'll keep it in mind. But I still want to try and return your quirk. Will you let me? Even if you hate it? Dabi nodded. Sure, he said simply. Before we try that. Onijirai smoothly cut in. Izumi, please use Dabi's quirk without the assistance of your Inferno technique. We should use this opportunity to test if you receive the same physical resistances and weaknesses to the quirk as the original holder. Izumi nodded, and remembering Dabi's earlier instructions, she repeated the process and produced a small plume of azure flames from her index finger, though this time she didn't use the red ink of her Inferno technique to catch and control the flame. Almost immediately, Izumi yelped and doused the flame, revealing the tip of her finger had been badly burned. With a frown, she put the finger in her mouth and used some rejuvenating ink from her tongue to heal it. Everyone watching grimaced, while Onijirai silently turned to Dabi with a questioning look. Dabi frowned. The burn she got from that was about the same I would get when my quirk first grew stronger. I used it enough over the years that my resistance slowly grew. Still, the burn wasn't as bad as it would have been to someone with no resistance. So Izumi inherits the same strengths and weaknesses as the quirk holder, though they manifest in her untrained body. That's good to know for the future. Sakuya said, Are you okay, Izumi? The girl in question just smiled and showed her healed finger. All good. I was more surprised than hurt. I thought that since Akumomo wasn't boosting the quirk anymore, it would be weaker again. Within her, Moegami spoke. My corrupted self did not increase the power of Dabi's quirk to the fullest until the very end, when he tried to kill him with it. I judged it too dangerous, because his power was too strong already. If Dabi's quirk grew stronger than it originally was before our fight, then it wasn't my doing. Izumi paused as she thought about it. So Dabi's power had grown stronger by some other means. She made a mental note to ask about that later too. She had quite a list of things to ask Dabi. Dabi, oblivious to Izumi's spirit conversation, simply shrugged. Even before it got stronger, I had trouble with it. Anyway, we've confirmed that you have the same weaknesses to quirks as their original holder, so let's get on with the next test. Onijirai nodded. Next is returning a quirk to the original owner. Izumi, give it a try. Izumi nodded and obediently raised a hand and placed it against Dabi's chest. She then tried to focus on the powers within her, but other than Dabi's quirk and her divine powers, Izumi couldn't feel any sign of a different power within her. She tried to force it out, inadvertently transforming into demigod form, then full wolf form as she tried to push power through her body, and even almost set Dabi on fire with his own quirk, but there was no sign of her own quirk. Next Izumi tried to remember how she'd felt on the beach when trying to save Dabi, but all that achieved was causing her palms to automatically sweat rejuvenating ink. After 5 frustrating minutes, Izumi pulled her hand back with a frown. I can't even activate this stupid thing. It wasn't a one-time use, right? She asked, looking to Dr. Tanaka. The doctor shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. Quirks are extremely difficult to research due to how easily they defy our conventional logic. It's possible your quirk was one-time use, or that it won't activate due to you not being in contact with someone who has a quirk. Hell, it could be a quirk that only activates if you're on fire and on a beach. Still, if you can't activate it at all, I'm not sure how we can go about testing it. Izumi frowned and her eyes grew misty at the thought of having permanently robbed Dabi of his quirk. She might not have meant to do it, or had any other choice, but that didn't erase her guilt. As she stared at her hand, emotions welling up in her eyes, Dabi poked her cheek with his finger, making Izumi suddenly jerk like he'd shocked her. Izumi, it's okay. Don't worry about Dash. Do that again. Izumi suddenly demanded, turning to the man. Dabi paused, do what again? Poke my cheek, the girl said, her sad eyes suddenly wide with understanding. Mildly disturbed, Dabi gingerly poked her cheek again, leaving his finger against her skin for just a few seconds while Izumi's expression turned excited. Suddenly, Izumi spun around and touched Himiko's hand, which made her eyes shine even brighter, then she turned again and touched Dabi's hand. She repeated this with a few other people in the room, leaving them all bewildered, until she suddenly stopped and cheered. I think I've figured it out, the wolf girl grinned. Oh. Then please explain. Sakuya smiled. My quirk can only activate when I have direct skin contact with people, but the kind of contact depends on the person. When I touched Dabi and Sakuya, I felt nothing, but when I touched everyone else in the room, I felt a little tingle in my heart and at the tips of my fingers. Izumi eagerly explained. Katsuki smirked, so in other words, your quirk can't activate unless you're touching someone with a quirk. Sudi and Auntie Sakuya don't have M, so you can't activate it. Izumi nodded, yup, but I noticed something else too. If a person has a quirk, it doesn't matter if I touch them or they touch me, I still get that feeling. But if someone without a quirk touches me instead of me touching them, then I get the tingly feeling. I get it. Hawks grinned, it sounds like your quirk lets you take other quirks if you touch the wielder, but you can give quirks to people who touch you instead. The giver and the receiver of the quirk depends on who initiates the contact. Izumi gave a giddy grin, yup. Dabi, put your hand on me, she instructed excitedly, offering her hand. Dabi took it and smiled as Izumi's face lit up as she experienced the tingly feeling. Focusing on it, Izumi was finally able to activate her quirk, causing the hand that Dabi was holding to turn pitch black and crackle with red electricity. Instinctively, Izumi allowed Dabi's quirk to leave her and return to Dabi, feeling almost identical to when she used cremation, only instead of releasing the fire, she was putting it into Dabi's body. As soon as the quirk left Izumi, the girl felt her knees begin to shake as a wave of mild fatigue swept over her, whilst Dabi suddenly felt like a little boy on a sugar high. Izumi's hand returned to normal, and with a few deep breaths, she recovered from the drain of using her quirk. She and Dabi exchanged a look, both smiling as they raised their hands. Each snapped their fingers, and Izumi's fingers produced a satisfied snap. Dabi's produced a small blue flame. Pure joy welled up inside Izumi, until she couldn't stop herself squealing with delight and jumping on Dabi, hugging him tightly. It worked. I gave it back. Thanks for keeping it warm for me, Izumi. Dabi smirked, ruffling the girl's hair. His flames felt almost identical to how they had when Dabi first met Izumi. The only difference was that they felt a little calmer, they still burned him if he used it for too long, but Dabi could stand it for a few more seconds than he could before. Meanwhile, everyone else in the room sighed with relief. So she can take quirks, use them for herself, and return them. That is one overpowered quirk. Katsuki said, unsure how to feel about it. On the one hand, he was glad Izumi was happy again, but on the other, he was pissed that she'd suffered so much, and though he'd never say it out loud, he was also a little pissed that his rival had just gotten so much stronger. The power to take an enemy's quirk and use it against them was basically an instant win against most villains. Izumi primarily fought at mid-range with her mirror, but she was well trained in close combat with her claws and fists, and all she'd need to do is touch an opponent's bare skin and then bam. She's won. We're not done yet. Sakuya said, smiling happily now that Izumi was relaxed again, we need to fully test the limits. Is there a condition to take a quirk? Can she have more than one taken quirk? If so, is there a limit on the number of quirks she can take? Can she transfer a quirk to someone other than the original owner? Can she take quirks other than emitter types? Are there drawbacks to taking quirks? Can she use them while in her other forms? There are a lot of questions that need answering. Izumi grinned. Now that she knew she could return a quirk to the original owner, she was much more eager to experiment with her own quirk. Well, there's no time like the present. Let's get to analyzing. Next chapter, the limits of power to be released, June 10, 2021. The nature of Izumi's quirk has been revealed, and now it's time to show the limits of it. We've already witnessed that who initiates contact is important, but it's only one of the limitations in place compared to the other version of this quirk. And of course, we've had some clues into how Izumi has it. It should be stated that of the people Izumi knows, only Sakuya knows who All for One is, and she does not want Izumi to know, especially there is now evidence of a relationship between the two. Izumi had a breakdown over stealing a quirk for a good reason. How would she react to learn she was related to the world's most notorious supervillain? The rest of Izumi's limits will be explored in the next chapter. There are only 2 chapters left in this arc, so it should be interesting. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 4-9, The Limits of Power. Saturday, February 12, 2281. Kanahana Manor, Hero Commission Branch, Dorufu Ward, Muzurifu. Anyone that knew Izumi knew that when given the opportunity to analyze a new quirk, the green-haired girl would absolutely jump at the chance, going far beyond what the average person would expect just so she could discover every little secret and application for the quirk in question. Izumi was known to the general public and most heroes, either as the provisional hero, Amaterasu, or the kami of Muzurifu, for her helpful nature and amazing healing powers, but within the Hero Commission and the government, she was better known for her analytical abilities, that had been used to deconstruct the quirks of numerous villains and bring them to justice. Izumi didn't know it, but a lot of the analysis exercises she'd been given in her hero lessons had actually been genuine cases where the government was asking for help. Izumi's report, which she believed only her tutors would read, would then be sent off to the government along with the reports from other analysts taking the request, and 60% of the time, Izumi's report would be the best one. Izumi's 3-dimensional thinking and observant nature, unbound by the limitations of quirks and individual powers, meant the plans she came up with could often be completed without powerful quirks, or even with no quirks at all, since many of them relied on using the villain's powers against them. So naturally, when it came time to analyze her very own quirk, Izumi took to it with gusto like nobody had ever seen. First, we need to check activation conditions. Izumi smiled, standing in the middle of the dojo. We've established I can take quirks if I initiate skin-to-skin contact with a quirk holder, and return quirks to their owners if said owner initiates the contact with me. Onijirai nodded, a wise choice. Is everyone here willing to help? It may involve losing your quirk for a short time, he asked, looking around at the gathered household. Every member of the household staff immediately agreed. We are loyal to Lady Izumi. We are all willing to give up our quirks permanently if necessary. Grandpa Citrus said, tapping his cane on the ground. The rest of the staff nodded in agreement, though Tenji Ida, the lone mutation type in the group, did worry about the idea of giving his potentially damaging quirk to Izumi. Outside the staff, Himiko and Dabi agreed immediately as well, as both had full confidence that Izumi could return their powers. Only Katsuki and Kigo were reluctant. For Kigo, it was because he'd been born with his wings, and they were a mutation, so the idea of suddenly losing them was terrifying. Plus, there was a good chance it would be painful to have them disappear and grow back, and if something went wrong, his career could be at an end. Plus, what if losing his wings and then regrowing them caused him to lose all his muscle memory? He'd have to retrain his wings for years to get back to his current level. I'm not agreeing to losing my quirk until we know more about it. I can't risk something going wrong and losing the power to be a hero, he explained. Izumi nodded in agreement, that's a good point. We can't risk putting Wing Hero, Hawks out of commission just to test my quirk. Besides, with Tenji here, we don't need another mutation type to test my quirk on. Hawk smiled in appreciation, glad Izumi understood. On the other hand, Katsuki was much more conflicted. One of the things that Akomabaku had done to try and corrupt him while he'd been possessed was give him nightmares in which Katsuki and Izumi had swapped places. Those nightmares would always have Katsuki being quirkless and orphaned, then bullied and hated by Izumi, bearing his explosion quirk while telling him he wasn't allowed to live with her family, so he had to go live with the abusive bitch who had beaten Izumi, or the disgusting degenerates who tried to groom her. Those nightmares had been the demon playing on Katsuki's guilt in order to corrupt him, but they'd been traumatizing enough to stick with him even after the possession ended. He'd told no one but his therapist, not even his parents or Izumi. Katsuki knew he was being stupid, but the idea of becoming quirkless while Izumi had his quirk, even for only a moment and even without her bullying him with it, something he knew she'd never do, was just too much for the explosive blonde. Sorry Izukin, I'm opting out, the boy said with a guilty frown. Izumi just smiled at him, okay Kaken. I guess it would make you kind of uncomfortable, huh? Don't worry about it. The boy nodded stiffly and everyone turned back to Izumi. Now that everyone was prepared, they could begin the tests. The first test was seeing if Izumi could take a quirk from someone who initiated skin-to-skin contact with her instead of the other way around. Himiko took Izumi's hand in her own, but the green-haired girl simply shook her head, not feeling much of a reaction from her quirk. So it appeared that for now, it had to be Izumi initiating the contact for her to take a quirk. The person initiating the contact was the receiver, while the one being touched was the giver, fairly simple but already a surprisingly large limiter on the power, as it meant Izumi couldn't let a villain grab her or land a hit in order to trick them into losing their quirk. However, that aspect of the quirk felt unusual to her, and Izumi was certain that with enough training, she might overcome that limit one day. However, the chances of it being used on a villain became nil after the second test. Ishiko helpfully reminded Izumi that Dabi had seemed pretty happy to get rid of his quirk at the time she took it, so the Ponkel theorized that a person's mental state towards their quirk might be a factor. A quick test proved it. Izumi put a hand on Himiko and easily took her quirk, discovering in the process that taking Himiko's quirk didn't also transfer the stockpile of blood the girl had drunk, then returned it. When she went to take Himiko's quirk a second time, Himiko, as Ishiko's suggestion, decided she didn't want to lose her quirk and immediately, Izumi's hand was repelled. It had been like trying to put two magnets together by the same pole. Izumi's hand was pushed back violently the second she activated her quirk to try and take Himiko's. Seeing this made Izumi very excited, and after a few tests with various people in the room, she and the others had worked out the conditions of Izumi's quirk. In order for Izumi to take a quirk, she needed consent from the quirk's owner. The person being touched by Izumi's quirk had to actively allow the quirk to leave, or if they were unaware of Izumi's power, they had to want it to leave with all their heart, such as the case with Dabi on the beach, in order for it to be passed on. If they wanted to give their quirk but refused consent, then Izumi would be repelled, and if the person gave consent without truly wanting to give up their quirk, as was the case with Hikari Maeda, who liked her crystal quirk, then Izumi would be allowed to take it. The consent of the original user was apparently more important to Izumi's quirk than the user's actual desires. Ultimately, this meant that Izumi couldn't steal quirks at all, she could only take them from willing participants. It also meant she couldn't use it on villains in a fight to depower them, which was a downside, but she could still use it to help those whose quirks were running wild like Dabi's had been. Izumi could even use it to teach children how to use their quirks, as taking them gave Izumi instinctive knowledge on how to use and control the quirk. Izumi had only needed help with cremation because she hadn't been aware it was even there. Funnily enough, Izumi also needed consent to return a quirk. She tried it after taking Jin Maeda's purple canine tooth quirk, and he'd refused to give consent, as part of the test, so Izumi couldn't give it back until he agreed. Not a massively useful tidbit of information, but it was good to know. Despite needing permission making her quirk much less versatile, Izumi was ecstatic about it. She was really uncomfortable with the idea of stealing others' quirks, but she knew that if she'd had that power, she'd be required to use it. As Dabi had said, no matter how much she may hate a power, she couldn't refuse to use it if it could save people. But since she needed consent to use it, that removed the moral ambiguity from the situation and made her much more comfortable with using it. The next test was seeing if Izumi could take quirks other than emitter quirks. Taking Himiko's quirk had already confirmed she could take transformation types, so Izumi had tried to take Tenji's engine quirk to see if it worked on mutations. As it turns out, it did work on mutations, but the quirk's owner suffered some pain as their body morphed back to an unmutated state, and Izumi suffered pain as her body gained the mutations. The same thing happened if she took a transformation quirk that was actively being used. Izumi had taken the Fire Oni quirk from Akainu while he was transformed, and it had hurt him when he reverted back to his normal human form. When Izumi transformed with it, then returned it without transforming back, she had suffered the same pain. A peculiar, but welcome side effect was also discovered: mutation quirks were functionally identical to transformation ones when taken by Izumi. It was painful, but Izumi could activate and deactivate Tenji's engine quirk just like the Onikua's quirks. Next, they tested if Izumi could use her borrowed quirks, or even her own quirk, in her demigod and wolf forms. In demigod form, she could use them without a problem, but activating a transformation like the Onikua's quirks or Himiko's blood-based transformation would overwrite her demigod form, allowing her to use the power of the new transformation, but not her divine powers. Mutation quirks didn't suffer this downside, so long as they were active before she entered demigod form, and everyone in the room found it hilarious to watch Izumi sprouting Tenji's engines from her back and blasting around the room in her demigod form, her mouth open and her tongue out like a dog sticking its head out the window of a car. In wolf form, Izumi couldn't use transformation or mutation quirks at all. She could still use emitter quirks, including her own, but no others. That left two more things to try: if Izumi could take multiple quirks, and if so, what were the limits, and could Izumi give quirks to people other than their original owners? The answer to the first question was yes, but with a pretty big asterisk attached. Izumi could in fact take more than one quirk, but it was strange. When taking a quirk, Izumi was able to decide where in her body to put it, with a choice between two containers, a small one in her heart, or a larger one in her stomach. Izumi's heart container could contain only 5 quirks, while her stomach container could contain an unknown amount, though after taking the quirks of everyone bar Ishiko, Katsuki and Hawks, a total of 15 people, Izumi felt like the container was only half full, so she decided the upper limit of her stomach container was probably 30 quirks. The main difference between the two containers was that Izumi could not use the quirks in her stomach container. Any quirk stored there was essentially just floating there, disconnected from her body and spirit. When she'd stored Himori Mayada's Crystal Palm's quirk there, Izumi had tried to use it, but nothing had happened. But when the quirk had been in her heart container shortly before, she'd been able to use it no problem. On top of that, Izumi couldn't transfer quirks between the containers. Once it was in a container, Izumi had to return the quirk and take it again to switch which container it was in. This meant that out of a potential maximum of 35 quirks stored between both containers, Izumi could only actually use 5 of them. It was another powerful limitation that greatly reduced how dangerous Izumi's quirk could be. Once that limit had been established, Izumi had wanted to see if she could push her body a little and put more than 5 quirks in her heart container, as even a single extra quirk could be incredibly helpful in a crisis. Unfortunately, that had led to something terrifying. Izumi removed her hand from Dabi, having just taken his cremation quirk again and allowed it to settle into her heart container. It was the 5th quirk to enter said container, the others being Himiko's transform, Tenji's engine, Kabuto Nezo's dog speech, and Doi Nezo's turnip arms, and Izumi felt her chest was comfortably full. But then she'd pulled a strange face. Huh? She mumbled, making Dabi raise an eyebrow. What is it? Having trouble? The burned man asked. Izumi shook her head. No, it's just, 5 quirks in my heart container seems to be my limit, but it doesn't feel tight, I suppose. Like it feels there would be more space if I just try. Well, we can always try and find out. Master Onijirai said, take my quirk and see if you can place it in your heart. If it doesn't go in, the worst that'll happen is it'll go to your other container instead, he reasoned. Izumi had nodded and trotted over to take Onijirai's hand. As soon as her quirk activated, her teacher allowed his quirk to be taken and Izumi felt it flow into her. That was the moment when she could choose where to direct it, either up her body to her heart container, or down it to her stomach container. Naturally, she chose the heart container and felt the new quirk squeeze itself in. Immediately, Izumi realized her mistake as sheer, unendurable pain began to rip through her body. Izumi screamed louder than when she'd been burned by Dabi, and collapsed to the floor, screaming and crying horribly as she thrashed about. She was sobbing in pain as her heart felt like it would tear itself apart, and her friends and family promptly screamed and tried to help her. Dr. Tanaka put his ear to Izumi's chest and his eyes almost bulged out of his head. Holy shit! Her heartbeat is going insane. It's beating irregularly and too fast to count. She's having a heart attack, he cried. What do we do? Ishiko screamed, crying out of panic as she watched her friend writhing on the ground in pain. I don't know. This is because of her quirk. Izumi. If you can hear me, you need to try and return the quirk, the doctor ordered desperately, grabbing Master Onijirai and yanking him to the ground beside Izumi so the man could touch Izumi's arm. Izumi couldn't hear the man's words over her own screams, and the incredible pain coursing through her body left her numb to the hand touching her arm. It felt as if her heart was beating so hard that it was going to liquidize itself, and all her blood vessels felt like they were about to burst from stress. Outside of her heart, Izumi's body was cramping up, which just added a further layer of torment to the poor teen. The Kanahana household were panicking as they desperately tried to do something to save her. If things kept up like this, she'd die and be forced to resurrect, and if she suffered the same problem after that, she'd die a second time and be permanently killed. Finally, after the most hellish 30 seconds of Izumi's life, the skin over her heart turned black and pulsed with red electricity, as if her quirk was active there, and from that patch of skin, 6 balls of light shot out and flew around the room like shooting stars, before colliding with the people whose quirks Izumi had borrowed. Immediately, Izumi's pain vanished and the girl stopped convulsing and began gasping to get her breath back after all her screams. The people around her sighed with relief, with many of them sinking to the ground as their adrenaline faded away. What the fuck was that? Katsuki snapped once he recovered. It hurt. It hurt so much. Izumi sobbed, still trying to compose herself after her ordeal. There was a groan from Tenji Ida as his engine quirk mutated his body again, and the others whose quirks had been in Izumi's heart container began testing them to assure themselves that they'd been returned. She went over her limit. By forcing another quirk into an already filled container, she caused huge damage to herself. Her quirk was then forced to eject the borrowed quirks. Dr. Tanaka explained, not looking up from his examination of Izumi. Sakuya, who was holding Izumi in her arms at this point, looked from the girl, who was slowly getting control of her sobs, to the doctor examining her. Tanaka, how is her body? Tanaka sighed, her heart and all her muscles have been strained by the rapid beating and cramping. Her blood vessels aren't damaged, though. Any serious damage done to her body has likely already been healed by Yamagami and rejuvenation. Izumi, receiving a confirmation from the dragon god, nodded slowly. Why yeah, he says he repaired some burst blood vessels and torn muscle fibers. I should be okay now. I just need a moment, then we can get back to it. Himiko and Katsuki groaned, Sakuya and Ishiko hugged Izumi more tightly, Hawks facepalmed and the Konohana household all frowned and shook their heads ruefully. Only Dabi, who wasn't as used to Izumi's disregard for her own health, raised his voice. Are you kidding me? You were screaming bloody murder just seconds ago. You're on the floor recovering from a heart attack just hours after waking up from a week-long coma. How far do you have to push yourself? Are you not going to be satisfied until you actually work yourself to death? He yelled, startling the girl a bit. Izumi, who always reacted badly to being scolded, got watery-eyed and looked down. I'm sorry I worried you, Dabi. Dabi growled and marched over to the girl, getting down on one knee so he was beside the seated girl and put his hands heavily on her shoulders. I'm not angry because you worried me. I'm angry because you keep hurting yourself. I'm angry because you're so busy caring for others that you won't stop and care for yourself. But I have a duty. I'm supposed to be a hero. I'm supposed to be Amaterasu reborn. I need to work harder. I need to save people and stop the evil one. The faster I improve, the more lives I can save. I'll be okay, Dabi. Izumi tried to reason, making everyone else frown. The girl was already in demigod form and gingerly rubbing rejuvenating ink into her sore muscles, quickly recovering from her harrowing ordeal. They all knew that Izumi had put a large burden on herself by choosing to become a pro-hero as well as fight the demons, but they hadn't expected Izumi to treat herself so harshly. Before anyone could try to reason with the girl, Dabi shook her by the shoulders. Damn it, you're only a kid. Your duty is just to go to school, screw around with friends, and grow up. It's not your job to take care of us. When will you get that through your thick skull, Fuyumi? No sooner had the words left his mouth had Dabi suddenly frozen. His eyes were wide with shock as he realized what he'd said, and Izumi stared back at him with confusion and worry. Izumi shared her confusion with the rest of the room, who looked at each other with questioning expressions, as if they weren't sure if they'd misheard Dabi or not. The names Fuyumi and Izumi weren't exactly similar, but they did end with the same syllable. Maybe Dabi had just gotten tongue-tied in his anger. But Izumi could tell right away, for a split second, Dabi hadn't really been yelling at her. Okay. Izumi said quietly, I'm sorry for upsetting you, Dabi. I'll take a break for a little bit, she said. She didn't want to worry the people who cared for her, and she especially didn't want to push Dabi in his current mood. The burned man released Izumi's shoulders and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Thanks, Izumi. Sorry I got so worked up. The burned man smirked. So how long was this break of yours going to be? A few days. Izumi gave a sheepish smile. I was thinking, until after lunch. The look of absolute done on Dabi's face had Himiko and Katsuki cracking up, while Hawks patted the man on the back. You get used to it. Don't worry, Dabi, if Izumi couldn't handle it, we'd put our foot down. As much as we hate to admit it, all the crap she's gone through, from losing her mom's soul, to the foster homes, to the brush demon fights, has all resulted in making her one tough little girl, not to mention her hero training. The wing hero smiled. Sakuya nodded, though she did give Izumi a slightly upset look. That's true, but I think we need to have a talk about pushing yourself too much. She said, I hate to say it, but it would be wrong of me to scold you for pushing yourself when fighting or saving people, but in situations like this, when we're only training, you need to treat yourself with some proper care, Izumi. Goddess or not, you'll break if you go too far, and that won't help anyone, least of all you. Izumi sniffled, but quickly wiped her eyes. She didn't want to worry or upset her friends. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll try and take better care of myself, she promised. Dabi smirked. Hallelujah, he said dryly. Master Onigiri nodded approvingly. Good. We'll stop the tests for now and resume after lunch. We only have a single thing left to test regardless, so it would be a good idea to finish up by the end of the day. However, in future, I am barring you from continuing your day's training if something like today happens again. Yes, sir. With that, everyone was able to chill out and relax for a bit. By the time Izumi had healed all the damage done to her body by pushing the limits of her quirk container, she was fairly exhausted and welcomed the break. She spent the last few hours before lunch just hanging out with Dabi, while Ishiko excitedly showed him her artworks in the trophy room/gallery, which also included new artwork of the battle with Akomomo and a portrait of Moegami. Dabi found himself amused by the abundance of All Might merchandise all over Izumi's wing of the manor, as well as all the other heroes Izumi had collected posters and action figures for. There was at least something for every hero in the top 40, but the majority was All Might and Hawks, Izumi's personal favorite hero and her big brother figure. Occasionally, while showing off her collection, Dabi's eyes would catch on a specific hero in her collection and a small sneer would appear on his face, but he always looked away far too quickly for Izumi to tell which hero he didn't like, and after the name slip incident while he was scolding her earlier, Izumi was reluctant to dig into his past yet. The morning's events did have a slightly unexpected positive effect too. Katsuki was less hostile towards Dabi now. Seeing the burned man get genuinely worked up over the idea of Izumi hurting herself had assuaged some of the explosive boy's distrust for him, and now Katsuki was actually being civil with him, or at least civil by Katsuki standards. Lunch came and went, with Dabi assisting in the cooking as a way of repaying the Kanahana household for hosting him for the last week, and once everyone was full on delicious food and Izumi was back in tip-top shape, it was back to the dojo for the final tests. The only thing left to test was if Izumi could give a quirk to someone other than the original owner, and if so, was there a limit for others like there was with Izumi herself? Izumi also wanted to see if it was possible to give and take quirks from non-humans, like the Punkle Ishiko and the wood sprite Sakuya. Both tests ended with positive, and thankfully painless, results. Izumi borrowed Himiko's transform and Hitomi Maeda's crystal palms, then returned them to the opposite girl. The result was Himiko gaining the power to create crystals from her hands, and Hitomi being able to transform into one of the Onikawa brothers after a sip of blood, an act that made the Maeda maid's stomach turn. From there, Izumi had also been able to take Ishiko's storage quirk, and give a quirk to Sakuya, though the tree spirit could only use it when in her human form, not her true spirit form, confirming that her quirk wasn't limited to humans. Finally, Izumi also learned that the number of quirks she could give a person varied on the individual, and there was no rhyme or reason for the number. Everyone had a kind of heart container like Izumi did, but they lacked the stomach container, and each individual person could only store a certain number of quirks inside their own heart containers, much like Izumi. There was no way of telling how many that was though until Izumi gave them a quirk, and the number of quirks each person could hold seemed to be random. The well-trained and mentally strong Hawks could only contain 2 quirks, excluding his own, while the feeble Granny Citrus could contain 5. Even the Onikawa brothers, who were identical twins, could hold different amounts. A Kainu could hold 4, while a Kiji could only hold 2. The minimum each person could take, including their own quirk, was 2 and the maximum was 6, which meant they could hold the same number of quirks as Izumi's own heart container. The last thing they learned was that a person's original quirk seemed to have its own personal container, so even if the person couldn't take any more quirks normally, they could still get their own quirk back without injury. With all the tests complete and everyone having a good handle on what Izumi could do with her new abilities, Sakuya and Dr. Tanaka sat off to the side of the dojo to fill out the registration update report for the quirk registry, while everyone else in the household goofed off with Izumi's quirk. So long as she didn't go over her limits, giving and taking quirks didn't have any real cost for Izumi aside from a brief moment of exhaustion that accompanied losing a quirk, so the group were able to quickly and easily exchange quirks and play around with their new abilities. Himiko in particular liked to play with the crystals that the Maeda sisters could produce, and the sight of Katsuki using both explosion and the fire Oni quirk at the same time was something that would stick with most people for quite a long time. The Onikawas even swapped their Oni quirks so each could use the other, and it became very hard to tell who was who, especially once they took off the color-coded ties that identified them. Strangely, whenever Izumi began to question if a quirk like hers had existed before, and how she could have such a power, Sakuya would gently cut her off and change the subject to something else. Izumi was sure Sakuya was keeping something from her, but she trusted the tree spirit enough to go along with her judgment. When it came time for dinner, Izumi returned all the quirks to their proper owners and they all sat down for a meal together, with the exception of Dr. Tanaka, who'd gone to submit the report about Izumi's quirk to the registry office at City Hall. As they ate, the question of what to do with Dabi came up. "So, Dabi, what are you planning on doing now? Are you going to go back to the RV?" Himiko asked. Dabi shrugged, hadn't planned on it. "The demons know I live there, and that Jiren guy does too. If I stick around there, I'll end up possessed again, or killed. I plan on leaving Muzutafu for a while, there are too many bad memories for me here." Izumi frowned sadly. "You're leaving?" The burned man nodded. "Yeah. Sorry Izumi, but I've spent most of my life here, and it hasn't been great. The last few months of my life have been some of the best, demon possession excluded of course, but I have no place here anymore. I want revenge and justice for what was done to me. I want to bring that old bastard to his knees, but I don't want to drag the few people who care for me down with me. But you do have a place here. You can stay with us. It's safe from demons, and you'll be with people who care about you. Izumi argued. Sakuya nodded. Izumi is right. Publicly, Izumi is my foster daughter and I am in charge of the manor, but to all those in the know, Izumi controls the manor and is the leader of our group. This is her manor, and if she says you're welcome here, then you are. The others nodded too, which made Dabi raise an eyebrow. Seriously? You're willing to just let me live here? Won't I be in the way? Doi Nazo shook her head. Cooking for one more person makes no difference to me. I usually make enough in case Hawks or Katsuki come by for dinner anyway, so fixing an extra plate won't affect me. The Maeda maids agreed. We clean all the rooms daily anyway, said Hikari. Having you live in one won't make our jobs any harder. Himori added. No one else's jobs would be affected by you either. If Lady Izumi says you can stay, then we're all happy to have you. Hitomi finished. Dabi just sighed again. You people are too nice. So are you going to stay with us? Izumi asked, not even trying to hide her hopeful look. I'll think about it. Dabi said, I'll take you up on the offer to stick around for a few more days while I decide what to do. I really appreciate what you've all done for me, but I need to decide this for myself. I understand. Just promise that if you do leave, you'll stay in contact with us. I don't want my newest friend just vanishing, I'd worry too much. The green-haired girl smiled. From there, the night went quickly. After dinner, everyone went about the same routine that they had in the last week. Dabi had stayed with them, while Izumi was in her coma. The only difference was Izumi herself, who spent an hour doing simple martial arts training in the dojo with Katsuki before Master Onijirai kicked them out, demanding Izumi rest. After that, the teens dragged Hawks and Dabi into playing video games with them until it was time for Katsuki to head home. Katsuki got a ride home from Kabuto, warning Izumi that his parents would come for a visit the next day to confirm she was alright. Hawks flew off soon after, and Dabi was sad to see him go, but the wing hero had already been away from his agency for a week in order to be around while Izumi was comatose, so he really needed to check up on the place in person. Before leaving though, Hawks gave Dabi his phone number, telling him to keep in touch with that infuriating but handsome smirk of his. Dabi didn't even have a cell phone, but he still gripped the slip of paper with Hawks' number on like it would disappear if he ever let go. Once Hawks and Katsuki had gone home, everyone began to retire for the night. They all made a point of saying goodnight to Dabi, with Granny Citrus, bless her heart, even making sure he had everything he might need before she went to bed. Dabi assured everyone that he was fine, received goodnight hugs from Izumi and Himiko, then went to his room to try and sleep. Sleep was difficult for the burned man that night. He tossed and turned for hours, unable to fully calm his mind after the day's events. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Izumi writhing on the floor in pain, her screams roaring in his ears. Then there would be a flash of red fire, and it would be another girl on the floor, a vicious red hand print on her pale skin and white hair hiding her crying eyes, the red highlights in her hair looking like trails of blood in her otherwise snow-like locks. Dabi hissed as he sat up in his futon, a hand on his face. Every other night this week, he'd been heavily medicated before sleeping to help deal with his burns, but now that he'd been healed by Izumi, he didn't need the medication and was thus required to face the darkness of his mind before he could sleep. I can't believe I called Izumi by that name. He thought angrily, now I can't stop seeing the similarities. If Dabi had still been at his RV on the beach, he would have released a torrent of flame to calm his nerves, but he doubted even the ever-forgiving Izumi would be happy with him burning down her home. Instead, the man got to his feet and left his borrowed room in the west wing of the manor, and trotted silently out to the gardens. He found a nice cool stone beside a small pond and sat down to relax and clear his mind. Dabi was a man of heat and fire, but he never felt completely at ease in that state. He enjoyed the water, and he sought out cooler climates where possible. They helped to soothe the fire raging inside him. It had been part of why he hadn't minded living in an old RV on a beach in the middle of winter. The cold February night and the soft sounds of the fish swimming around the small pond helped relax Dabi and calm his mind, allowing him to push away the visions he saw when he closed his eyes. Once the visions ceased to bother him and he grew sleepy, the burned man clumsily got to his feet and stumbled back to his bedroom, accidentally stubbing his toe on the way and cursing, though thankfully not too loudly. Half asleep, Dabi staggered back to the west wing and opened a bedroom door, only to find that in his sleepy state, he'd wandered into the wrong room. Instead of the uniform furniture found in all guest rooms within the manor, the room was filled with medical equipment and a hospital bed. The figure sleeping in the bed caused Dabi to snap awake again. It was a woman, incredibly skinny and frail-looking, with long green hair and soft features. She was a small lady, no more than 5 feet 3 inches and dressed in a hospital robe with all manner of tubes connected to her. The resemblance to Izumi was uncanny too, with the woman's face appearing to be a skinnier and older version of Izumi's, minus the freckles of course. It wasn't hard to work out that this was Inko Midoriya. Dabi had known the woman was present in the manor, and knew she was comatose because her soul was stolen by demons, but he had never had cause to actually enter her room and look at her himself. The sight of her made him sad. She'd been made comatose just over 10 years ago, just days after her daughter's 4th birthday, and here she was, still in the same condition just a few months away from Izumi's 15th. The poor woman had missed so much of her daughter's life, it made Dabi think of his own mother. Mom's pretty, isn't she? The burned man almost leapt out of his skin at the sudden voice. He spun around to see Izumi standing behind him, looking at her mother with sleepy, but loving eyes. Izumi. Sorry, I got confused when I was going back to my room. I didn't mean to intrude. Sakai. Not mad, the girl smiled. The girl looked adorable, dressed in her sleeping kimono with her beautiful green eyes clouded with sleep. Dabi had been told by Himiko that Izumi got a little dopey when she was sleepy, but he was surprised by how cute she was acting. I heard you curse, shouldn't say bad words. Then I heard you open a door and I smelled mom's scent, so I thought you went to the wrong room. I came to check on you, so I was sure you'd be okay, the girl explained, patting into the room and taking Dabi's hand. You're warm. Mom's going to like you. I hope you're still here when she wakes up. Dabi smirked, not trying to guilt me into sticking around. Are you Izumi? He joked. The girl giggled. No, but I want you to. Heh, honest to a fault aren't you? That could get you in trouble one day. Dabi said, walking over to one of the chairs beside Inko's bed and sitting down, Izumi sitting beside him. You know, my mom's in the hospital too. Izumi's eyes widened a little as she began to snap out of her sleepy state. Do you want to talk about it? I'm here for you, no matter what, you know that, right? Dabi nodded stiffly. Yeah. I promised before that I'd tell you all about my life, and how I ended up the person I am now. I suppose now is as good a time as any. Don't force yourself, Dabi. Only say what you want to. Izumi told him, holding his hand a little tighter. The burned man smiled sardonically. You know, with you being a goddess, I should think of this whole talk as a confession of sorts. This is kind of a long story though, I've got 21 years of bullshit to explain. You okay with that? Izumi nodded. I don't care how long the story is. I want to know. I want to understand you better. Dabi took a deep breath. Then I suppose I should get started, the story of how I became Dabi. Next chapter, Black Phoenix to be released, June 12, 2021. So now we know the limits of Izumi's quirk. The stuff we learned in this chapter is going to be very important in the future. We also got to see that Dabi might be projecting his past problems a little bit. And Sakuya is trying to be slick and avoid any talk of the origin/history of Izumi's power. We'll see a bit more about that later. And of course, it wouldn't be me without a cliffhanger. Sorry. As a side note on Izumi's quirk, it is not going to get much stronger through training. Training it will eventually remove the touch condition, but that is all. Any change to the number of quirks she can use and the consent thing will be a result of outside forces, not Izumi herself. I have no intention of powering this quirk up beyond the touch limitation. Next chapter will wrap up the arc, reveal Dabi's backstory, and give 2 major hints to events involving a certain villain and a certain hero. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me. 4 to 10, Black Phoenix. Chapter Notes. Important reminder, this chapter's content was written before the manga reveal of Dabi's identity and backstory, as such this is not the same as canon. Only a single detail has been added to reflect the current state of the manga, which you'll see soon. Trigger warning, discussion of child and spouse abuse. Saturday, February 12, 2281. Kanahana Manor, Hero Commission Branch, Darufu Ward, Muzutafu. Dabi took a deep breath. Then I suppose I should get started, the story of how I became Dabi. It all began, like everything else in my life, with my father, the old bastard. He's a hero with a powerful fire quirk and an obsession with the rankings, but due to the risk of his quirk overheating him, he could never do enough to increase his rank any higher, leaving him stuck in his position. Since he couldn't get further on his own, he decided to create a child to carry on his legacy, and began seeking a woman with a powerful water, ice, or cooling quirk. He hoped the child born from such a union would have a mix of their quirks, ensuring the child could become a hero as powerful as him, without his drawbacks. A quirk marriage, a hero sought out a quirk marriage. Izumi gasped. That one revelation was enough to snap Izumi out of her sleepiness altogether. He broke the law. Dabi shook his head. It wasn't the law back then. This was back in 2258, and the practice of quirk marriage was outlawed in 2261, the year after I was born. Anyway, the old bastard apparently found a lot of women who could achieve his desire, but he ended up allegedly falling in love with one of them and choosing to marry her for love as well as his goal. Her name was Ray, and she had an amazing ice quirk. When I was little, she told me about how sweet and romantic the old bastard was, that he was honest about his original intentions from the beginning. Whether it was all a trick, or he really was different then, the results were the same. They married 11 months after meeting each other. I was born about 9 months later, on the January 18th, 2260. So your birthday already passed this year. I wish you told me. It was your 21st too, which is an important one. Izumi pouted. Believe me, I haven't wanted to celebrate my birth for years. Dabi frowned, getting back to the story. Almost 2 years later, my first sibling was born, my one and only sister Fuyumi. Izumi's eyes shone with recognition, remembering what Dabi had called her earlier by mistake, but she remained silent so Dabi could continue uninterrupted. Another 2 years later, my first brother was born, Natsuo, in the summer of 63. The following January, shortly before I was due to turn 4 years old, I manifested my quirk. The old bastard was ecstatic that my flames were even stronger than his, but unfortunately, I inherited Mom's weak constitution and that meant I could stand my flames for even less time than he could. He only got overheated, while I got burned, and back then my quirk wasn't even close to the strength it is now. The old bastard was disappointed, but chose not to train me. He was afraid I'd get hurt. He was still different back then. Dabi's expression became wistful. He was an awkward son of a bitch, but at the time he really seemed to love and care about us. He struggled to deal with us, since he wasn't used to kids really, but my memories of that time were all pleasant. Fuyumi, Natsuo and I all loved him, as little kids love their dads, and he and Mom were happy. Then things changed. Izumi paled as she saw Dabi's face become consumed by anger and hate. Not long after I turned 6 years old, the old bastard suddenly changed. I don't know if he got impatient with his goal, or if something happened I don't know about, but he suddenly became cold and cruel. He stopped acting like a loving father or husband, and began ignoring us. Mom was upset, but thought it was just stress from his hero work, and my siblings and I were miserable because he no longer wanted to spend time with us. He snapped at us when we tried to play with him one day, calling us failures because my body was weak and neither of my other siblings had fire quirks. Then a few days later, he decided to start training me. In reality, he was beating me black and blue under the pretense of making me stronger, and forcing me to use my quirk until I burned myself as a fucked up way of improving my tolerance. Mom hated it, but she was raising 2 other small kids and fell pregnant with my 3rd sibling not long after, so I lied about how bad the training was so she wouldn't worry. I endured that training for years. The year after it started, my youngest brother Shoto was born, and Mom wasn't able to have any more children after that. The old bastard had brutalized her so much during the conception of Shoto that it was a miracle he'd even survived to term. Still, I endured all the bullshit that dear old dad could dish out, until Shoto developed his quirk. Dabi put his face in his hands. It happened a few days after Shoto turned 5, he was a late bloomer. His quirk was half cold half hot. It allowed him to produce dad's quirk from his left side and Mom's from his right. He was the perfect mix of both of them and could reach the goal that dad had set for him, so the old bastard began training him, and he tossed me aside like trash. Izumi flinched at Dabi's sudden fury, and was forced to use Inferno to grab and snuff out some azure flames that had burst to life on his body. Dabi didn't seem to notice, but he did calm down a bit before continuing. Shoto was trained even harder than I was. His fire side didn't harm him so long as he used his ice to lower his body temperature, but the old bastard just assumed it meant Shoto was made of sterner stuff than me, and upped the physical torment he put my brother through. On top of that, Shoto had only known the bad side of dad, having not been born until after his change, so he had a harder time accepting it than I did. The old bastard kept him isolated from the rest of us failures to the point we barely knew anything about him. Since the rest of us were older too, Mom didn't need to focus on caring for us so much and began to interfere with Shoto's training, trying to stop the old bastard from beating him till he puked. It took less than 5 months from the start of Shoto's training for that miserable old fuck to hit Mom for the first time. It became a regular thing after that. Hero abused his wife and children. That's not a hero at all. That's a villain. Izumi yelled. Dabi smirked. Oh, don't I know it. He beat Mom black and blue when she tried to help Shoto, then beat Shoto black and blue under the guise of training him. And through it all, I began to hate my entire family. I hated Dad for obvious reasons. I hated Mom for doing for Shoto what she didn't do for me, though I knew why and I had largely hidden it from her. I hated Fuyumi for trying to take care of us in mom's place, and for getting herself smacked around by dad when she tried to protect Shoto. I hated Natsuo for never standing up for anyone and hiding away whenever dad was around. I hated Shoto for replacing me, for being the reason I was tossed aside. And most of all, I hated myself for having those feelings. Even worse, I hated myself because despite how much I hated the rest of them, I still loved them too, even that bastard who dared to call himself my father. So there we were, my dad the abuser, my mom the beaten wife, Fuyumi the desperate defender, Natsuo the frightened child, Shoto the glorified eugenics experiment, and me, the son that could only hate. Dabi. Izumi began to cry, hugging the burned man's arm. However, Dabi was so wrapped up in his memories that he didn't even notice her. This carried on for 2 years, until mom finally couldn't take it anymore. The stress of not being able to protect her children, as well as the physical abuse that man inflicted on her eventually drove her mad. She hated the sight of anything that looked like the old bastard. She made Fuyumi cut the red parts out of her hair, because that was his hair color. She made Natsuo grow his hair out, so it wouldn't be short and spiky like dad's. She wouldn't even look at me, and more than once called me by his name, thinking I was him. And Shoto. Shoto was split down the middle, red hair and a turquoise eye on the left, like dad, and white hair and a gray eye on the right, like mom. Izumi's mind flashed back to the fight with Akumomo. Dabi had been covered in crimson ink and white frost, causing the right side of his body to have white frost over his hair and ice coming from Akumomo's power, and crimson-stained hair on his left, as well as fire. Just as Dabi described Shoto, now the girl understood why he'd suddenly snapped upon seeing himself like that. What happened to Shoto? Izumi asked fearfully. Mom had a serious episode. Dabi said darkly. She was making tea in the kitchen and desperately calling for help from her mother when Shoto wandered in. At the sight of him, she descended into full psychosis and poured scalding hot water over him, burning the left side of his face. Shoto was taken to hospital, and mom was institutionalized up in the mental ward of Mizutofu Private Hospital. She's still there to this day. Izumi gasped as more tears poured down her face. Her heart broke for Dabi and his siblings, and she felt awful for Rei, who had suffered so much that she went insane. She did take note of where Rei was being kept though. It was the same ward as the one Jean was staying in. With mom gone, things got worse. Shoto blamed the old bastard for everything, and rightfully so, but his choice of rebellion was to refuse to use his fire, instead promising to surpass our father with only the ice he inherited from mom. The old fuck just responded by making his training even more grueling, to the point it really was just a beating in disguise. Fuyumi and I took on mom's role of trying to look after our younger siblings, and we both caught more than a few punches and slaps from dear old dad for protecting Shoto. Even Natsuo started trying to help, but there wasn't much we could do against him. We didn't have mom to protect us anymore, and dad promised that we'd never be allowed to visit unless we stopped our rebellion. Fuyumi and Natsuo caved. Shoto and I didn't. Dabi said sadly. That's why you called me Fuyumi earlier, isn't it? You saw me getting myself hurt because I wanted to improve myself as a hero, and you just saw your sister being hurt for trying to protect Natsuo and Shoto, right? Izumi asked cautiously, afraid of upsetting the burned man. Dabi let out a shaky breath, not unlike a sob. It was hard to tell if he was crying, since his tear ducts had been seared shut, and nodded. With the small stature and the white hair your demigod form has, it was easy to mistake you for a young Fuyumi. Hearing you scream in pain brought me back to the one time Fuyumi actually received a beating from dad. He didn't usually do more than slap her across the face, but she'd made the mistake of taking a punch for Shoto, interrupting his training in the process. I still remember the look on dad's face. He looked at her like she was vermin, his own fucking daughter. Then he said, if you want to train so badly, then you can join in, before beating her. I jumped in to stop it pretty quickly, but I was so shocked at first that I didn't step in until she'd taken a few blows. Thankfully, I was pretty used to taking that old bastard's punches by that point, and he was tired from a day of patrolling and beating my siblings, so I mostly got away unscathed. Fuyumi wasn't too badly hurt, but what little spirit she had left was crushed and she lost the ability to stand up to dad. The burned man looked at Inko, and smiled softly. Things took another turn on my 15th birthday. Dad didn't even notice, since I was just a failure in his eyes, but I thought that since I'd be graduating middle school soon, I should reward myself. I decided to try and sneak out and see mom at the hospital. I wasn't allowed, since I hadn't ended my rebellion against dad, but I thought I could be clever and make a discreet appointment without him knowing. I figured that being her son, the doctors wouldn't mind letting me in. Turns out they were in dad's pocket. They told him about the appointment I'd made, and when I tried to sneak out, dad confronted me in the yard. He forbid me from seeing mom until I submitted, and that was when I finally snapped. I attacked him, using all my hate and rage. Izumi shivered at the thought. The memory of Dabi's rage when he forced some control back over Akumomo played in Izumi's mind again. It was a terrifying thought, and she imagined it would be worse to have that hate and anger focused on you instead of someone else. However, Dabi just looked sad as he continued. I lost, and got my ass royally handed to me. As much as I hate him, the old bastard is still a strong hero, and I didn't stand a chance. However, that was the moment my quirk suddenly grew stronger. It became so strong, that for a moment, I actually managed to push the old bastard back a few steps. Unfortunately, my stronger flames hurt me even more, and I lost consciousness from the pain. The green-haired girl winced. Moegami, was that the moment you possessed him? Is that why his quirk grew stronger all of a sudden? She asked while Dabi took a moment to collect himself. No. The rooster god answered, I didn't possess him until later. His quirk probably underwent an awakening, just like yours did. If quirk awakenings can occur when a person is under enough physical and emotional stress, then Dabi fighting his father for the right to see his mother must have been the trigger for his quirk growing stronger. Izumi nodded, it made sense, and explained why Akumomo was able to boost Dabi's power even further before being purified, in an attempt to kill the burned man. The demon likely hadn't bothered to improve Dabi's quirk to the best of his ability, as the downsides weren't worth the further increase in power. What happened next? She asked quietly. I woke up the next day in a padded room, with quirk-suppressing bands on my wrists. I was bandaged up, but I wasn't in much pain. The old bastard and a doctor came into the room and explained that due to the dangerous nature of my quirk, the negative press my actions could bring to my father's career, and my rebellious attitude, I was to remain restrained in a facility for mentally unstable youths. It was basically like juvie. But for kids whose only crime was being too hard to control. The old bastard left, and I was sure that was the last time I would see him or any of my family members. I was left to rot in a padded room, occasionally let out to be poked, prodded and medicated in an attempt to treat me. No one would listen to what I had to say, and the old bastard had paid a doctor to diagnose me as a compulsive liar, so even the nicer nurses and orderlies ignored what I said. I languished in that facility for almost 2 years, but then, during my second December there, I broke free. Dabi's expression became a vicious smile. How? Izumi asked. Dabi shrugged, honestly, I have no idea. I just remember waking up with a burning hatred filling every cell in my body. I grew more angry than ever, and when it came time for breakfast, I attacked a security guard and got free of my quirk suppressors. I blacked out after that, and when I woke up, I was free and back in Muzutafu with only a single thought in my head, kill my father. Izumi winced, that must have been when you were possessed. Akumomo fed your hatred and helped you escape. When you blacked out, he must have taken over. You're probably right, but I don't remember. When I woke up, all I wanted to do was kill my father, so I paid him a visit at home. Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto were at their schools, but he was there. I still remember the shock on his face when he saw me. We fought again, and I used my quirk to its maximum potential, no longer caring if I got hurt so long as he suffered for what he'd done. Unfortunately, my hate was still no match for his skill, and I lost again. That was how I got these. Dabi pointed at his numerous purple scars. I'm not sure which ones were caused by me and which were caused by him. I know the right arm and my neck were him, but I think the parts under the eyes were me. Still, I'm not sure. After I lost, I was carted back to the facility, but I was numb to pain at that point. The moment the guards turned their backs, I dislocated my thumbs, slipped off my new quirk suppressors and ran away. The warden, embarrassed that I'd escaped again so soon and not wanting to tell my old man, or risk the potential negative publicity of a second escape, reported that I'd killed myself with my fire, turning myself to ash. The world thinks I'm dead, so I decided to play along. I abandoned my old name, took the name Dabi, and dyed my hair black to ensure I wouldn't be recognized. From there, I spent some time wandering the area, got a few shady jobs, ended up living in an RV on a trashed beach, and got saved by a weird little girl with the power of God. That's my story. Izumi sat beside Dabi in silence for several long minutes. She simply didn't know how to respond to everything she'd been told. Dabi had been victimized since he was 5 years old by a father who was supposed to be a hero. His siblings suffered with him, they were probably still suffering. Fuyumi's spirit had been crushed, Natsuo had grown up believing he was unworthy of even existing, Shoto had been scarred both physically and mentally, Rei had been driven to the brink and shoved off into insanity, and Dabi had been burned to ashes and forced to piece himself back together with only his hate to keep him whole. Like a twisted mockery of a phoenix. Izumi didn't know what to do, words weren't enough to help Dabi, and unless she was willing to abandon her morals and become an avenging vigilante, she couldn't use force to get justice for her friend. Feeling useless, and with Dabi's misery weighing on her, Izumi did the only thing she could. She cried, and hugged Dabi with all her might, pressing his head against her chest as she wrapped her arms around the seated man. For a moment, Dabi's eyes widened, but he quickly relaxed into the hug. It reminded him of how Fuyumi had once held him after a particularly bad encounter with their father. Dabi. I'm so sorry about everything that has happened to you. Please, if there is anything I can do for you, then please tell me. You're my friend, and I really want to help. Izumi said, almost begging. I can't do that. Dabi said, standing up and reversing their positions, so it was Izumi's head being pressed against his chest. When I remade myself as Dabi, I swore I wouldn't allow myself to be indebted to others. My father used others as it suited him, and I want to be his opposite, so I will never accept help from someone without repaying them. You've already done more than I could ever repay, so I can't accept more from you. We're friends, so I refuse to use you. You aren't using me. I'm practically begging you to let me help you. Izumi argued. Sorry, but as stupid as it may seem to you, that is my conviction. My personal vow. All debts must be repaid. Dabi said. Izumi pulled away from the hug and looked up at him, her emerald eyes boring deep into his turquoise ones. You won't accept help, unless you repay your debts. Fine then, I'll go along with that. You already repaid me for the things I gave you at the beach by cooking lunch the other day, and helping make dinner tonight. You don't owe me for Akumomo, the Devil Gate, or cleaning the beach, since those were my responsibility anyway. That means the only thing you need to repay me for is saving your life and healing your injuries. That's two pretty major things. Dabi pointed out. Izumi nodded, I know. You confessing the story of your life to me was important enough to me that I'll consider it payback for my healing you. That just leaves me saving your life. I'm tempted to use that and ask you to stay at the manor as a way of repaying me, but I would never do that. You've been imprisoned and ordered around by people who are supposed to care for you too much already. Instead of asking for one big favor in return for saving your life, I want two small ones. Dabi, relieved that Izumi was a good enough person to not chain him to her by his debt, nodded and looked at her with determined eyes. Name them. No Dabi, you name them. Izumi said seriously, my request is for you to give me two names. I want the name of your father, the hero who caused this, and I want your name. I want to know who you were before you became Dabi. An eerie silence filled the room. Only the quiet beep of Inko's heart rate monitor pierced the silence as the two young people stared at one another. Dabi was reluctant, he didn't know what Izumi would do with the knowledge of who his father was, and he was afraid of revealing his own name and potentially falling back into his old life. The tug of his old life, and the desire to return to the family he both loved and hated were the reasons he'd abandoned the name in the first place. Taking a deep breath and steeling his heart, Dabi spoke, the man I was before, was named Toya Todoroki. Izumi's eyes widened. She recognized the last name. How could she not? It was on a plaque in the commission lobby, just a dozen floors beneath their feet. She began to shake her head in disbelief. It couldn't be, the bastard who hurt Dabi, tortured his family, drove his wife insane, and caused this entire tale of sorrow. Your father is Enji Todoroki. Flame hero, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, second only to All Might himself. Izumi uttered, eyes still wide with shock. Dabi nodded, unable to speak another word due to the emotions welling up inside him. He saw Izumi's shock, and the shake of her head, then he saw her body transform to demigod form seemingly without the girl realizing it. He saw her sharp fangs being bared as her nostrils flared and her pupils turned to slits. The fur on her tail and ears began to stand on end, and Izumi's hair seemed to flare out, almost like a character from a Ghibli movie. Her clawed hands tensed as if Izumi was about to attack, and Dabi heard the sounds of her clawed toes leaving shallow cuts in the tatami mat floors as her whole body tensed. For a moment, Dabi thought all that anger was pointed at him. He thought Izumi would shout at him, attack him for daring to accuse the number 2 hero of such heinous crimes. That thought hurt, though Dabi wouldn't have blamed her. Who would believe some homeless, burned-out thug over the number 2 hero in all of Japan? The man second only to All Might. Hell, Izumi had posters and figures of the man in her bedroom and trophy room. A massive statue of the flaming asshole was stood in the foyer just downstairs. Of course she would believe the hero over Dabi. At least, for one awful moment, that was what Dabi thought. That bastard. Izumi whispered dangerously, cursing for the first time in Dabi's presence, he dares. He dares to hold the title of hero. He dares to call himself the number 2. He dares to put himself on the same level as All Might. He dares to hurt my friend. For a moment, Dabi was impressed by the sheer depth of anger and hate in Izumi's voice, but then he was just disturbed by it. It looked wrong to see the usually friendly girl acting so viciously, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. It was clear Izumi wanted to hit something, to attack and destroy. But there was nothing around she could unleash her rage on, so she just paced around like a wolf about to pounce. For a single instant, Izumi's eyes went from their usual emerald, to silver, which Sakuya had said was the sign of her divine half's instincts eclipsing her human half's, then to blood red. Then suddenly, the moment ended and Izumi collapsed to her knees, her eyes returning to their normal green and all tension leaving her body. She panted hard as Dabi knelt beside her, rubbing her back. Sorry you had to see that. I got too worked up. Izumi apologized. Within her, Yamagami gently scolded her, Great Mother, forgive my presumption, but you must be careful. While you are far above us, you are still a brush god and can still become a demon if you allow yourself to be corrupted by evil. To feel anger, and even hate, is natural, but to let it recklessly consume you could spell the end for us all, spirits, gods, and humanity. I am sorry, Yamagami. Are you and the others all right? She asked. She'd feel awful if her moment of lost control had hurt her friends. We are fine. You had a moment like this before, when confronting the blood relatives of your adoptive sister, young Himiko, but it was worse this time. As you grow stronger, it will become harder to pull yourself back from the brink of corruption. You are a gentle soul, OkamiAmaterasu, please take care of yourself. Bakugami said kindly, sending waves of comfort and positive emotion to the girl through their connection. Dabi smiled softly and patted the wolf girl's hair, ensuring he gently scratched the back of her wolf ears in the process. That got Izumi's tail wagging and she leaned into the touch for a few minutes before finally transforming fully into her wolf form and snuggling up to the burned man. For almost an hour, Dabi and Izumi sat together on the floor of Inko's room, just embracing each other. Dabi allowed himself to cry out his frustrations into Izumi's soft fur, which remained dry on account of Dabi's incinerated tear ducts, while Izumi alternated between whimpering as she cried, or making soft and reassuring boof noises, acting like Dabi's emotional support dog. By the time they had both gotten a hold of their emotions and calmed down, it had gone past midnight and a new day had started. Izumi transformed back into her demigod form so she could speak. Your real name is a very nice name, but since you don't want to use it, I'll keep calling you Dabi. Dabi, what do you plan to do now? About Endeavor, she asked, sneering as she said the name of the false hero. Dabi sighed and shrugged, I have no idea. If you'd asked me that a week ago, I would have told you that I wanted to end his career, to crush his dream and expose him to the world before finally killing him with the very power he called defective. It would have been the ultimate revenge, murdered by his own failed creation, but I guess that was just the demon possession making me act more aggressively. Now, I don't know what to do. He can't be allowed to get away with this. Izumi said seriously, Endeavor committed numerous heinous crimes, and is still in a position of power over your siblings and mother. Plus, he's still being praised as a hero. I can't in good conscience do nothing. I thought you'd say that, but there's not a lot we can do legally. It'll be my word, the word of a rebellious son, against the word of Japan's number 2 hero. There isn't any evidence beyond my word, and my siblings won't be believed either, nor will my mother. Unless we can prove my claims, we can't do anything to legally stop him. Plus, thanks to the warden of that facility, I'm legally dead. Dabi pointed out. Izumi growled in frustration. Dabi was right, they needed proof otherwise no one would believe them. She considered getting Detective Tsukachi involved, but his quirk only worked if the person being questioned by him knew they were lying. If someone believed what they were saying, even if it was untrue, he would still detect it as a truthful response, and Endeavor would merely have to say that Dabi was mentally unstable and point at his stay in the facility to prove his claim. Plus, Endeavor would never agree to being questioned himself and would decry the whole thing as a conspiracy against him by the police, which would just open a whole other can of worms. Ray's testimony would be ignored due to her own mental problems, and Endeavor could reasonably dismiss the allegations of his other children by saying Ray or Dabi poisoned them against him. Prosecuting a pro-hero was incredibly hard, and being the number 2 meant Endeavor was almost untouchable by the law. Izumi racked her brain for a solution, until finally, she narrowed her eyes. We can't do anything to legally punish him, and as a hero, I can't allow you to pursue revenge outside of the law. She said, looking to Dabi with both determination and regret, but even if we can't punish him, we can ensure he isn't allowed to hurt your siblings anymore. Sakuya is the president of the Hero Commission, so if you're okay with telling her your story, she'll use it as an excuse to open an investigation into Endeavor's conduct, using the excuse that it's purely to ensure the claims are false and protect his reputation. If she and I ensure the investigation is run completely by people who know about Amaterasu, then we can keep it running for as long as we want and ensure he is constantly watched. Your mom and siblings will be safe. Dabi bowed his head in thanks. I appreciate that. I truly do, you've already gone above and beyond anything I could have hoped for from a friend. The fact you even believe me despite having been a fan of Endeavor already means a lot to me. I accept your plan, but can we please only tell Sakuya? I don't want anyone else knowing about my shitty past. Of course. What are friends for? Izumi gave a coy smile. Dabi returned it, then frowned to himself. I'm probably about to sound like an ungrateful, vengeful brat, but I still want him to suffer for what he's done. Izumi smiled viciously, her sharp wolf fangs gleaming in the dim light. Oh, who says he won't? But you said Dabi began, before Izumi cut him off. We can't punish him with the law, or get revenge while breaking the law, but that doesn't mean we can't make him suffer in every possible way without breaking the law. That little investigation might just get leaked to the press. The commission might suddenly be less willing to front the bill for his collateral damage. We might stop offering him financial support to deal with his occasional lawsuits. Poor little Endeavor is going to find out exactly how hard the commission can make his life, and to top it off, I have the ultimate plan for you to get your revenge. Dabi's confused look became a manic grin. Oh ho. I like the sound of that. What's the plan? Izumi grinned. Dabi, how'd you like to become a hero? The man gaped. Are you serious? I am. Izumi nodded. Become a hero. Prove to Endeavor that you aren't a failure by becoming an amazing hero. Your quirk is stronger than his, and we can use support items and the ink from my Inferno technique to mitigate the damage done to your body, so with training, you'll become even better than him. Plus, all you have to do is be less of an asshole than him and you'll eventually surpass him in both popularity and cases solved. You're young, in your prime, and with the commission at your back. Izumi's grin turned vicious. Imagine Endeavor's face when you kick him down a rank or two, you, the son he abandoned as a failure, wiping the floor with him and rubbing it into his nose that you were the better hero. He won't even be able to take the credit for training you, since he threw you away. Since Hawks is the current number 4 and is still rising in Kaken, Himiko and I am aiming for the top 2, we'll knock him out of the top 5 altogether. We'll destroy his pride, erase his accomplishments and completely eclipse him. We'll turn his legacy to dust and leave him as nothing but a footnote in history. Dabi's grin grew even wider as he gripped Izumi's shoulders. Holy fuck, I love you. The old bastard would hate that even more than getting his ass kicked or thrown in jail. Jesus, the world would be fucked if you became a villain. What can I say? I love 3 things: heroes, helping people, and my friends, and Endeavor has betrayed all 3 of those things. So, do we have a deal? Izumi offered Dabi her hand. The burned man took it without a second thought. You're giving me a place to live, the opportunity to protect my family, the chance to spite my old man, and you're giving me a chance to become a hero. I'm never going to be able to pay you back for all this. Izumi smiled kindly. Become a great hero and protect people. If you save even a single life as a hero, then I'll consider all debts paid. Dabi grinned. I think I can manage that. Being a hero might be a pretty sweet gig. Bakugu told me about an amazing hero agency opening up in the future, the Sunburst Hero Agency. Maybe I'll see if I can land a job there, once I finish my hero college courses. Izumi giggled, and the two exchanged fist bumps, sealing their pact. Endeavor wouldn't know what hit him. And like that, from the ashes of Toya Todoroki's broken life rose something new, a being greater than the sum of its parts, a man that would one day be known as the rekindled hero, Black Phoenix. Meanwhile, Sakuya's office, Hero Commission Branch, Dorofu Ward, Mizudafu. Sakuya typed away at her computer, her eyes on her work but her mind on the day's developments. The revelation of Izumi's quirk had opened one massive can of worms, and it was all the wood sprite could do to stop Izumi from getting dragged into it. Sighing heavily, Sakuya spun her chair around to look out of her window and the night sky. Why did Izumi have to be related to that man? Why couldn't she have just been quirkless, or have some random quirk of no importance? Her life was already complicated and difficult enough just by being Amaterasu and training to become a hero, so why did she need to have that extra burden on her shoulders? Sakuya grumbled to herself. She'd gotten confirmation a short time ago that Izumi's new ability had been added to her quirk registry, and the government had already taken notice, which was an annoyance. The tree spirit would have refused to have it registered at all, but then Izumi wouldn't be able to use it in the field at all, which would remove the one advantage of this situation, plus Izumi would have asked questions Sakuya didn't want to answer. Even after being killed by All Might, that man was causing trouble. Sakuya hated keeping secrets from Izumi. It was the Lady Nagant situation all over again, but just like then, Sakuya couldn't allow the fickle actions of humans distract Izumi from her destiny. Amaterasu was needed. Sakuya sighed heavily. I pray you'll forgive me for what I've done, my Izumi. End of Arc 4, Sand, Snow, and Ash. Next arc, 8 Serpents first chapter, Down the Rabbit Hole to be released, June 21, 2021. The next arc will begin later than planned because I am on a short vacation with my dad for Father's Day. I apologize for any inconvenience. At that ends the Dobby introduction arc. As manga readers will know, my version of Dobby's backstory is a lot darker. I added a little bit to the end of this chapter, namely the mention of Lady Nagant, as a clue for future arcs. The next arc is also my favorite one of any I've written, so I'm really looking forward to it. Super important. Now, you may have noticed that when I wrote the story about Endeavor, I made a mention that Endeavor started out a good guy, but suddenly changed. This was done to give myself options on where to take his character, as honestly, Endeavor is a character I don't know how to feel about. A part of me hates him, and a part of me wants to love him and his redemption arc. Because of this, I'm leaving the choice of his ultimate fate in your hands. Through comment, review, or private message, I'm asking any interested readers to vote on one of 3 outcomes for the Endeavor situation. This vote will last until about arc 14/15 where Endeavor's final fate will be determined. These outcomes are: A. Endeavor is a genuinely good, if gruff person and all his evil actions are a result of a demon possession. Once Endeavor is purified, he will be widely forgiven and work hard to make up for his actions. B. Endeavor is a deeply flawed, but not evil man. His worst actions were committed because of a demon, but a lot of his other, less horrendous actions are his own doing. He will be like in canon and will be remorseful and see the error of his ways, working to redeem himself, but he will not be immediately and easily forgiven. C. Endeavor is genuinely just a bad person. His crimes are his own fault and he is beyond redemption even if he wants it. He's effectively a villain, and no demon is responsible for his fall. He won't be forgiven, and punishment for all his transgressions will be inflicted on him. These are the options available. Interested people, please let me know what you want to see, and I'll add that to the vote. The limit on votes is 1 per person, but you are free to change your vote at any time. I will be counting anonymous votes, so I'll trust in everyone's honesty that they haven't voted before. With all that said, thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed. Please comment and review, it really encourages me.